Oh, hello, kids. How are you doing today? Hello, my SnoopyDupas. Hello, hello. Spooky Trash, thank you for keeping everyone entertained. How was your day? Did we have a good day? Is everything going to be okay? I am happy, pleased, thrilled even to announce that the African dance kinetics from the 1990 Northport residents that we saw this morning scared the AFib out of Jill. She's going to be fine. She's going to be okay. We handled it. We did what we could do. And if you weren't here for that, maybe we'll get to that again. Yes, we watched the video 8 or 9 times. Some of you were upset, but listen, sometimes you have to be punished even if you didn't do anything. You're punished for your other brothers and sisters' actions. Quite frankly, I think it made us all stronger. I think we bonded as a family. It was kind of like being trapped on an island and having to watch someone dance who can't dance. Welcome, nope, not today. I love how every time I see you, it's like, I don't know if I can handle it. I don't know if I can handle it tonight. And your name is nope, not today. It's perfect. It suits you, and I love that. Hello, Doctor On Call. I'm still packing up my house. Hey, I heard a little bit of your conversation on adoption. I was adopted in 1966. It's a pretty wild and very odd story. Do you think we should maybe do an episode on that? Because I know a lot of people who were adopted who would totally come on and talk about it. Some of them who we worked together to find their birth parents, and I found my birth father when I was 25. I think that there is so much to say on that subject. In fact, there is a creepy amount to say on that subject because there are so many different experiences out there. Some people it's really bad, and some people it's really good, and some it's like just not what you expected, and some it's everything. I would love to get a wide breadth of like different experiences with that, especially because somebody might be thinking of doing like a thing where they try to find their birth parents, or maybe it's someone who's adopted who's never found their birth parents. I would just like to talk and see, like, are you curious what your birth parents are like? Do you feel like any sort of detachments? I'm also very fascinated with twins. If we got twins in the chat, hit me up. I have so many questions. Twins scare me the way I think aliens scare people. Like the idea of aliens, the idea of twins still freaks me out. I'm kind of obsessed. I don't know why. Like just something about, oh my God, you look alike. I start to have a panic attack. Actually, my best friend is a twin, but he's got like a girl twin, and she's like the evil one. And then I have a couple of friends in comedy. A lot of comedians are twins, and the dynamics are fascinating. I truly think there's always a good and a bad one. Mary Kate, Lauren and Heath Ledger, that's all I'm saying. Ashley, I mean, she seems I'm just saying, big differences in twins. The only reason the blue line is breaking is because someone decided they're not going down with the ship. That's usually how it works. You need a whistleblower, Same with Disney. Everybody was like, oh, Disney's the best. And then it's like, but we hear all these stories. It's always like whistleblowers, people like that. Same with everything, really. Politics, all of it. You just got to have one person who's like, I'm not down. I'm not going to suffer because of what you guys did. And how ironic is it that I forced you to watch the African Dance Kinetics video from the Northport residents yesterday? Because one of you, your sweet brother Adam, didn't want to watch it. Your dad was being a dictator, a literal dick potato. I'm sorry. It's not you kids, it's me. Hello, Curious Wendy. Tree Hugger. Hello, Fluffy Bunny. Hello, Potatoes au gratin, says Emily Ann. This sounds like a great episode. However, are we going to only talk potatoes and then fucking birds, or are we going to stay on topic? The topic keeps moving, Spooky Trash. We're going to stay on top. I thought we did good last time. There have been 2 times that we hit every topic, and one was the last episode and then like 5 or 6 ago. So, I mean, I think it's time for us to veer off topic, to be honest. But how about we veer off topic by staying on topic? We'll see what happens. LOL, my last comic was supposed to be a funny joke because I'm sure we're all see. You know your dad so well. Spooky Trash, I want to talk to you about your screen name, by the way. Did you see and this isn't just you, Spooky Trash. I want to know if anybody else saw this. Did you guys see people ripping apart on, if you were on Reddit and really on TikTok, like kind of everywhere the conversation inevitably has come up of Victoria's art? And when the people who insist, when they fucking insist, no, she drew all this, the Lyra art and all these other art, no, she drew this is her art. When you prove to them that it's not, they look at her real art and they insist every time that the raccoon drawings and her 2D animation of the raccoons coming out of the trash, you know how people call them trash pandas? They're like, this is demonic. Why is she saying trash pandas? Clearly she loves the garbage. Like, they are trying to make something out of everything. They don't realize that trash panda is like a funny thing. It's a nickname for raccoons, and they think it's like an evil thing. It's fucking crazy. I cannot handle it. Hello, Colt Kevin. How'd the move go, Doc? She said earlier, it's going. It's happening. If anyone knows how to streamline packing up a 9-room and 3-bedroom house, please share with me your wisdom. I'm about to leave 80% of the stuff here. Okay. Your dad actually does have some wisdom in that, because I used to help clean hoarders' houses. And it's very similar to moving, because when we start to move, we all realize how much of a fucking hoarder we are. Or we find things that we forgot about and we end up getting very distracted. You can imagine what that's like for your dad, because see how I am when I'm on task, I'm still getting distracted. So imagine me trying to box shit up. It's easier when it's not your shit. It just is. If you're boxing up someone else's shit, toss it in. I have no memories, no attachment to this. I don't need to think about every single thing, right? So the best advice I can give you is, when you're packing, even though you're not throwing it out, there is something, I think, too, because every time I've packed up an apartment, I found this. There's something to the idea that you need to detach yourself from your shit. You know what I mean? Because when we're looking at, we're like, oh, I don't want to lose this shirt. Well, I'm going to put it in this box. Or, oh, I remember these. I should give all these to Goodwill. And then you're just throwing everything out because it's easier. And then you're going to regret it later. Don't think, just do. Isn't that a Nike thing? Whatever. Do that. Literally, this is not my stuff. Think that. I'm boxing this up for someone else. Put it in piles based on, glass stuff that needs to be wrapped, anything that's delicate over here. All the trash goes in a trash bag. Don't focus on what we're going to donate. Do that when you're into your other house. That way you can take your time and make decisions, and maybe you could sell some stuff instead of losing that money, But really just look at it like this is someone else's. I have a deadline. This is someone else's shit. I don't have time to reminisce. Simultaneously, if you have so much shit and that's not your problem and you're just fucking tired, you have to do this nasty thing. Your dad hates it. I fucking hate energy drinks. I hate them. They are so disgusting. I don't like the taste. But when you're that fucking tired, you got to do this. You got to do a thing called power hour. Crank it out. That's jerking off. No, just power hour. You don't have to fucking listen. You don't have to like blast someone in the face. You need to go like you're Mario and you touch the star. You feel me? You need to feel that strength. And if you're too exhausted, it's hard to do that. You have to go to the gas station and get something called a Red Line. It is a drink. It's disgusting. It says drink half of one. I don't think it'll kill you if you drink a whole one, but if you have heart problems, don't drink a whole one. Chug that shit with 2 pots of coffee, eat a bunch of crackers, and then fucking go to town. Put on something like Head Automatica or something that what is it? The ting tings, something that makes you feel, hey, Mickey, some shit like that. Put on the WWE soundtrack from 2016, the Divas division. You're going to love it. You're going to love the way you look, but just do it. Don't think about it. Just fucking do it. Be like, I have to do this. I say put the delicate stuff aside, because when you're at the end, you're going to do the delicate stuff first so you can get it all wrapped and done while you have a lot of energy. All the other stuff at the end, you just throw it in a fucking box, a bunch of boxes. Get trash bags. Fuck it. You know what I mean? You just got to do it. I enjoy conversation of any kind, but I do notice that when I'm walking away, I didn't hear a single thing of the topic to be discussed, but I remember how funny I am. So that's a bonus. Same. Do you know how many times I finish one of these and then I go back and I read the title and I'm like, we didn't talk about any of that. And then I have to just delete it. But it's like, I want to be honest. Otherwise, it's clickbait. But that's what we plan to talk about is always going to be in the title. What we do talk about, you might have to suffer through a dad rant. I'm sorry, but I'm going to try. And I love that you're all ADHD because you usually just go with it. I'm telling you, this is a very self-regulated cult, and I love that. Okay, let's keep going. All righty. I'm hoping we stay on topic. I've been waiting to hear about the Google chat. We're going to do that today. I promise you. That is on the list. In fact, in order to stay on topic, I'm going to hurry up and scroll to the end. I'm sorry that you guys lost your YouTube stuff, your privileges to not see ads. And you have to see ads. That pisses me. I pay so I don't have to see ads. I cannot handle them. However, sometimes I do let it go a couple of days and see how long I can handle it because ads are getting funny. Ads are getting very funny. And sometimes it's fun to watch ads. Not just the Super Bowl. Like there's some crazy shit out there. Okay, here we go. Also, hello, Patronus. I see you in there. Michelle says hello. I love you forever. And I wish you guys were all my better help and I could just text you my problems all day. I would love that. It was randomized by Xbox. I love that. That's actually such a good name too. It's crazy that you got so lucky. I love that name. Oh, great. Excellent. So you're going to be great. You're going to be a little ADD, but you're going to get your shit packed. I'm proud of you. Yeah. Let me see. I'm better than last night. I can type, but still feeling pretty bad. I'll chat when I can. I took my sleep med before OB said 2 nights ago. Oh shit. Hey, if your sleep med makes you say some wild shit, we will take that into consideration and we will not oppress. Everyone, Patronus Glow is in chill mode tonight. Be sweet. I love you all. I have to be up for work in 2 hours, but I cannot sleep. Oh no, Michelle. So you have the opposite problem. Doctor on call. I suggest looking up Matthew McConaughey or Jeff Bridges' sleep stuff, like their sleep album on YouTube, and let them tell you stories. Especially Matthew. Very soothing. Very soothing. We use him for our emergency calls here in Austin. Anytime they're testing the broadcast system, it's like, hi, this is Matthew McConaughey, and this is a test of the emergency broadcast system. All right. We get to hear that every time. I'm so glad all of you chose to take your Adderall at night. These are great decisions you're making as a cult. Uh-oh, Dad's boyfriend's here. What's up?
Joe Para has a sleeping podcast.
Oh, Dad's boyfriend has a great idea. Joe Para, he's a comic. He's fucking hilarious. He has his own HEB show. What's it? HEB. That is our grocery store. Your dad needs to take meds and he's not. What? It's an adult. Oh, it's not. I thought it was HBO. Okay, Joe Para has an Adult Swim show. He's a very, very funny comic. We adore him. Everyone does. I think, doesn't he have a toilet book that we have? He has a great toilet book for when you're taking a big fat dookacoccus. And he has a sleeping album out. Let's look it up. And I'll put a link to it. You will love. It's a podcast? Oh. Wait, he has a sleep podcast? Drifting Off with Joe Para. Oh my fucking God. When did he get a sleep podcast? Dude, this is so perfect. Does Dan Ricotta write for it? Dan Ricotta? Dude, he's so funny. These comics are so fucking funny. Dan Licata and Joe Para and that whole group, they're just amazing. Okay, I'm going to link it. I'm going to put it in the chat. That is what you should listen to. And if you have to leave this to go sleep because it's for your own well-being, fucking do it. I don't give a shit about numbers. Go enjoy yourself. Go get some night. I'm telling you, Joe is fucking hilarious. He is fucking hilarious. And he's also like, he has a really cool voice. He has a good sleeping voice. That was a great suggestion from your date's boyfriend. Moving is a great time to start throwing shit out. It is, but if you don't have time, you just gotta you gotta wait. You gotta wait till you get home. Okay, here, let's keep going. Hello, everybody. Because we're gonna start soon. We're gonna stay on topic for your sister. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I would love to pack your plate. I like looking at people's stuff. Yeah, it's called Redline. It was pre-Red Bull. It was early 2000. Do you remember how we were talking about Xenadrin the other day? How in college, like if you're at the cusp of older millennial, young Gen X, you're going to remember this shit. It was called Xenadrin. It was post-Fen-Phen. And I think it was just like meth. I don't know what was in it, but it was Or what was the shit that was? It was the FDA said no more. I think it was just amphetamine or something. Anyway, it's not good for you, but it will make you stay awake. And it was this stuff just called Xenadrine. You could get it at GNC. Everybody took it in college because it helped you study. And your dad talked about how he would take it and he would go to night for a long time. So what I would suggest is, if that helps, red line, very much the equivalent. And what I mean by that is it does wake you up. It does work. You are going to shake violently, but you're not going to have bad thoughts. It's oddly uplifting. But you are going to shake violently, but you're also going to get shit done. And your dad had to work at some awful places before, like Bennigan's and Chili's, which is delicious, but not working there. That's not fun. And the short amount of time I worked there, everybody was into that. Everybody, like, it was like chug a red line, dude. It tastes disgusting. And it has warnings on it. So it's good. Okay. I had a loft full of 18 years worth of stuff. Oh my God. I would love to just go through all your houses and see what you have. I like to just look at people's things and be like, what's this? Who's this? Why is this lady with your dad? I ask so many questions. We're going to do the Reddit mystery. We have an order and we will go to it. Young Black Economist is here. Should we watch the kinetics? Do you want to be mad? You were there this morning, right? I can lean on a pillow and go to sleep. I wish. I can't sleep on planes or any of that shit. I'm just so anxious all the time. But if I'm one of those people, I'll have a day nightmare, not a daydream, like a day nightmare, but I can snap out of it really quick. I will also black out to NPR. I don't know, something about Terry Gross, her voice. It's not gross, and I like it. Fen. Yes. And why did they spell it with a PH? It was weird. How many Clearlys did you have? 3? Good. That's 3 Big Macs. Okay. They are illegal and off the market. Lots of peeps got arrested. For what? For Xenadrine? Oh my God. We used to just get it from GNC. I remember there were these twins. One of them died of an asthma inhaler. And they were like famous models. And so for some reason in the early 2000s, it was like, don't use your asthma inhaler. Try this stuff. It makes your heart explode. And we were like, okay. Yeah, that shit was amazing. Everyone lost weight and we all studied and our parents were all proud of us. I don't understand why we can't have that back. I think because it might have killed people. But anyway, it's not a fuck ton of caffeine. It's a fuck ton of he would know. What's ephedrine. That's what it was. It was just called ephedrine. And then they made it illegal. Hey, all you youngins, anyone under 35, you missed out on a great period in America, in American history. And that was the emo 2000s and the late 90s. So Kurt Cobain's death to the end of the band they used, like when that band stopped making music. So in that whole period of time, I mean, I'm talking the final forms of the Ozfest, we were allowed to have ephedrine. And what that did was it was like, I guess it was like a meth that almost killed you, but didn't. So, people loved it. And you could get it at GNC in these little pills. And, everyone on the front looked like an American gladiator in the ad. So we were like, yes, give that to me. Give that to my face. And you lost weight and your skin felt tight for some reason. We are probably going to say a lot of crazy shit when we get older and exhibit signs of lead poisoning because God knows what was in those things. But boy, did my family love me because I got shit done and I had great grades and I was able to pick people up from the airport. That's how great that shit was. And that's how you shouldn't have it. Yeah. It was crazy. Yeah, a daymare. It's like a nightmare in the day. Fettermine was its government name. Oh, that sounds like it. Isn't there like a politician named Mr. Fettermine? He's real tall. I don't know. Called Fen. No. So the one I'm talking about is Xenadrine. That one was ephedra. And it was crazy. Oh, it's used to restart your heart? Well, it did something. Was it just meth? I guess I was doing just meth. I don't know. But I got it at GNC, so blame them. It was great. But it's gone now. I'm 31 and I don't remember that. Yeah, you got lucky. You didn't have to feel what it's like to feel like God and then have it taken away. Like it made me like so many bands I didn't understand. Like that was when I started getting into like grindcore and death metal. Like, it made heavy metal yoga feel very good. Rock Chalk, we miss you, babe. I got your email, and I'm gonna call you this week. It's been real busy. I am restructuring your episode because I have some funnier videos to show you that I found this week that I'm very curious about that have to do with UFC stuff. And I also have someone I want to introduce you to. Uncle Hacker Alex. I think that you and him would get along great. And I think he can help you with some cool stuff. And he's going to come here and he's going to talk to you kids. He's going to meet you guys. And so is Aunt Deb. Don't forget, it's happening. I'm not lying. It's happening. They were sold in NutriShop. It was basically speed. Yeah, that's why it was fun. Anytime you're having fun on a drug, stop it. Don't do it. That means it's bad. I love you guys. Notorious Nance, you also sent me a video suggestion, and we're going to start out with that today. I have an order, and we're doing that. Yeah, it was a Phenadrine. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hey, we're at the bottom. Yes. Okay. So Adam drives Helen. You're here. Adam. Oh, hi, Precocent. Hi, everybody. Okay. So I feel like the whole family's here almost. We got half the kids in the house. Email me a link. And by the way, I got this for you guys. Look, your sister Holly sent me this. Holly set up a Discord. Thank you, Holly. Holly, you're my favorite child. You've replaced Adam. I'm sorry, Adam. You're going to have to fight your sister. But don't worry. She won't tell anyone. Don't tell the others. Listen, I told you guys we're ranking the kids. It's the only way to be a parent. Right now, Holly's at the top. She made you a Discord. So you have to say thank you. If she needs a ride or if she needs to be bailed out from jail, you have to do it. She's your top sister now. Let's see. I never did the diet pill type things. I had gastric bypass. See, I'm so scared of that because I just know myself. Like, sometimes if food's really good, I'll just keep eating it, even if I'm full, which is probably bad for you. But I just know I'd pop that thing if it was like a lap band. Or the shit would probably there'd be something would happen and my shit would leak into my body and I'd die. I just know it. I'm so scared of that shit. But how did it work? Do you enjoy it? Let's see. Yeah, it is. But let's be honest though. It's not the same as street meth at all. It's actually, I should pull some studies and do an episode on that because, there's a huge difference and it's so much worse. And I think that's the reason why so many people are addicted to street meth, because it's cheaper and easier to get, but it's also like something like 10 to 50 times stronger than Adderall, Vyvanse, Ritalin, all that stuff. Obviously people are going to abuse their pills. Moms steal their kids' pills all the time, but it's a lot of the other shit in meth that kills you. Like, when you see those old commercials, they're not lying. Like, they scrape the tips of the matches that have the red on them, the red phosphorus. They scrape that shit and they scrape the lithium. They peel it out of batteries and then they mix it with all this chemical shit literally from under the sink. And then they risk everyone in the town's lives because they could blow up at any moment to also mix it with a bunch of Sudafed that's been separated so they can take the ephedra out. So it's kind of like a fuckload of concentrated ephedra mixed with really highly toxic shit. And too much lithium, even if you're prescribed it, especially in battery form, is not going to be good for you. It's probably like one of the worst things I think you can do to your blood. And it's so much more toxic. It can kill you so much faster. I believe I was watching like a Science Nova documentary about this, because me and some friends were looking at a case that had to do with a bunch of meth heads. And simultaneously remember the argument about Kurt Cobain and the heroin and the potency. And, you know, if you go sober and then you wait a long time and then you take a little, you can still die. That's a big fucking deal. And I think that I'm trying to remember, but it was a huge number, like how many regular kid dose Ritalins, Adderalls, Vyvanse it takes to equal $10 worth of meth, like street meth, and you'd have to take like 30 to 50. Like, that's how seriously strong it is, and that's why it's super fucking addictive. So yeah, it's really fascinating. So yes, it's amphetamine, but it's a smaller synthesized dose when you get it prescribed by a doctor. When you're getting it from some stranger on the street, you're basically getting Windex, the tip of a match, some battery lithium. Have you ever read the Anarchist Cookbook, which is, you know, it's controversial as fuck, but it was the 90s. We looked at rotten.com. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. We had goatsy. So you can learn all kinds of shit in there. I would not suggest the bad things like making diskette BOMBS. Don't do that. But it tells you a shitload about drugs in that Earwood site. It'll tell you straight up, like, here's why it's better to just go to a doctor and get something prescribed.
Only the original one.
What?
Only the original Anarchist Cookbook is what you should.
Oh, only the original Anarchist. I love how you got up to come correct me on that.
And then rewritten by.
Wait, come do it in the mic so they can hear you.
Written by a cop. And
shut up.
Made certain things wrong so people would hurt themselves and kill themselves.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah.
If I say it's my channel, it's not. Are you gullible bombing me? If you taking advantage of my gullibility, I believe anything he says, and it's always wrong. Listen, your stepdad, your dad's boyfriend just said something crazy, and I believe it. Strangely, apparently the first edition of the Anarchist Cookbook, I must specify, explains, and I think it's important to know how toxic this shit is. I'm not saying read it to make it. I'm saying read it so that you know what you're putting in your body and it'll make you not want to. Apparently, the Anarchist Cookbook there was a second edition put out, or a second version, and it was written by a cop, and he purposefully put in bad ingredients and bad schematics so that people would hurt themselves. So don't get that one. Actually, don't get any of them. Just trust me. Don't do street meth. It's not good for you. Did Anthony Bourdain write it? I used to get meth off the street, and I don't know what the hell I put in my body, but I know it wasn't good, and I'm so glad I quit that shit. Oops. So glad I quit that shit a long time ago, especially now that they're putting, the reason that kids aren't tripped out on acid as much as they were in the 90s is because they were putting strychnine in it. And then you also, fentanyl is a huge thing right now. So yeah, you just got to be super fucking careful. And normally I don't of all the things to correct you on, I just think that pharmaceuticals can sometimes be misinterpreted and tabooed to a point where you could actually harm someone by, I'm not saying you were trying to at all, because it's amphetamine. You're not lying. That's true. But the way we say, oh, you're just doing speed or you're just doing meth, there are some, look at me, I'm telling you, there are people out there who get off topic, and then there are people who will wreck their car because they can't pay attention. There are people who it affects their lives, and people who have chemical imbalances and they need it. And so when we say stuff like you're just doing fucking speed, that kind of makes them feel shameful. And then you end up with Monica from Shameless, and we don't want that. So just keep in mind that street meth is way worse. And you shouldn't do that. And you should only do medication that you're prescribed, obviously. But I'm telling you, people who try to supplement their drugs with street drugs, that's when we get into opioid addiction territory, and people who over medicate themselves by not following, what I mean, what it says. So I just like to be careful with that, so people know I'm not shaming anybody. I'm just saying, I think that it's important also because I think that if kids knew what was in these drugs, it would make them not even want to try them to begin with. And it's very important to show them. And there's a lot of Nova documentaries that do, and they show mice on street meth versus, an amount that's of what's it called? Ritalin. That's normal. And this is a Canadian episode. And the mice on the street meth start to eat their own fucking feet. And then the mice that are on regulated doses are just chill. And it's fucking wild that people put that in their bodies. Yeah. And I'm not correcting you because you're right. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying we got to be real careful because I've seen kids. I've got friends with kids who fucking, if they don't have their medication, oh my God, that kid's going to get hurt, And fentanyl is being cut and mixed with xylazine, which is an animal trank that can kill you, and a zombie. Yeah, it's called trank, and it's like that crocodile shit. And they're using eye drops now. Do you remember, like, people die from pranks where they put eye drops and shit, and these people are shooting it up. That's fucking crazy. It's wild. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Don't worry, I love chatting with all of you chatty Cathy's. Hello, Margaret. Hello. I keep calling her the Rock. Where's the Rock? Rock is in here. I wanted to ask. We've got Young Black Economist. We've got Kraken Studio, The Real Booty. We've got Patronus Glow, C. Smith, Adam, Petty Mason, The Rock, all of you. Rock Chalk. Guys, I'm going to show you some shit tonight that is going to blow your fucking mind. I don't want you to lose sleep, but it is going to make you want to go on a deep dive adventure. So be very careful when looking into this stuff, because I don't want you to spend 10 days looking into it. A lot has been done on it already. So that's why I'm going to show you some updated versions of what we're going to talk about. But I'm also going to forewarn you, there's a lot of updates because it's still kind of in the air, the situations we're going to talk about. Let me say hi to you guys first. Cakes Boo, hello. Percocet. Yo, I do outreach on Skid Row, and xylazine is getting bad. Horrible wounds and ulcers. Drugs are scary. And I was just talking to a buddy from LA, your Uncle Jamie, who you will meet when we talk more about Matthew Perry. He's the one who saw him making out with a hooker on his wedding day, from his window. Jamie was watching Matthew make out with a hooker. Matthew Perry came so far in his addictions, like getting them under control. He'd been sober for a long time. He used to be fucking wild. Uncle Jamie will tell you stories about it because he saw him all the time doing crazy shit on his street when he lived in LA. And Matthew did come so far, and I assumed that he had fallen off the wagon. Probably shouldn't have done that. Luckily, I didn't report on it, but I had assumed that something like that happened in that hot tub. And now we're finding out that it was a situation with ketamine. It was almost, was it Michael Jackson-y or was it Mac Miller-y? What's going on here? I do know that ketamine is a big therapy here in Austin that people are offered all the time to help treat like bipolar disorder, chemical imbalances, anxiety. I have met some people personally, like I know 2 or 3 that had severe depression, severe bipolar disorder, like the type of people that would disappear for days and you wonder if they're alive, and they go into the woods to Shrek it for a while. Who did ketamine therapy, and just one therapy session, which can be 24 hours to 3 days, depending on where you go. Sometimes it can be 2 hours. It just depends on your chemicals. One session, they're good. It's almost like a mental fix for a year. Like they don't have any freakouts. They don't lose their mind. They don't forget where they are. It's almost like they go into full-blown dementia at times. And it helped them so fucking much. So early on in the times we were talking about, like back when people used to fuck around with Xenadrin, there was, oddly enough, a big surge in the use of PCP. Ecstasy was huge. I remember ecstasy, blue dolphins were big in college. Everybody wanted to do those. But another thing that was really big was Special K, is what they called it. I don't know if kids still do that shit now, but it was basically like ecstasy. It was kind of glorified by I took 2 Benadryl and I'm feeling fuzzy. It was kind of glorified by, like, I'm not gonna say glorified by Jackass, but like, Steve-O put out a DVD called PCP Saved My Life, and he snorted ketamine and jumped into the pool, and it was like, oh, this is just a fun thing that people do. And really what it was it was a veterinary drug. And like, I grew up in a farming community. Everyone had a farm. Like, we knew what ketamine was. Imagine, like, back then, that's the equivalent to now how everyone's just taking ivermectin, I'm pretty sure. But instead of like doing it for recreational use, they're doing it because they don't want to get sick. It makes no sense. It's like we're not cattle. Our bodies are different. And back then, people used to just do a shitload of Special K, and veterinary offices had to lock them up in our fucking neighborhood. And you had to be careful who you hired to wipe up the vet clinic because they'll probably jack your K. Yes. And so it's just like how we were talking about how there's street drugs and there's regular drugs that are prescribed, and you can overdo either of them. But we know the street drugs are never really legit. They're always, like, when I say street drugs, I'm talking about people done something to them. They're cut, they're not pure. And that can be very scary when you don't know what you're fucking putting in your body. But I'll tell you this, young Black economist, good point. It's kind of like Molly, I guess, but more like, I mean, my roommate used to take it a lot in college, one of my roommates, and she would just get like this, and she'd be like, whoa, at everything. She was just very like, ugh. You become a teen mom. Have you ever seen the episodes of Teen Mom? When Amber or Janelle are not paying attention to the person teaching them an important life lesson that they need to learn, and they're just looking at their phone going, and they're just not moving. That's what it's like. So it's kind of crazy because now this ketamine, just like mushrooms, is being used as a therapy for people who have severe bipolar disorder, depression, manic depression, just general mania, all sorts of stuff. And it works for some people, and it can work a year, a month, 6 months. It can work any amount of time depending on who you are. So it's very interesting to me that Matthew Perry was being treated with this apparently, or he chose to take it. Are we seeing a transition of people abusing the medical ketamine again, like we saw back then? Are we seeing them turn it into another opioid situation? Because his isn't the only one I've seen. Like, there have been a couple of recent reports of this happening where people are ODing on K, and it's like, are they getting it because it's being prescribed? Because last I heard, ketamine therapy was being done in some places still on a trial basis, but usually in a clinic with medical observers. Like, did he hire a doctor to come over and do that? And if so, I mean, something has to happen with who we're allowing to wander from house to house and practice, because this is crazy. The propofol shit with Michael Jackson was egregious. I mean, say what you want about Dr. Drew. He's a sweet guy. I've met him. He's awesome. I don't agree with in fact, I agree with less than half of what he says, like, as far as his personal opinions go with a lot of shit. But he knows what he's talking about with drugs and medication. And he has openly talked about, this is a real serious fucking problem. This whole allowing doctors to go to a celebrity's house and give them a bunch of drugs, and just the abuse of that. And it's creating a whole other version of a new pandemic. It's crazy. Or I should say epidemic, not pandemic. I get them so confused. Yeah, it's great for pain. And that's another thing. We see a lot of people abusing pain pills because people don't want to feel pain. I mean, shit, we watched that dance kinetics video. We know pain. We're going to be okay. Yeah, for some people, yes, PTSD, number one thing that is treated for aside from bipolar. Like, yes. I've heard amazing things with EDMR therapy. I think that's what, or is it EMDR? I always fuck it up. Yeah, you had to lock up so many drugs, I bet. Oh my God. The old Original X was amazing. Back in the Michael Alig days, when people were just killing each other with hatchets before all the pills. Okay, guys. So we're going to look into more about, microdose mushroom when done properly. And Julie from the Real World New Orleans, that's what she does in Oregon for a living now. She runs a microdose mushroom institute. Ayahuasca is amazing. Hypothetically speaking, someone I know, read between the eyes, took that once and played the banjo perfectly all night for a group of friends who agreed, wow, what a good job you did to that person. And that person had never played the banjo in their life. That's insane. So, fuck. I don't know what to say about that except, but that's wormwood. Is that, I think it might still be illegal here, but I don't know. Yeah. So, you guys, here's what we're going to do. Hi, Daisy. How are you, Daisy? Daisy, did you get your Etsy store up and running? Is that going to take a while? Should we still pimp it? What do you want to do? Let me know. EMDR is amazing. Is it EM or ED? I always mess up the 2 letters. I know a lot of people who have PTSD who used that and said it was helpful. Yeah, ayahuasca does make you vomit, I've heard, and so does DMT. But I also have heard people who take it and then quit bad habits. You know, they'll see a portal or God or whatever. I don't know. Your dad's a baby. Your dad's a little baby. Yeah, Party Monsters, well, they did heroin, they did ecstasy, and they got the ecstasy from the Wu-Tang Clan. Isn't that crazy? And that's true. At Peter Gation's Club, Limelight. The Party Monster book by James St. James, I think is his name. Amazing. Amazing. I cannot believe Michael Ehrlich got out of prison and then had a YouTube show. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, you got to be careful with psilocybin if you're bipolar. You got to do your research, kids. And there's doctors who will treat you for that. You could go to them. You don't have to do it at home. You don't have to buy it from a guy in tie-dye in a backpack. You can go to a real doctor. It's weird that in veterinary medicine, we never use straight up ketamine. It was always mixed with other drugs because animals freaked out when they woke up after it. Yeah. And I remember like a friend of mine's a vet and she had to like give a shot of it to this horse that had like, he had just undergone a big lancing of a cyst. And I don't know what they put in it besides ketamine, but she didn't give it enough apparently. And then when she gave it a little bit more, it started just doing a lot of cute stuff. And she took a video of it and it was like horse dancing. And she's like, oh my God, he's dancing like he's in the Olympics. I mean, imagine someone that's enough for a horse and people are putting that in their body. Fuck. And they're putting the pure version. Oh my God. Okay, don't buy yet from it's okay. We're not going to put it up yet. We'll do it on the next episode. Daisy Live Love is getting her shop back together and she's going to give a 50% off coupon promo code for everyone. And we still have Tiff's shop, Minx and Maven, and there's going to be a code below in the description. There it is. That'll help me. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. I could never remember what that meant. I knew the beginning was I. Okay. We're going to get to the point now. Dance hall horse, yeah. Pre-anesthetic ketamine for cats, usually the nut up when they come out of it. That's so fucking funny. Cats dance after ketamine too. It's wild. I mean, shit, everyone I saw on it back in the day was already dancing. So there you go. And they were people. But yeah, ayahuasca I'll tell you this much. Your dad used to have a time testing out psychedelics in college. And there were things that I was like, that's bad. Like I just had this vision, like I shouldn't hang around with these people and this stuff they're doing is bad. And I'm glad I got away from them because a lot of them are in jail now. So in a way, it can help. It can help you clear your head and come to some very serious realizations. First time I quit cigarettes, which lasted like over a year, was after I'm not gonna lie, I tried a little bit of psychoactive. What's it called? Not psychoactive. I'll just say mushrooms. Took some mushrooms and I was like, cigarettes are bad for your body. And then I just quit for a year. Just done. Throw them out. And then your dad went to a festival and started smoking again. Fuck. It's fine though. It's fine though. That was back when Izmir Stingers were big. Remember when Camel had tins with flavored cigarettes? It was the year they came out with apple cinnamon flavored cigarettes. That's when your dad said, sign me up. I'm back. We're going to pimp your newest designs. Use code CANVAS for discount. Go to therealbooty.com. We're going to put your URL in the bottom too. And we're going to put Brother Adam's hats. Brother Adam has hats. Kraken Studio has Krakens. Everybody's store is going to go in the bottom at the end. And you guys can go. I'll put discount codes. If y'all have one for your store, you have an Etsy store, or, you know, if you're a musician, I don't care what you do. If you want your dad to be proud of you and show him your talents, send them to your dad and you can get on Dad's fridge. Which reminds me, we need to get back on track. Yes, I do. I have friends who did that. My buddy Cameron did that. And he would always be like, yo, do you have an old ID? Because I could do one on each, then you'll get 2 packs. And I'd be like, fuck, I save every ID, brother. And then he got in trouble because it turns out you couldn't do it that way. Yeah, the camel girls. And then, yeah, all I have to do is give you all my fucking data? More than Jetmatch? Yes, please. Cigarettes are so expensive now. Cigarettes are so expensive that I'm going to bars to find the camel girls. I'm like, listen, have you seen these bitches? They dress like Hooters girls and they have lots of cigarettes in a bag. And they usually have a pencil behind their ear. But why? Because you don't have a clipboard, you're not writing it down, and it's not sharpened. Why do you have that pencil? Camel Bucks, by the way, do you remember Marlboro Miles? Holy shit. You know your dad's always going to give you tips on making money. Save, if you switched out shit for Marlboro Miles back in the day, back when your mom and dad used to leave you with a woman who talked like this, she'd babysit you. She'd say, go out in the yard, go play in the yard. You remember those days? When brown paneling was everywhere? Brown wood paneling, which I fucking love. We have that in our bedroom. It is insane. I cannot believe we have that in our bedroom, but I love brown wood paneling. Back in those days, those Marlboro Miles, everything you switched it out for, worth so much fucking money now. I had a Pepsi Cola Marlboro Miles Huffy bike in my old place. It was so shitty, it got stolen and someone brought it back. They literally brought it back after they cut the thing and stole it. They brought it back. They're like, this bike's a piece of shit. They wanted to punish me by giving it back to me. I threw it in a dumpster. That motherfucker was worth like $700 on eBay. I'm so pissed to this day. I still think about it. I love the cigarette girls. They're always really sweet too. And they're always like, I'm going to community college, but my parents want me to transfer to UT. And it's like, oh my God, just take my money. What do you need? You want me to sign this? You want my ID? Do you need my car keys? Give me cigarettes. Give me cigarettes and don't tell me your problems. Someone make that shirt. I need you to get on my correct insomnia schedule. Listen, I'm on it, baby. Hudson. We're insomniatics. Insomniacs. I got great sleep today. It was too hot. And your dad said, I will sleep through the hot. And I did. I got my shit done early. Hello from Ireland. Serious jail time here for the wacky baggy for wheat in Ireland. Oh my God. What do they think about potatoes in Ireland? Do they like potatoes? I've decided that when a lot of you guys can't make the chat because of my weird schedule, that's when we're in a potato famine. I'm sorry, I don't mean to joke about the famine. Listen, Dusty, have you ever seen like the shit that people go through when they go to Japan and they sneak in a vape? Holy fuck, it's worse than Russia. There was a wrestler who snuck in a vape and a year he spent in jail. It was fucking crazy. Like he had to quit. He had to like cancel all his shit. He was in jail. He was in Japanese jail. They're like, you can't fucking do that. Is it like that in Ireland, or are they just like, oh no, you're gonna do 5 years in jail? Or do they do like 25? Like, I'm just curious. How does bail work in the UK? Do you guys have that? Speaking of, let's get to the fucking point. I told you I'm going to get to the point today. I told you we're going to stay on track. And this works out perfect because, fucking Protestants. I'm sorry. I'm obsessed with the Irish. I love their accents. I love Irish people. I love Australian people. I love Canadian people. I really like Swedish people, even though I'm allergic to chocolate. I like foreigners. I think y'all's accent's funny and I like it. I was out of both from 12 to 7:30, Spectrum and ATT. Yeah, what the fuck? I saw everybody was saying, are you in Texas too, Ashley? First of all, I'm not going to say who I have because, by the way, never tell people what carrier you have, what internet service, but don't do that. They'll know if you're vulnerable. Don't ever do that. A lot of people think it's no big deal. I'm just combining words tonight. A lot of people think it's no big deal and they're like, oh, fucking AT&T. I wouldn't even do that. I'm not even being paranoid. I'm not saying you did wrong, but in the future, if you're around hateful potatoes, don't tell people who your internet is from. Because, yeah, if there's a breach or if something's going on, if there's a reason it's down and involves a breach, then people can just look up who's complaining and then slap you on a list. And now you're on a phishing list. and then they will take your credit card and put it on the dark web, and they will improve your credit score. And we don't want to have big egos, do we? My credit's great now since I got hacked. I'm waiting for the day. Someone help me. Fluffy Bunny, yes. The point. We will get there. We're almost there. Yeah, I remember being paranoid my whole life. Imagine Dubai. Oh my God. I don't want to. I had a friend once invite me to stay in Saudi Arabia at an embassy, and I was like, fuck no. Fuck no. First of all, no passport. Second of all, fuck no. Because you if you fart and you're a woman, they'll cut your head off. Fuck that. I don't even know if that's true. You're in Austin too? Ashley, what's up? Let's hang out, girl. Listen, we're going to get an Austin vibes group together. We're just going to vibe out. And also, how long was it out? I wonder what, this is the tech industry place now. This is Wish.com, Silicon Valley. And I feel like everybody would be just freaking out. What happens? So do Teslas? I have questions. I have so many questions for everybody in the chat. Do you know, did Teslas have to be online or have Wi-Fi to work? Because I've heard that they're running updates and shit. I actually don't know anything about those cars. I know about 90s cars. What the fuck? If the internet and also I heard Cybertrucks can't get wet. What's going on? You feckin' birds. Explain things to your dad. You appear to have forgotten. The Scottish. Yes, no, I fucking love Scots. Dude, Groundskeeper Willie's the shit. I'm sorry if that was offensive. I don't know. I feel like every Scottish person is baby reindeer Groundskeeper Willie. And one scares me and one's awesome. Also, you have great movies. Fucking, is that guy from Trainspotting? Was he Scottish in that movie? I don't know. It was great. Scotland. Drew McIntyre. Home of Drew McIntyre. Fucking awesome. Braveheart. Freedom. Yeah, they are shit. They're total shit. I've seen people complain. Doms make insane money in Dubai. Oh, they have a whole thing where guys hold hands, but then they'll kill you if you're gay. I don't understand. I really don't. I'm like, well, why are you holding hands then with your bros on Thursdays? It makes no sense. It goes without saying how awesome the Scards are. Yeah, they're fucking dope. And they have my favorite thing on earth is Harris Tweed. Where is it? Oh, I already put my shit away. Well, I have a bunch of I was going through in our purse, we have mini purses. All women know this. You have lots of little bags that you keep different shit in. One's for receipts, one's for makeup. I always get Scottish Tweed. It's my favorite. It's the best. I don't know if you hear your dad's boyfriend playing Fortnite. He's aggressively winning, and your dad likes that for him. Your husband rented a Tesla for one of our anniversaries, and they have an iPad that controls everything, and I didn't know how to feel about it. I feel bad about it. I feel like that's a mistake. The internet, the Wi-Fi goes down, you're in Death Valley. You don't have a fucking charger. The internet's out. Your car's metal. It's probably hot. Oh, fuck that. Ewan McGregor. Yes. God, what a great fucking movie. Oh my God. You guys, we're gonna have a whole episode about all this. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Tartan plaid, yes. Tartan plaid, fuck the world. Or is it for the win? It doesn't matter. Love it. Everybody loves our pouches. And it's you can't have a purse with just everything loose. You can't have your pens out mixing with your eyeliner. You can't, what's the old joke, put a pencil in your twat and a tampon behind your ear. You can't do that. You got to have every case separate. I love tartan and tweed. Oh my God. If we could get that shit wasn't so fucking expensive, we'd be getting tartan, tweed, Scottish fucking shit. We will get that merch. It's going to happen. A tartan plaid tweed fucking scarf that says SnoopyDupa. Something like that. Or big fucking bird. And it's the color of the Clueless outfit. Yeah, we have a lot. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get into this shit. It only took us almost an hour to get to the fucking point. I'm proud of us. I'm insufferable to so many people. You have no idea. Your dad I know there are secretly people out there who are just fucking hating me, and some openly hating me because they're like, this bitch will not shut up and tell us the deets and the cheese, man. And I'm like, listen, imagine being me. I have to live with this 24/7. Give me a break. I am of Scottish and Welsh descent with a splash of Sardinian. We talked about this. I love sardines. Gonna live forever, and I wear tweed, of course. And you're wearing tweed, and aren't you in Georgia? Fuck, dude. How do you do that? It's so hot. Like, it physically, you're probably burning up. And I live in Texas and I wear it. Like, I need to move to Seattle. I just love Seattle weather. I don't know why I'm here. I could wear, I need to move to Scotland. Is there a cold place in Australia? We'll get to that later. I love you guys so much. Not in the summer. Dude, could you imagine tweed swimming chones in the summer? Oh, your balls would be so sweaty. Okay, let's see. Mary Poppins carpet bag. Your bags get better in direct correlation with how many kids you have. Dude, that sounds like a good ass bag. That sounds like a good ass bag. Yeah, I can't stand the fucking heat. I hope that we change the climate so bad that it gets good again, because I can't handle this. I really can't. Yes, take me with you. I will say Teslas are cool inside when driving. Yeah, they look cool, but then like the second it says you need to update your car and you're in the middle of the highway and people are honking at you, I would freak the fuck out. I'd abandon it. Also, there was a guy who drove a Tesla into a gas pump here in Austin and it incinerated him. He was like a teen kid. He turned into dust. When they came to when they came to clean up the car, it was just a pile of dust. Like, I'm not kidding. They posted the crime scene on the front of the paper and you couldn't tell because it was a pile of what looked like pencil dust. And that's because the giant fucking batteries in them are full of that shit that's also ironically in meth, but it's very explosive. And you are more likely to die from just exploding and incinerating into nothing, like a dying star. You're going to explode into your own asshole and become vapor. And I would rather have a couple of broken bones and maybe get my femur fucked up a little than be vapor if I crash into something like a gas pump. And I think the gas pump was fine, by the way. Like, the car just did that. Like, that's what I wonder. I mean, could you imagine meth heads in a Tesla they're out there trying to smoke a fucking Cybertruck? Obi, can we please do an alien live one night? You're curious, whatever. I'm torn on aliens because I have a couple of people in my life that are very respectable, that I love. I respect the shit out of them. They're extremely bright. They're from extremely different spectrums of the, like, imagine like one's like a mega church pastor who's a sweet guy, like a genuinely great guy. It's my friend's dad. And then and like literally he's Ned Flanders in cargo shorts. And he loves his wife to death, and she is basically Dolly Parton. Almost exactly the same as in every aspect. Gorgeous. I love them as a couple. They also, I shouldn't say this. Well, actually I could. No one would know who it is because I think they retired. Anyway, they smoke weed and they do they love Willie Nelson. They go to concerts. They're fun. And then I have another friend who's like a hardcore atheist who travels the world, fishes, goes to Greece. He once lived among Buddhist monks. He has a rat tail. He used to be a comic. He's experienced every element of life that is risky. They are exact opposites, yet both of them had almost the exact same experience, they say, involving aliens. Different times in their life, they don't know each other. Oddly, they met once and they got along really well. And I don't think that they each know that, but they have both told me crazy stories. And then they have been like, I can prove it. And both of them did, in a way that, like, let's just say they're like, I remember a kid. One of them said, I remember a child was with me, like my friend, and I was in the 3rd grade. And this is what happened. And it was at his house. And I said, have you ever spoken to him? That's like the only way that you can confirm. Because he was worried that he's like, am I going crazy for still remembering this and believing it so hard? And I was like, well, you can find people on Facebook. Why don't you find him and ask him if he remembers it? And he was like, that's a great idea. He did it that day. The guy answered and the guy got uncomfortable. He's like, yeah, I remember that. I really don't want to talk about that, dude. And he just started saying how he was having weird experience. And I was like, what, dude? And then old church pastor guy, he was like, ask my wife. It was right before we got married. We had just met and started dating. She's like, mm-hmm. And then she's like, and my daddy was there. And I'm like, call your dad. Like, that's how I am. And everybody confirmed it, and it freaked me the fuck out. And I was like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. So I kind of do. I want to do, if we do it, let's do an Art Bell night. That way I can dissociate and I'm not so freaked out. Maybe tonight's the Art Bell night, because here we go. First time I saw UFO, I was 7, but I see stuff all the time because I live close to the water. Are the aliens thirsty? Why? Why are they going to the water? I have questions. Do they live underwater? Are you getting aliens confused with sea monkeys, Rachel? I do it all the time. It's fine. Seriously, are they thirsty? What's going on? Why do they do that? You know what's weird? Yeah, my old neighbor was in the Marines, and he used to go outside in his chones and his big combat boots and his dog tags and just scream, you know? And like, he was nuts. He's dead now. He was very into meth. Once late at night, I saw beams of light circling. I got so excited. I was in a real good mood to be abducted. And as I drove, I realized it was a car dealership shining the light. It was depressing. Hudson, that is literally every experience I've ever had. One time I drove to the lights for like 20 minutes, and then they kept going further away, and we realized that we were just following a drone at South by. It was so dumb. And I was like, I'm an idiot. Take me home. Sleep paralysis sucks. You really do feel, yeah, it feels like someone's sitting on your chest, right? I think I've had that once or twice. It's the worst. I have a theory that it's a brain cramp, but we'll get into that another time. You have a theory that they use the water for fuel? Shit, we have a lot of water. That means they're going to be taking all our fuel. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You telling me? Wait a minute. You telling me they're trying to take our fuel? Oh, shit. Did anyone tell George Bush? He hates that. He hates that. He started wars over that. Ain't nobody taking our fuel. You tell those aliens get their own fucking water. Will you tell them that for me, Rachel? I don't like that. We don't. Listen, I played Settlers of Catan. We don't have enough resources. We don't even have the largest army yet. This is bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. I'm going through what y'all are saying, and there's so many comments. I love this. You went home, but you got Taco Bell first. Oh, from the aliens? Yeah. That, if you're an alien, aren't you, like, why fucking water? Like, first of all, if they're looking at the bulk of the amount of water on Earth, it's inside of us as humans. We're 90% water, and then the rest is salt water. So do you want bloody gut shit water, or do you want salt water? Either way, it's not good. Get our Taco Bell, you fucking stupid aliens. Oh my God. Yeah, meth is really horrible. And the worst part is people do it, and then they do it once and they're just on it like forever. Like, you can't, it's very hard to get off of. So like, even getting them to get sober is like almost impossible, and it just fucks up your whole system. It shuts your organs down. No, you don't sound nuts. I'm just kidding. The aliens sound nuts. Like, they want salt water and bloody shit water. Like, what? Like, they need to go to Taco Bell. It's delicious. Could you imagine? Please do tell them. Could you imagine an alien trying a Crunchwrap Supreme? Like, what are you talking about? Take me to your leader. I'm your leader. I'm taking you to my dealer, and his name is Taco Bell. Get over here, alien. We're besties now. Here's your scrunchie. You're in a cult. See, you believe in ghosts and the occult before aliens. First of all, the occult is real, but it's like a lot of goth kids who are like still upset about not getting to see Gerard on tour. So they're taking it out by talking about Satan a little too much. Some of them get candles and get into Santeria, and some of them, they just do a little voodoo. It's fine. But, we're in a cult. It's not the same as a cult, but, goth bitches be gothin'. And I'm telling you, that to me is a little more normalized in my, like, I can understand their plight. You know what I mean? I was upset. I didn't get to see Welcome to the Black Parade live too. I was very upset. So I get that. I get why you would want to be in the occult. Maybe sacrifice people. I get it. Like, it was upsetting. That was a great tour. I missed it too. Ghosts, when I saw Rowdy Piper screaming about and crying about the ghost of Adrian Adonis haunting him at night, that was probably the closest I came to believing in them. And then when I worked at a costume shop that everyone said was haunted, and a lot of really crazy shit happened, and I just tell myself I was being pranked. But aliens are like, I don't know, man. I just don't like green squishy things. I don't like things covered in slime, and I just picture that. Someone with too big of eyes, I don't know, freaks me out. Like Ramona from the Real Housewives. If the aliens have Ramona eyes, I'm out. Yeah, it's fourth meal, aliens. Get your shit together. Taco hell. Yeah. Well, it's very hot here. Yeah, we all sound nuts. Listen, we all sound nuts. We're here at, what is it, 3 a.m? Half of us are on an overnight schedule. The other half of us are in foreign countries. And then the other half, because there's 3 halves, are having severe insomnia right now. We're not making sense. We don't have to. Okay, here's what we're going to do, because we have a lot of thoughts, aka I have a lot of thoughts. Let's get to the point. The first thing I want to talk to you about today is Kevin Albert. If you are following the Karen Reed case, you know who he is. He is the brother of Brian and Chris Albert, who, you know, it was they're on 43 Fairview Road. There's a man passed down in the snow. I'm telling you, we're gonna make a beat. 30 or 43, 34, it doesn't matter. They didn't even get it right. Fairview Road, the Alberts live there. They run a pizza shop. It doesn't look good. I'm gonna be honest. I'm allowed to have an opinion. I haven't tasted it. It doesn't look good. There's too many ingredients. Fuck calling the health code people. Fuck trying to get them all put in jail. We need to get Tapper on them from Bar Rescue, because it's the only way it's gonna work. That place looks shit. It looks really bad. It looks like instead of putting black olives on something, they just dumped the can with the black olive juice on something. And then nothing looks cooked. And they also have food that's like, oh, it's a taco pizza with like lettuce on it. And it looks like they baked the lettuce. It's very fucking upsetting. Anyway, the whole point is Kevin Albert is the brother of those jabronis, and he hung out with Michael Proctor. If you don't remember Michael Proctor, he is a dirty dad who likes to look at nudes. He is the guy that likes to go against all of your constitutional rights. Fuck a search warrant. Fuck a subpoena. Fuck a FISA. Fuck it all. Fuck a FISA. That would be a great line for a rap. Remember this. Mark it. This motherfucker got wasted and James burked. He Jimmy burked. He left his service revolver. He Suffolk County'd his service revolver, left it in the car. Bed's boyfriend's very happy with his Fortnite performance. He left it in the car. He got wasted. He drunk drove with his buddies. He fucked around and he found out is what happened, because Trooper Proctor is a snitch. Now, normally I agree with snitching, but I think that when you Trooper Proctor and you're trying to get nudes off of a woman who has MS, multiple colon surgeries, and is fighting for her life in court, and you are the lead investigator and you ignore all of her constitutional rights so that you could try to find nudes and then make fun of her leaky balloon knot, which is what he called her fucking asshole, which why are you talking about her fucking asshole? When you're that guy and you're spilling the beans about your buddies, expect to find out. And that's what happened. So not only did Trooper Proctor have to undergo as soon as the trial ended, they're like, he's on paid leave. And then everyone was like, fuck that, burn him, burn the witch. And then they were like, chill, we're going to have a hearing. They had a hearing. Typically with those hearings, everything I've read about them, you have to do more than just text some shit. So there's definitely more that I would bet. If you guys like to gamble, it's not legal in my state, but hypothetically speaking, your dad would put a lot of money on that if he had it, that this motherfucker did way worse. I wonder if that's why Sandra Birchmore got reopened. Anyway, he's fucking out. And they said, we're taking your pay away and we're sending you to Southie. And that's what they did. Now Kevin Albert's fucked. This came out 3 hours ago now. It was 2 hours ago when we started, but your dad can't get to the fucking point. You are all right. Totino's deserves 5 Michelin stars. Is that the one that's square now? That's really cheap, shitty pizza? Because if so, yes, it does. It's delicious. And I love how it bends. Yeah, I have so many questions about, we're not going to get into pizza. We can't talk about pizza right now. Your dad has a lot of thoughts about pizza. Without pizza, we wouldn't have caught at least 6 serial killers. So pizza is important, but I don't like it without pineapple or green olives or sardines. Not together all the time. They can be, but I want one of each. At least we got to pick one and have it on there. And I can't be doing too much crust, like enough. And I need a medium amount of sauce. I don't need too much. I don't need too little. But this dry ass pizza that I'm seeing at fancy restaurants is fucking disturbing. It's just flatbread and you can get fucked with that. Okay. We're going to watch Kevin Albert. I mean, I wonder if he's going to George Costanza. They did tell him to fuck off. You're suspended, but you're getting paid. However, for how long, we don't know. He must have done something. He's now being punished by proxy, by extension, for testimony from Proctor. Let's see. And also, this is hilarious. Hudson, make that shirt and wear it, because that's very funny. Okay, here we go. Let me open this. Oh my God. And it was at, oh wow, I didn't realize he announced it at a fucking Canton Select board meeting. Wow. I just knew it happened, right? Hudson's hilarious. That's so funny. All right, let's go. I'm going to share the screen so you can see this.
Chief Rafferty has placed Kevin Albert on paid administrative leave while an outside, and please be quiet. While an outside independent.
We have some developing news tonight. You just heard their the Canton Police Department placed Detective Kevin Albert on paid administrative leave. The announcement came during the Canton Select Board meeting this evening. An independent probe is underway into his behavior while investigating a case with Michael Proctor 2 years ago. Also tonight, Kevin's brother, Chris Albert, who serves on the board, apologized for his recent verbal altercations that were in the public eye. We want to get right out to our NBC 10's Erin Logan. She was at tonight's meeting that was very contentious. She's joining us live there in Canton with the latest developments. Erin. Well, Priscilla, the biggest...
Wait, before we hear from her, I do not want to forget Ashley. You've inspired me, hun. You just made me remember something. Ashley says, these board meetings are the spiciest thing I've ever seen. It's like municipal Mari. Oh, honey. After we watch this, we're going to derail because Dad's going to show you municipal Jerry Springer. Let's just say that. If you think Canton Select board meetings are fucking wild as shit, wait till you see a gentleman named Eric Mays from Flint, Michigan. But we're going to finish this first. I just do not want to forget to show you Eric Mays. Let's go.
Revelation is that Officer Kevin Albert has been placed on paid administrative leave since June 13th. His brother, Select Board member Chris Albert, also issuing a public apology, as you mentioned. But before all of this, a lot of heated public comment.
The investigation and the evidence collection was gross incompetence at best.
It started out calm.
Does the chief recognize the missteps that have occurred?
And quickly turned chaotic.
Take your hands off.
Speakers going over the public comment time limit getting heated. Most of the comments centered around the Canton Police Department's initial investigation into the murder of Officer John O'Keefe in January 2022.
Your chief of police, your select board members are part of a cover-up. And that's earth-shattering for townies.
Canton resident Jen O'Donnell is pointing the finger at Select Board member Chris Albert. He's the brother of Brian Albert, who hosted the party that turned into the murder crime scene of Officer.
Pat, what the fuck does that mean? That is so funny. He reads with his finger. Are you talking about tracing the words with his finger? Holy shit. That is the meanest burn. I don't know why, but for some reason that would murder at a roast battle. Holy shit. Eats with his finger.
John O'Keefe.
Also, I agree with you. Everyone needs to know Arita. Arita does not fuck around.
He's also the brother of Canton officer Kevin Albert. Some news coming out about his status.
Chief Rafferty has placed Kevin Albert on paid administrative leave.
The reason?
Relative to his actions in a case he investigated with Michael Proctor approximately 2 years ago.
That decision about Kevin Albert's status was made on June 13th.
Did it? I have to go back. Did it say yeeted like Jay Uso? Because I will lose my mind cry laughing.
Speakers going over the public comment time limit getting heated. Most of the comments centered around the Canton Police Department's initial investigation into the murder of Officer John O'Keefe in January 2022.
Your chief of police, your select board members are part of a cover-up. And that's earth-shattering for townies.
Canton resident Jen O'Donnell is pointing the finger at Select Board member Chris Albert. He's the brother of Brian Albert, who hosted the party that turned into the murder crime scene of Officer John O'Keefe. He's also the brother of Canton officer Kevin Albert. Some news coming out about his status.
Chief Rafferty has placed Kevin Albert on paid administrative leave.
The reason?
Conducted relative to his actions in a case he investigated with Michael Proctor approximately 2 years ago.
That decision about Kevin Albert's status.
You know, I have to say, I'm not sure if it was heat or yeet, but all I can think about here is, you know, I'm going to be very honest with you about how I feel. I understand you guys might not agree with me on all of this, but I genuinely feel like if Kevin Albert, if you would have just told me all this, everything that we saw on trial about him, as far as what Michael Proctor said. Also, why do I picture Michael Proctor in a diaper and loving it? I don't know. Something's fucked up in my head. The point is, if I didn't know, or if we didn't know, I should say, that Kevin Albert was involved in the Sandra Birchmore case, I think he's the one out of all of the Alberts, he's the only one I would have sympathy for. He's the one I would feel bad for. Did he leave his gun laying around? Yeah, but who doesn't? Listen, we all leave our gun laying around in a guy's truck or a bar here and there. Okay? Fair enough. You could lose a gun once. You know, did he drunk drive? Sure. But, you know, so do a lot of people. I think it's required if you want to take political office in Texas to get a DUI. Fair enough. I would feel bad for him if it weren't for the Sandra Birchmore thing, because all he was doing was being a friend. You know, he was being a boy with one of his boys, and he got fucking snitched. He got dry snitched on in court under oath for no fucking reason. He's affiliated by last name, and you know what I always say, you're not your family. If it weren't for the Sandra Birchmore thing, I would feel bad for him. But guess what? I fucking don't. So let's watch.
This was made on June 13th. From June 10th through 12th, Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, who's now suspended without pay, testified in the Karen Reed trial. Proctor admitted to partying with Albert in July 2022, months into the Reed investigation. In court, defense attorney Alan Jackson read these texts Albert sent Proctor.
It's bad! Exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today! Exclamation point, exclamation point. But he left his badge in your cruiser.
See, this is just a guy suffering from alcoholism. He doesn't want to get yeeted. He didn't do nothing to get yeeted. He's just a little drunk. But here's the problem. You can't be drunk and a cop on duty. Like, you can't do that. And then I don't think you can leave your weapon and your badge. Like, that's too much. You may as well piss on the flag there, Kevin. In all seriousness, the illiteracy of these people, it's affecting us all. You're right, Pat. Pat, you're hilarious today. You're killing it. Yeah, I think she did say, I agree with Hudson. Hudson, you decide what is allowed to come into evidence from now on during the lives. You can be Dad's note taker. You will telephone what Dad says to the other kids. And if you choose to change a word or two, an intention, the overall meaning, or the complete thing Dad said at all, that is really up to you. You are the expediter of free speech. Your job is to restrict it and change it. If you want to manipulate me so you can overthrow me one day, I mean, I can see any of you kids taking on this responsibility of Dad. But I can see you really doing a good job at it, Hudson, because you're refusing to acknowledge facts, and I love that about you. We're going to change it to yeeted. They said yeeted. Yeah, I choose to believe it too. Heated is stricken from the record. It doesn't exist anymore. They said yeeted. I don't know what you think you fucking saw, but you didn't see a body on the fucking lawn, Lucky. Okay, I'm not going to say nothing, boss. That's how I picture it. I love Lucky. Can we get Lucky back? Can we get Lucky on this channel? I want Lucky to show us his favorite YouTube videos. What do you think they are? Yeah, finger reader. It's great. You're a finger reader. What are you, some kind of finger reader? You big fucking bird. What's up, Morbid Sunshine? The sun is morbid. It does burn us all. Yeah, you can leave your badge and your gun, but never both. You pick one. If you're going to be a piece of shit, are you going to be a hard turd or a wet turd? You can't be both. It's confusing. You're the court reporter and the redactor. We need to get you a CPAP then so that you can court report properly. Yes, it does. It does. But it's also his coworker. We can't pick our family. We can't pick our coworkers, you know, unless you're an independent contractor. He should have independent contracted. Then he could have left his gun anywhere. He could have gave it to a toddler. He wouldn't be in trouble. It's fine. It's fine. The toddler can't even pick it up. It's fine. But listen, he didn't do that. He took off the badge that he'd been wearing his whole life, that he was sworn to protect. They're actually upholding an oath to protect their badges, not you guys. So don't get your hopes up with these Proctors and these Alberts. I really truly think I would have just been like, you know what, poor guy, he has to work with this dickhead Proctor. But now I'm like, oh yeah, like, you know, yeet him into the sunlight. We're over it. Yeah, it is 3:36 in the morning. Your dad took a long fucking dad nap. You know what? Catch that fade. It's okay. Just wake up. Wake up in the morning. Something from an R. Kelly song. Nope. He got yeeted too. Never mind. Wait, what? Imagine if you left the gun in the mailbox. See, that's another thing. I remember thinking that, like, the mailbox, that's not a good idea. Remember the butterfly effect? That's why you don't leave a gun in the mailbox or a bomb or anything. Don't put things in the mailbox that explode or have any sort of gunpowder in them. Just not a good idea. Yeah, it does look like an athletic cup and an athletic supporter, right? Finger reader is way funnier than mouth breather. I agree. Dern from Australia. Is it Dern, like God darn it? Or is it Deern? I don't know. I like your name. Or is it Dearney? Also, that dog is so fucking cute. Good night, Rachel, says C. Smith. Good morning, everyone, says Vicky. Hey, Vicky, what's up, bitch? We love you. We're happy you're here. Welcome to the cult. We're talking about Kevin Albert being a piece of shit. How maybe your dad would have given... I'm your dad now, by the way. Hello. Nice to meet you, daughter. Did you find me on 23andMe? Listen, this motherfucker would have gotten some grace if he hadn't fucked around and found out with Sandra Birchmore. Now he's a fucking finger reader, which is a great insult. Hey, babe. Pat came up with a great burn. We got to bring Pat to roast battle. I don't know. Pat is the child that I have that I went to Hammerheads in 63 and I had a baby. Anyway, Pat said finger reader. Was it Pat or Hudson? Who said that? One of y'all said that shit. Finger reader. Like you're tracing the words with your finger. That's how fucking stupid you are. That's pretty fucking good. We could use that for roast battle. No, we can't. We have to bring Pat with us. It was Pat. Pat said finger reader. Have you guys seen the meme of the girl that says finger puppet? So good. Bun and Jax got healed by dance kinetics. We talked about you. You haven't missed too much. We actually just got started with the plan, but Pat said that a guy reads with his finger, and I cannot stop thinking about how funny and mean that is. Fucking finger reader. God damn it. Pippa. Pippa is so fucking cute. Pippa is so cute. And one of y'all sent me a picture of your cat, and I'll post it in a minute for Dad's fridge. Has anyone seen Colin reading his poem about the game of football? Hold on, Pat. You're killing it tonight, babe. What? Girl, send me that poem. Send me that poem right now. Can we read it? Can we read it? Can I read it as John Lithgow would? Or does he read it? I want to hear him in his Boston accent try to read. Oh, what if he reads with his finger? I'm going to cry laughing. Yeah, it's so good. It's a YouTube, bud. Send me the YouTube. Send it to me. What's the YouTube vid? What do I type in? Okay, we're going to watch the rest of the Kevin Albert stuff. And then I need to see. Let's watch Colin's poems. How about this? We'll watch Colin read his poem, and then we'll watch him get his ass beat by his classmates, because that is also very funny. Yeah, I need the poem in my life. And actually, is Rock Chalk still here? I think she went to sleep. So one of the guys in the case up there in Oklahoma City way, one of those guys, is it Tag? That guy, he reads a poem about Christmas, and He's got he freshly murdered someone. He's reading a Christmas poem about elves, and it's like that redneck song by what's his name? I can't remember his name right now. Anyway, it's like the redneck Christmas song, Robert Earl Keen. It's like if Robert Earl Keen was trying to explain Christmas in poetry. And I think it was kind of racist. It is so crazy. And he stood up in a barn and he fucking read that shit in his Sunday's best. And it was so fucking funny. Like, not in a good way. Yeah, I need to see this. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. If I see someone reading a poem about football with his finger, I will die. I will too. We'll watch. How about this? We'll watch Colin Albert read his poetry, and then we'll watch all his classmates beat the fucking shit out of him. That'll be fun. Okay, let's continue this video.
After a night of drinking, isn't that right?
Yes.
Back at the select board meeting, an apology from member Chris Albert over his 2 verbal altercations in public. He referenced the stress and anxiety his family has experienced over the last 16 months.
Interactions were inappropriate, and as an elected official, I am held to a higher standard.
Some of the residents, despite the apology, feel so much damage has been done since the murder of John O'Keefe. A handful.
Okay, fuck this. Back to the poem. Wait, is it called An Ode to Balls? Is that really what the poem's called? Don't make me like Colin Albert, you guys. Because if it's good, if he's actually making really insanely good metaphors for his balls, I'm gonna laugh and I might like the kid. I might pay for him to get a teardrop tattoo. He doesn't use his finger, but the same tone of a voice like a 4th grader. Aw. He doesn't know how to read no good. What's the difference between live chat and top chat? I don't fucking know. Why is it set to top chat? Set it to live, or do I need to do that? Tell me what to do. It's just alpha chatters. Okay. Thank you, good sir. I love stupid fisty Colin. He reminds me so much of Job from Arrested Development. You watched it? Well, I want to watch it. Okay, we're just gonna do this. Colin Albert poem. Oh my fucking gosh. What? Oh my god. Oh shit. We gotta watch it. It's on Turtle Boy's channel. Do you think he'll care? Guys, tell me what'll happen. I don't think Turtle Boy will care, right? Well, I'll put a link to him or something below and he'll be fine with it, right? What do? I don't know the ethics. Someone call Luann de Lesseps and ask her if it is etiquette, if it's good etiquette for me to play Turtle Boy's poetry footage. He won't care? As long as we're all ripping on Colin, he won't care, right? Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll make Turtle Boy happy. I'll make him happy. Here's what I'll do. We'll watch this. As long as he doesn't get mad, I don't think he'll give a fuck. Then what we'll do after that is, give me a week and your dad will do a whole episode on that psycho bitch. What's her name? Kate? Oh, I've learned a lot about her. Oh, she got your dad's attention. And let me tell you something. I'm in that ass. What is it? Leroy said to Larry David, get in that ass and spray paint Larry David was here. That's what I'm fucking doing. She's got a lot of interesting accounts. And also, she's ripping off the government, I think. And she's hoarding money. Yeah, is it Kate, Peter? What's her fucking name? I don't even remember her real name, but I can tell you all her alt accounts. She's insane. She is fucking wild. And she doxes the shit out of people and she takes people to court and makes shit up and she's just fucking crazy. And she's like literally spreading so many conspiracies that your dad is awake, your dad is paying attention, and your dad's going to go have a conversation with her dad and the principal. Yeah, Crusty Panties, KP. Yeah, that bitch. Listen to me. Your dad's going to out all her alt accounts. Your dad's going to tell you every single one that's hers. And maybe Turtle Boy, if he's interested. There's just so much on her. She actually made that video, by the way. I was surprised it took everyone 3 days to figure out that the dates were not accurate on the EXIF data. That was fucking crazy. I was avoiding it because I just didn't want the attention on Twitter, like with the trolls there. But at this point, Free closet, baby. That's right. Dude, I accidentally I was scrolling through looking for something and I accidentally clicked the wrong Turtle Boy video. I was trying to find another one because I heard that there was interesting shit in there and I caught Free Closet Baby and I was dying at that. That was crazy. That was so funny. He's talking about that Lindsay Gaetani bitch, right? She's just as nuts. Have you guys seen her Bachelor when she tried to get on the Bachelor and they put her in the Boston magazine? Oh my God. She's got all her kids there. Fucking spider veins are out. Listen, I'm all about spider veins. If you have them, you have them. Don't show them off while auditioning for The Bachelor. Did I email the correct person today? That being you. Sarah, it is obliviousbensonquestion@gmail.com. You may have. I don't think I've only checked my email for 2 things today. I didn't get to read the new one. So if you did, I will read it later. I need to hear the poem, Dad. Oh, Sarah, wait, no, you're the behavioral analyst, right? Dude, if you are, yes. The answer is yes. You were one of the emails I read this morning or this afternoon, and I was walking my dog, and I was like, I need to write her a lengthy one, and I have fat fingers, and I can't get it all out. Sometimes on my phone, I hate using my phone. I love using desktop computers. I'm one of those weird fuckers who uses their phone to call people and talk to them. I don't like texting that much. So yeah, I was planning on writing you a lot tonight. And a lot of you guys, I have so much to say to you. You have sent me wonderful emails. Sarah, I not only want you on, but I would love to talk to you about a couple of behavioral analysts that are past and present that have written literature on basically from Kenneth Bianchi to now. You know what I mean? I want to talk to a behavioral analyst about funneling, about the purpose of it, because I think that people see it as, oh, well, you telling me that he's a white guy in his 20s ain't gonna tell me who the killer is. That ain't gonna help. That can't be. They don't understand that it's like, no, you're funneling down to get a range. You know what I mean? And I think that it would be so cool to have somebody who, because I study it, but I don't I'm not going to school for psychology. I'm not doing any of that shit. I'm more interested in the forensic side. I need someone who is interested in the psychological side, someone who is borderline nursey. And I feel like that's you. And I would love to talk to you about that. I'm very interested in seeing your thoughts on some of the behavioral analyst papers and research from the 70s versus now, because there is a plethora. It is such a rich subject. There are so many people that have such wildly, vastly different personalities out there who have done horrible things that we use to research based on their behavior. And then there are people who they take apart their brains and they go, wow, this is fucked. Look at all these liquid holes in it, like Benoit. I'm very interested in CTE, how hormones affect the personality. Fucking yes, please come on. And then we'll have you psychoanalyze the children. How about that? We'll have you behavioral analyze Pat, and you can get Katie, and you can go after Hudson. What's Hudson? What's his deal? Is he going to kill someone? Yes, you're here. I'm so excited. Yes, Sarah, you're going to come on. Yes, excellent. You guys are going to love this. I could tell by reading. I was like, this woman is beyond competent. She's smart. I want to have you on. You're all very smart. I actually read your shit, and I'm like, God damn, you guys could teach me a thing or two. Yeah, we're going to, and you know what? Normally, I've told you, I don't vibe with a lot of people's personalities. I don't know if me and Turtle Boy would get along in real life, but the second he said closet baby, I was like, I ride or die for this dude. All right, let's watch. By the way, we're watching Colin Albert. He doesn't feel, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He just doesn't, he feels like, I feel like he could have been in a boy band like New Kids on the Block and succeeded. But instead, he chose to be the bully and the departed. Okay, let's watch his poetry. This is him reading a poem. I've heard it's good. I've heard it's incredible. Let's watch.
No matter the weather, no matter the pain, their kick always starts the game. The team must run it back as far as they can while the opposing team tries to defend. Pass or run, you don't want to finish last. 4 15-minute quarters to decide the winner. Practice is the key to a successful team. Playoffs is where they want to be. The loser goes home empty-handed, and the winner moves on with the Super Bowl in view. The few will take home the glory, and that's the end of the story.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you, you pussy.
Bro. Clean cold, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
That was incredible. Can we? I want to put some jazz music behind it. This is so good.
No matter the weather.
She stole my heart and my cat. Yeah, this is Colin Albert's poetry. He's a poet and he wasn't even aware of it, you guys.
No matter the pain, the kick always starts the game. The team must run it back as far as they can while the opposing team tries to defend. Pass or run, you don't want to finish last. 4 15-minute quarters to decide the winner. Practice is the key to a successful team. Playoffs is where they want to be. The loser goes home empty-handed, and the winner moves on with the Super Bowl in view. The few will take home the glory, and that's the end of the story.
I don't know, guys. He did rhyme glory with story. I mean, that's got to be deserving of like expulsion, right? He could be kicked out of school. Why not? Why not? Why is he still allowed in school? You can't rhyme. I hate this. He does read with his finger. Yeah, a big fat fucking F. A fuck you, bird. What are you, a fucking bird? Yeah, those pants gotta go. There's no presentation here. He dressed down. We did get bullied. We got bullied. Yeah. His last one. This is why we don't do ketamine, everyone. Unless it's performed during some sort of ritual with maybe a doctor nearby. This is why you don't just for fun. This is why you don't take ivermectin and ketamine mixed with your Tide Pod. Because you're going to fucking end up, wearing really expensive sweatpants with swollen eyes, rhyming story with glory in front of your friends, and then getting drunk on class. I want to go into the next room and see what behind the dude. This house is I'm going to take pictures of the other walls in this house and then put a green screen behind me and add those instead of just moving all my computer stuff, because I want to be in front of my wrestle wall. I have a wall. Me and your dad's boyfriend have a wall. Yes, they are Hammer Time pants. We have a wall that is covered in 8x10 signed by all these wrestlers, and it's just so cool looking. Yeah, that's why you don't become an alcoholic at 15. This guy, let's be honest, he's probably, if he was alive in the 90s, he would have been wasted on Zima. He's that kind of guy. Yeah, and that's the end of my story. Finn. This is crazy. Please tell me you've heard the bang bang. Yes, I have. It's so good. It's really good. You're a bitch. I love it when he's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. Alan Jackson, he ain't got no quit. He ain't got no quit. None. Yeah, he's definitely on Kratom. I mean, sure. Look at him. We don't need, you don't need facts and evidence when you're this guy and you're reading a poem and rhyming story with glory. Like, we know you're on Kratom, sir. We know, Colin. Hello from Rhode Island and Boston, just 30 minutes south. Let me tell you something. I always talk about this. Provincetown is the shit. Your dad loves the tip. Welcome. Big fan of your accents. Big fan of tea. Earl Grey's my favorite. Just what can you say about Boston that hasn't already been said? The streets smoke like the early 90s Ninja Turtle movies, back when Stabler was Casey Jones. I met a guy named Coyote there who offered to give me a tattoo outside of a lobster roll restaurant. I did not take him up on that. He did have a lot of bad tattoos. You can rent a car from anyone at Enterprise if you're willing to be screamed at and cry. You have to love Dunkin' Donuts. You really do, because there's nothing else. And leaves are really pretty. It looks like Hocus Pocus. That's everything I know about Boston. And John Cena's from there. He has a gay brother who he supports and loves. And I love that for him. So yeah, it sounds fucking lit. Now I know that Judge Beverly is there. I know about the crowd crawl contests. Now that I know that Trulies and White Claw are in your water, instead of lead, I kind of respect Boston more. I really like it. I didn't know what a nor'easter was. I did a comedy festival during one. I refused to take the boat. I drove the car all the way to the tip. It was a literal trip and a figurative trip. And I'm telling you, I fucking love history. I love pilgrimatic shit. I don't even know if that's a word. I'm just saying we're inventing new words every day here at your dad's channel, people. This cult is coming up with new vocabs. We're having a new lexicon, and that lexicon includes pilgrimatic. I stayed at the William Bradford house. The sea shot icicles at my face. I saw the dunes. I saw where that girl was buried who Whitey Bulger killed, who was an extra in Jaws. I'm telling you, it's a special place. I love it. I think if I ran into a Colin Albert, though, I would probably have to spray him with whatever was in my purse. Yeah, your accents are real as fuck, and they're the best. It's really great. You hate your accent? What is your accent? Is it Boston? Listen, New York people and Boston people have amazing accents. Canadians have amazing accents. Australians, New Zealanders, the Irish, the Scottish, you all have great accents. British, sometimes British can have bad accents. I'm sorry. But, you know, flowers for sale, that whole Cackney and Lacey, I don't know. That fucking shit where it's like, oi, hello. Like, what are you, a fucking chav? I don't know. That's too much for me. But if you talk like the people from Vicar of Dibley or like Lady Hyacinth Bouquet, I'm in. I'm fucking in. I am in. If you talk like Mr. Bean, which is not at all, I'm cool with that. Just do some cool stuff. Dude, I like West Coast accents too. When they're like, what's up? High tide, bro. You know, yo, you want to go surf some waves? Like, just total, like, yeah, that's fucking righteous. I love that shit. I watched Pauly Shore movies. I can respect a good West Coast. John Cena is filming Peacemaker in your town right now. Can you see him? That's what he said. I love you. That was funny. You have a new puppy named Myra. Maya. Welcome, Maya. Welcome to the earth, puppy. Don't hang out with Colin. He will read you his poetry, puppy. Pilgrimatic. That's my new MC name. Yeah, New Englandy shit is great. I really wanted to go see like where the witches were. I wanted to go see where The Departed was filmed. I really wanted to go to that corner where Aaron Carter got his ass beat and those thugs were like, this is New Kids on the Block territory. Tell your brother Backstreet Boys fucking sucks or whatever. Like, I wanted to go to that corner and see where he got his ass beat. I would love to run into a Wahlberg, but I would literally, listen, your dad's ovaries would explode if he saw a Jordan or a Jonathan. So I can't be too close to any area they are. But I need to be in Boston again before I die because that place fucking ruled. I love the crab, anything with the, what's it called? Lobster. The lobster rolls, that shit was great. I love seafood. I love that lobster is cheap for you because here it's fucking insanely expensive. If I wanted a lobster roll in Texas, I'd probably pay $30. It wouldn't be that good and they'd put hot mayonnaise on it. You were sad when your kids stopped watching wrestling? Yeah, you know what? You can keep watching it. You should because it's so fucking good. And John Cena just announced that he is retiring. But after he does a year's worth of pay-per-view matches, and I love that for him. And he is the best. And at first I wasn't sure. I used to love him, and then the way he hurt Nikki Bella hurt me. And then I realized that he fucks fat chicks, and I really like that about him. Him and Dolph Ziggler. So he gained my respect. You know, and also Peacemaker was so good and he learned to speak Chinese and Korean and Cantonese and Mandarin. So, you know, he does so many amazing things. He's fucking John Cena. He has the most, what is it? The Miracle Network. He has the most like granted wishes or whatever for little kids. He's great. Kentucky accent. Listen, your dad knows about a Kentucky accent. Your dad briefly lived in Kentucky, got the fuck out of that holler. We've talked about that, the holler days. Had an ex from there, hung out with a lot of Kentucky people. That is a hard accent to live with. It's a good accent to visit once in a while. It's fun. I enjoy it on television. In person, having to say what so much to someone is very difficult. And West Virginia way. I actually really love Appalachian accents. They're very funny. I can decipher them. It's just complicated. Your dad has to think a lot because they replace words with different things. The Fall River accent is a distinct blend of Boston, Rhode Island, and New York. I want to hear what that is. Fall River? Who in the Karen Reed saga has a Fall River accent? Yeah. Walko buddy. I don't know what that means. If I had a way to tell her, I would. Tell who? Tell Helen. Smith. I look like Dawn French with Aussie accent who uses NZ words. That's fun. That is fun. Also, is it true that Aussies and NZers don't like each other, or was that just a thing started by some mad Aussies or New Zealanders? I don't remember where I heard that, but I heard that they hate each other. Is that a joke or what's going on there? They also had one of my favorite, New Zealand had one of my favorite tag teams in all of wrestling, and they were incredible. And they were called the Power. Oh shit. I just know Black Dahlia and her boyfriend. I'll look it up later. They're called the Power Couple or some shit. They were just great. I actually haven't seen them in a long time because they broke up, but so I can't remember the exact name. They changed the name of the group so much, but they were these New Zealand wrestlers. There was a woman named Dahlia and a guy named TK, and they were amazing. What? You're going to KOTB? I want to go so bad. Paul Abdul's going to be there. DJ Jazzy Jeff. Oh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I got way behind. People are starting to wake up. Use your blinker like Boston. Okay, I like that. Boston. Is it Boston? Boston. Ricky Stanicki. Ricky Stanicki is great. Okay, that's funny. I can remember who opened for that. Dude, who opened for them? Tiffany? Oh my God. Yeah, they rule. I fucking love New Kids on the Block. Who's your favorite new kid? Do you remember in Mallrats when Ben Affleck is banging a chick in the back of an uncomfortable place like a Volkswagen, and he says, "Who's your favorite new kid? Is it Johnny? Is it Joey?" And it's like, oh my God, that's so great. Okay, let's keep watching this guy.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, you pussy.
Yeah.
Bro. Clean cold, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Okay, that's great. Here's what we're gonna do. I have to walk the doggy, and I put this. Yeah, it's Ben Affleck and the Flecktones. Ben Affleck and the Fecktones. You big feckin' bird. Your dad's got to walkies the doggies, and when I come back, maybe your god Mikos will say hello to you, because today is Mikos's first birthday with Daddy and Mommy. I'm Mommy now, and I cannot be more thrilled. I love this little guy. He's changed my life. He's the best doggy ever, and he cannot wait to greet you. Hold on one second. I put cinnamon in my coffee, and I don't know if you've ever done this, but see how it collects at the bottom? It's not good, because then when you drink it, you get cinnamon stuck in your throat. I did a cinnamon challenge in between the video and now. Okay. One of you sent me this. Please don't die, Dad. I'll try not to. Oh, I have written down who sent me this. Hey, we're still on track, believe it or not. Car-Jitzu. This is from Nancy. For those of you who enjoyed the Okie noodling and X-Arm video I did with your Uncle Father, Auntie Jay, I'm really into dudes being chained up and forced to fight. Now, I had no idea this existed, but Nancy brought it to my attention. I thought I had seen this before. It was not what I thought it was. It's Car-Jitzu, everyone. These are men using the ancient art of Car-Jitzu on each other in a car. I think it's self-explanatory. I'm going to bring any cult offerings to the cult when you offer it. And I will let you guys decide. If the cult offers up bad content, that's on them. This is on Nancy if you don't like it. But I'm going to tell you something. Your dad likes it so much. I think we could learn from it. So let's watch it. I'm going to walk He's your God. And you enjoy some Car-Jitzu. I've watched this 30 times already. It's so good. Thank you, Nancy. Here we go. Oh, wait. Let me share it so you can see it. Your dad almost made you listen to it the whole time. How fun is that? Here we go.
Felton shows his experience there. He reaches over with his left hand and blocks the seatbelt of Davidson. Okay, round 2 underway.
All right, I showed you this video last month. It's called Car-Jitzu. It's a style of it's jiu-jitsu that takes place inside a mid-sized sedan. And joining us this morning to explain more is the creator of Car-Jitzu, Vic Mikiev. Good morning, Vic.
Hello.
Or Vic,
Pleasure
I'm sorry.
to see you.
Good to see you, buddy. So where did the inspiration for this come from? Like, I know you're a jiu-jitsu guy. Was it, I should show people how to defend themselves in a car? Was it something that you saw online and thought, this could be cool if it's competitive? What was the genesis of all of this?
Well, me and my friend Buck Pidicourt were speaking at his shooting range facility where he's training his army and police guys. And he was genuinely curious, how would I apply jiu-jitsu and other martial arts inside of the vehicle? And that was the moment when I had the bravery to say that I actually don't know. Yeah, and I said, I don't think anybody knows because there is no sport to figure this out yet. And that's how it appeared. We just decided to run a small tournament just to attract people to try whatever they know. And actually, we were kind of immediately surprised with the very first attempts that it's not what any of us would think. There's some magic in the sport where people find best ways to do things, right? And the smartest people would never could predict what techniques would be used.
Huh. So we're seeing people kind of, is there a method to the madness here? I heard someone say, oh, he went for the seatbelt, and then you lower the seat.
Oh, yeah. So we found out that the fight for the seatbelt is crucial. So you want to unbuckle yourself as soon as possible. That's kind of obvious, but also you don't want your opponent to unbuckle themselves, right? So people started fighting to block each other from like those unbuckling seatbelts. That's one of those cases when people don't want to be buckled and want to buckle the other guy. And also just you see they jump immediately on the seat. They don't want to fight sideways.
Yeah.
They don't want to fight seating. So they want to have the hips close to the chests. That's one of the basic jiu-jitsu things. But believe me, even black belts in jiu-jitsu, they wouldn't think this before they get into the inside of the vehicle.
So how do you score points and how do you win?
Well, we have multiple versions of the rules. The most popular one we apply is just the one which is the closest to the IBJF, the most common jiu-jitsu set of rules. And just for people to be comfortable.
Listen, I don't know if it's because I'm Polish and my dad is Polish. And ever since I met my biological father, he's pretty much instilled one very basic thing in me, which is do not fucking trust Russians. I never understood what he meant. Now I fucking get it. Wow. Let's keep watching.
To know what to do. The main idea is to submit, to get the submission from other persons. So either choke them or you perform some sort.
Also, we used to play a version of this. And I'm sorry to any Russians I've offended. It's just you guys do so much fucking crazy shit. Like, do me a favor and calm down. You're doing too much. It's on you, Russians. You're doing too much. You can't Slavically squat in Adidas, which makes me trust you, and then try to attack me in a car. Unless we're in high school and we're playing the age-old game we came up with that was called, what do you do when your passenger attacks? You scream that and then you attack someone, but you give them a heads up. You don't wear outfits, park in a Honda, get barefoot for some reason, and then do full-blown Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Yet the Russians said, let's do this. They also take bears as pets. I'm very confused by them. Let's keep watching.
Sort of extension of the limb, so you force them to tap, you so force them to surrender. That's the main goal. If that doesn't happen, if they're too equal by strengths, then we count the points, which is like dominant positions, like for example back control, or like top position in the mount, things like that.
Gotcha.
All right. All right, Vic, thanks so much, buddy. You can check out more videos
I love
on
that.
YouTube.
I love how casually they're like, okay, all right, well, that was weird as fuck. Excellent. They always have a hard time. Okay, you ready, honey? He had to have a snack, and now he's ready to go outside. Let me switch over to the next screen. This is from Hudson. Your brother Hudson brought this to the table. I'm very excited to show you this one. Speaking of Russians, let's go.
We want to warn you, the facts are gruesome. But as you will see, daring escapes aren't only attempted in the American legal system. As we head over to Russia. This is 18-year-old Leonid Grazer, who's on trial in Moscow, Russia, for the murder of his sister, Aradia Koral. According to the defendant, he was commanded by Satan to kill his 21-year-old sister, who he stabbed multiple times. Today, Grazer's in the Sherbinsky courthouse behind the walls of a glass cage. This practice is rarely seen today outside of Russia to prevent dangerous criminals from attacking or possibly even escaping, which is exactly what Grazer's planning to do. It appears now that Grazer's calmed down, but moments later, he somehow has slipped through the slats at the top of the bulletproof security dock. A gap in the video doesn't reveal how he did it, but if we look again, officers consider opening the box to stop him, but Grazer's way ahead of them. One officer strikes him. But he's not giving up.
I'm sorry. I have to stop. I have to read this. Pat, get out of my fucking brain, bud. You're so fucking funny tonight, Pat. Like, you're killing me. I had a dream I was at an airport and Putin and Hitler were there. And I was like, oh, look, crazy old Hitler ranting away. And then I saw Putin. I was like, whoa, that guy's scary as fuck. Dude, do you have any idea how many times I've sat around with comics and talked about how funny it would be if like what if Hitler was a door guy on 6th Street and he's like, you come in and you try the shots now. Like, it's just like basically minimizing Hitler's position and making him a normal guy just makes him seem like a bad roommate. You know, like pretend he didn't do any of the terrible, fucking awful, horrific things he did. Like, you know, the genocide and whatnot. The people side, if you will. He literally wanted to kill everyone. Take that power away from him and make him a door guy at Coyote Ugly. And then tell me how Hitler's good with words. No, you can't get anyone in that place, Hitler. You're an idiot. And we've talked about that. We've also talked about your Uncle Michael Priest used to have a joke about how we should just replace the word bad or hate or evil with Hitler. So you could be like, hey, you're saying Hitler words. And then people would be less likely. He said something like that about how it would just keep people from being pieces of shit because they didn't want to get told you're doing Hitler stuff. But then it's like now people are actually doing that like in life. They just did it naturally and they're minimizing the Holocaust to make everybody who does anything wrong Hitler. And it had the reverse effect. Yeah, it's just, I am laughing so hard. I find this so funny to me. It's just so funny. Oh, crazy old Hitler. By the way, have you guys seen the Hitler stores in Japan? They're fucking crazy. There are stores. It does rhyme with taser. Oh my God. Don't tell Colin that. There are stores in Japan that are literally dedicated. They're Hitler stores and everything is Hitler themed, but it's not because they like the Holocaust or they like Hitler at all. It's all Hitler in pink. And do you remember the gay Hitler character? I think they did it on SNL or something. Might have been Whitest Kids, you know. I don't remember. It could have been, it might have been Kids in the Hall, actually. Well, anyway, they made cute gay Hitler. Like, they put Hitler in pink. And then they just kind of like emasculated the fuck out of him and made him into like a kawaii girl. And they have entire stores where they sell like cute Hitler stuff, ironically, like making fun of him. But people are like, oh my God, why do the Japanese really like Hitler right now? It's like, no. It's a weird thing. It's called kawaii. It's an anime. Listen, it's very hard to explain, but it's fucking wild. Like, I was like, what is that? When I looked at it, and I thought it was like a joke because someone basically made a fake Hitler store and shared it as a meme, but it turns out it's inspired by the real ones. And that made me just like, oh my God, this is crazy. Yes. What do you think about Hudson's contribution to the group? Like, and no, don't worry if it's background lurking. We love that. We love snooping and scheming. This is terrifying, right? He did a Ted Bundy, but through the roof. Yeah. Get back in your box, buddy. What are you doing? I kind of like that they keep him in a box. That's smart. But then not putting a top on it. Like, here's what he did. He Hell in a Celled. But because there's two Hells in a Cells, okay? There's the one that's totally closed in. Well, actually, no, he didn't Hell in a Cell. Because in that instance, it would have been a Mick Foley Undertaker situation. What he did here, this is called an elimination chamber. You just have to escape through the top, and then you win. Put this man in fucking WrestleMania, or at least put him on the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view so we can enjoy this and not be scared. I'm very impressed, but I'm also disgusted. Like, why did they not did they just have plyboards just resting on top? How did he do that? Yeah, they are like, yeah, they look terrifying. So did Thailand prisons. I saw Bridget Jones's Diary. I know what we're working with. The second one, where she goes to prison for smuggling cocaine. God, Renee Zellweger is such a sweetheart. If you had to pick America's sweetheart, is it Renee or is it Sandra Bullock? You can only pick one. People slinging Hitler slurs all the time now. Yeah, like now it's so common, it's not funny anymore. However, Pat made it funny again. I like that. Yeah. Just like fucking Hitler. Good old Hitler. What's he doing over there now? Look, he's being a crazy zealot, saying horrible things. Yeah. And by the way, I didn't say Alexi the other day, but that's who I was talking. We were talking about the poisoning. And I don't know if y'all know this, but Manafort, when his daughters were texting about how their dad was cucking their mom, I don't know if you saw all that. That was while Manafort was helping people overthrow the government in the Ukraine. And that all stemmed from him trying to poison people like Alexei Navalny. Well, I should say Putin trying to poison them and using Paul Manafort. So if you didn't like him for his political shit, it gets way worse. Like, he literally poisoned people who are really good leaders because he wanted money and he owed Putin favors. He let millions of people die. He put so many Ukrainians at risk. It's fucking wild. We're gonna have to do a whole deep dive on that. But yeah, I have a lot to say on the poisoning of, various people who were running for office in the Ukraine and Manafort, and there's just a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, it's crazy. He's in an elimination chamber and he's getting out faster than Brock Lesnar did in 2006. It's really wild. Yeah, Navalny was hot. And also there's a really good Dateline about how they poisoned Alexander. I can never say his last name right. Starts with a C. Hold on. There's a really good date. Is it Dateline or 48? I don't want to fuck it up because I don't want to get. Yeah, Alexander Litvinenko. Litvinenko. He was a spy that had been killed because he got poisoned with polonium 210. Not like polonium San Antonio, by the way. It's like a really fucking scary rare. Like the way they made Ryzen in Breaking Bad, that's pretty much on par. And yeah, poisoning is a hard way to go. And they did it by poisoning his tea. And by the way, the hotel that they did that in was a hotel that a lot, like all the people who lived there, who lived in condos, they also live in Trump Towers in New York. That's where their second condos are. So that's why don't go have tea and don't go have those taco bowls. And also, you know, don't eat the taco bowls. Don't drink out of the tea. They do have a lot of people who did kill someone staying there, renting condos. Some of them don't even have to pay for the condos because of a favor that was done when he was president, which was throwing us under the bus. And that's not like, I mean, I'm sorry if you really like that guy, but he does support the poisoning of really good people. So just, you know, maybe let's not make him our president. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But yeah, he does the exact same people who poisoned and murdered basically the Jesus-like people from the Ukraine and various spies that had turned their lives around. Yeah, they live there. And they actually used the Trump Tower in New York as an escape. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, you know, yeah, Khashoggi, they chopped his ass up. Yeah, he is. He actually, and you know, most people say that and it sounds crazy. Listen, I'm really innocent. I told you guys, I'm all about like research. You know, when my family members and people that I love started buying into that shit, and if you know, you know, I've told you guys how I hate that guy for personal reasons. It has to do with a friend who was in beauty pageants and put up with a lot of shit from that guy. I'm telling you, when you actually look into it all, like you look at the court records, you look at the facts, you can see who has leases. Every single opportunity that guy got, he fucked us over. And if you read Melania and Me, that book by Melania's best friend who turned on her, wow, what a spicy story. And also, she will just talk to you on Twitter. I've been communicating with the author for over 2 years back and forth. I just was like, wow, this book is wild. Is it true what you said about, you know, Jared and, you know, his dealings? And I was just asking her a question. I did not expect her to answer me. Your dad had a few clearlies. She did. And she's very kind and she's a very smart woman. And she used to write for, I want to say Vanity Fair. She used to kick it with the real life Carrie Bradshaw, Helen Fielding. Yeah, she's super sweet. If you message her on Twitter, she will probably message you back. She's so nice. Melania and Me is an insane book, but it probably has more facts and more political issues that line up with reality and what we found out post trials. And I say trials because there were a lot of them. Everything was proven true. Like everything Stephanie Winston Walkoff put in her book, people said that's crazy. And then we found out it was true via evidence in court records. That is terrifying. And the amount of people who have condos in that tower who have actively helped poison people is so bad. Then you take into account, yeah, and Stephanie's so sweet. I was like, she was like, what do you do for a living? I was like, I do comedy. She was so nice. And we just chatted. She was great. Yeah, he also raped kids. So there's that. And adult women. Yes. And there's depositions from way before he was president, from young ladies that he did horrible things to. And you know what? Now would be a good time. Let's take a moment here. Let's finish this. And then we're going to briefly hit on some Epstein shit that I want to tell you that's fascinating. It might piss some people off because sometimes people, they can't handle the truth. They want to think everyone's evil. And by the way, I'm not saying Epstein isn't evil. He's a piece of shit. He deserved to die. But there are people involved on that list that actually did nothing wrong. And it's really crazy how they're getting shit on. And then there are people who did horrible things. And I'm going to tell you how to know the difference because I don't know if a lot of people know this. It has been reported on. But it's very fascinating. I also have so many questions about Mar-a-Lago and the people who worked for him. I know a couple of people who worked for him in comedy, specifically on The Apprentice. one of their jobs was to go get him a lot of Adderall all the time, and it became a full-time job. And he would snort that shit and yell the N-word. So I have problems with that. And I believe that guy. And I believe him because he wouldn't lie about that. And it would be in his best interest to not feel that way, because he would likely benefit from having a boss who would rehire him and shit like that. But he said no because he has standards. And he came out on Twitter about all of it. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, no, it's absolutely true. There are PAs all over Hollywood that know that guy is fucking, you don't want none of that smoke. That guy is nuts as fuck, dude. Also, we won't talk too many politics right now, but I'll tell you some shit. I'll show you some shit. I do think the Tom Arnold P-tape situation was hilarious, though. I don't know that Tom Arnold was ever telling the truth about that, but I do think, I mean, he did get pissed on. We all know that. And he was supposed to be there filming a music video for a 15-year-old, a dude, maybe 16 at the time. Is a dude who, his dad's a billionaire oligarch and wanted to make him a famous rapper. So, he Rebecca Black Friday'd himself into a small career, and then Trump owed that oligarch a favor for God knows what reason. Probably something to do with, I don't know, coal mines in Kentucky that were ran by a guy named Mitch McConnell. It doesn't matter. Anyway, one of the favors was he was supposed to go film this Russian guy's kid's music video who had like a pet tiger. And in exchange, his debt, whatever it was, would be cleared. And then he could host his beauty pageant in Russia. And so they did that. And that was when they basically recorded the piss tape, because after recording the music video, that's when he went to go stay in Barack's old presidential suite right across from the Kremlin. And Stephen Colbert did a fantastic report on it. And they recorded him in the room because when he broke something, they immediately called and started yelling at him on the hotel phone. And that was supposedly the room where this wiretapping had happened, and they did find wiretaps in it. So fascinating stuff. But I have so much to tell you about that. And I do think the piss tapes are real, but I don't think Tom Arnold fucking has them. I'll tell you that much. The people I knew worked in his house. I have so many questions. Michelle, we got to get Sarah on, and we got to get Michelle on. Yeah. And I have a friend who worked under John Proctor's wife, or Michael Proctor's wife. I want to see if she would come on and we could put like one of those, I don't know why my husband did what like one of those voice changers. That'd be so fucking funny. Yeah, it was his old room. Yeah, and Trump wanted to piss on prostitutes on it, right? Yep, they record everything. And if you break something, they will call you and scream. And you get to see it in real time. They're calling and screaming at Colbert. And it was crazy. Strangers with Candy guy was getting threatened by the Russian government. It was wild. I mean, Russia fascinates me. The way they do shit is fucking crazy. Like, and it doesn't look fun to live there. Go on Google Maps and look at Russia, because you can. And yeah, it does not look, nobody looks happy except the drunk dudes in Adidas. He loves pee-pee. He loves piss. I bet he drinks it. Oh God, that guy's so orange. Okay, we're gonna watch the rest of this. And then
The female officer runs over and presses a large button on the wall, calling for backup. Grazer's pants are coming off during the escape. The officer has a firm grip on
hey, buy me a drink first, bud. Jesus.
Grazer's leg and is not about to let go. Then another officer arrives. At this point, these Russian officers are not playing around. As the taser comes out, he makes sure Grazer knows what's about to happen. Grazer's finally had enough.
Ты что, плачешь? Зайди в клетку, блядь. Давай, быстро слазь.
After putting his pants back on, Grazer will go on to make a full confession for the murder and said he had no regrets about what he did.
What an awkward moment while you're dangling there, right? Like, what an awkward moment to just dangle there. Your chones are out. You got your little shit stains. The cops are fucking trying to tase you. You're hanging from a hole in the ceiling. It's like at that point, just go to Russian prison. Like, come on, dude. You belong there. It's ascend to your final form. Just fucking do it. We need to give him the cat filter. Just the cat filter, and then he's got his finger up.
Thanks for being a fan of.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll be a fan of you any day, sir. I love him. I love his hair, and I love hate Brian Enton's hair because it's perfect, but I think he's hiding secrets in it. Yeah, they got a firm ass grip. I would not want to visit Russia. I have a friend that was a chef for Trump. He says nothing but good things about him. Shock. Well, you know, Trump, anytime he's talked about food or restaurants, especially his own, he's like, this is the best taco salad I've ever eaten in my life. This is the best. We only have the best. I would imagine being a chef anywhere that Trump runs is going to be great. Because he will never publicly chastise you because he needs the fucking business. You feel me? Yeah, that dude was determined as fuck. Yeah, chones and your throat punch bruised. It's like that. He got punched in the fucking throat. Yeah, Enton has Targaryen hair. He's got dragon blood in him. One time, if you're not subscribed to Rock Chalk already, let me pose one more opportunity. Let me pose the case one more time. Just hear me out one more time as to why you need to immediately. Because Brian Enton one time was holding a clipboard outside of an Oklahoma courtroom. And I said, hey, Rock Chalk, you should go out of there and smack it out of his fucking hands. And then I said something like, and demand to know what shampoo he uses. Something like that. She got out of her car. She's like, I'll do it. I had to stop her. I was like, do not really do that. Like, she got out. She went up to him, but she was like, hell, if I'd have known you, I'll get out and do it now. She was fully about to go slap his clipboard out of his hands to make me giggle. And I'm just chatting with her in a live stream. Then I said she should go. We found out that there was the chat discovered there's a Radio Shack in Guyman, Oklahoma. And a woman in chat said her husband manages it. And when we told Rocket, we said, we just want to see a Radio Shack. We don't believe it exists. She took us to Radio Shack on a live. Anyone who is willing to slap Brian Enton's clipboard out of his hand and call him a Dothraki or a Targaryen, and then takes you on a field trip to Radio Shack in Guyman, Oklahoma, that's your aunt. You need to respect her, and you need to go add Rock Chalk True Crime. She's the best. He eats well done. Listen, I'm not gonna hate on well done. I get well done, but he puts ketchup on steak. And he also, when he gave those fucking when he gave that basketball team so much McDonald's and you know it was cold, I got upset. You fangirl over Enton. I don't blame you. Enton, I feel like Enton can like hide in the background of things. Wait, personally, that changes the game. Your friend must be a really fucking good cook. Does he live in the Gold House, or does your friend, like, when he chefs for him, does he get to stay in the Gold House? Because that shit is gold as fuck. Have you guys seen the CeeLo Trump shit with CeeLo Green when he was in the family pictures? Yes. I want to see pre-politics Trump. I want to see what that house looked like. I think it was still the gold one, but are you talking about Ivanka when he was with her? That shit was wild. By the way, speaking of books that are worth a lot of money. Yeah, he does lie about everything. Trump. Not your brother Adam. He tells the truth and he's great. Yeah, when I don't even remember what we were talking about, guys. Your dad blanked out. Yeah, Trump used to live in a gold house and CeeLo Green were all gold. He was at Mar-a-Lago? Oh, wow. I always wonder if they get to stay there. I do think, here's the thing. Sometimes when things are so evil or people are so evil, I kind of have to laugh at them or I'll go crazy. I did ascend to a point of, I think it's a form of nirvana where it's like, I'm not dissociating, but I am seeing the funniness in Trump. Like, I do think he's hilarious, but not like he's hilarious. Like, I cannot believe this fucking person is being this crazy. It's like when you see someone spinning with their dick out in a Target, just pissing on everything. Like, that's disgusting. Everything's damaged. I'm afraid for my life, but at the same time, that's fucking hilarious. Why are they doing that? You know? It's really wild. It's really wild. Anyway, you go 15 minutes from there. I see Mar-a-Lago. I don't know. It's just there's too much Spanish tile on top. I don't care about it as much as the Gold House. I want to know what's going on in the Gold House. How do you clean it? I have so many questions. Mar-a-Lago looks so big. I do wonder if people get to like stay there. Yeah, he had gold shitters. You know what? Let's just look at it. Because it's really crazy. I need people to see this. I need people to see that. If you don't, oh, my mic. I don't know if you saw this, but if you haven't, you need to. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Yes, he has a gold house and they took pictures in it. Family photos. I'm going to show you those family photos. Give me one moment. And what happened was when these family photos came out, it was right around when he was running for president. And everybody said, wow, these family photos are crazy. And then this happened. Hold on. Oh, you can see me scrolling through them. Cool. So people went, do you remember that? When CeeLo dressed like that at the fucking Grammys? Was it the Grammys? It doesn't matter. He dressed like that. And people inserted him into Trump and Melania's family photos. And it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I cannot stop watching. I can't stop looking at these pictures. Like, I really cannot. It is wild. Listen, everyone fucking loves Justin Bieber. He's Canadian. Yes, he has a gold. This is his house. Not only is his entire house gold, but like he literally has gold toilets. It has to be real gold. And what's crazy is a lot of it was really nice in the older pictures, which I had somewhere. I bet I could find them again. I will find them for another live. But yeah, it was a really nice house. And then I feel like, so it's like it's a penthouse among other condos, but I feel like he had one that Ivanka lived in that she got to keep in the divorce in exchange for taking out the part in her book where she describes in vivid detail him raping and beating her and pulling her by the hair because he was angry that she got a facelift. And it had receipts in it. And the doctor had even said, yes, that happened. And then what also happened was her facelift doctor, apparently like he saw it and was like, okay, I guess it's not that bad after he beat the fuck out of her. And then she suggested that he get a facelift or a hair transplant or something to do with his hair with that doctor. I think it was a hair transplant and a facelift. So then he's like, okay, fine, I'll go. And he goes and he does that. And he saw his head and he didn't like the pain because he's never experienced pain in his life because he dodged Vietnam because of his bone spurs, which don't exist, by the way, because what he did is presidential fitness, which we all did in middle school. When he did that whole situation, they were like, there were no bone spurs. So he paid this hippy dippy doctor who isn't a real doctor to say he did. But anyways, it doesn't matter. He felt pain from the hair transplants and he was so mad. He screamed at Ivanka, "You fucking scalped me." And then he proceeded to give her the beating of a lifetime in front of one of the kids. This all has receipts. It is a fact. It has been in court record over their custody battle. After he beat the fuck out of her that day and gave her multiple black eyes and broke bones in her face. He then brutally raped her. That was in her book. It was her coming out of, living my life and telling my story. And it was towards the end of an NDA she had with him that was getting wrapped up. And she went on Wendy Williams, of all places, to talk about it, which is not a good idea. It did not go well. It didn't go horrible. It just was a boring interview, and it kind of made her look a little bit bad because she was very forgiving of a lot of awful things he did. And Wendy will criticize the wrong people oftentimes, but she was pretty much like, hey, what the fuck? Yes. And basically what happened was they went back to court and the book had been out, but she was re-releasing it. And I was like, that's weird because there's a first edition that's been out a long time. But what I noticed, because I'm a book nerd, is the re-release had less pages. So why would you also, hello, Teresa, so glad you're here. Why would you put out a re-release of a book with redacted information? Like, why would you take away pages on a re-release? You wouldn't do that. You would add to it. So that seems suspicious. Then it came out, I feel like it was old Rachel What's-Her-Nuts or somebody said, on the news reported like, hey, the missing pages are the chapters where she talks about this brutal beatdown. And then we saw her backing up Trump, doing interviews with him, supporting him on Twitter and saying he's going to be the best president ever. Oh, my sweet. And then everybody went, hey, what the fuck? I thought he beat you and raped you and screamed at, I think he screamed at her, you fucking scalped me, you bitch, or some shit. And then she, in a roundabout way, was like, well, yeah, but it's okay. I forget. We take it out. And then she denied it when she was confronted very bluntly. And that's when you realize, holy shit, he bought her off again, because right after that, she got the old house. And it had a lot of gold, but it had a lot of jade and turquoise and a very elaborate staircase that was probably worth more than my entire life earnings. And she got all that because she has to raise the kids too. And he was willing to take everything away from her if she didn't support his presidency. So she took that part out of the book and then instead replaced it with a couple of sentences about how he said he'd make a president one day and he's going to be the best. And in exchange, she can fuck off in her condo and she's never allowed to talk about that moment again, even though the book was already out for a number of years and had that information. And then he buried her on his golf course after she went down the stairs later on. There are documents with her. Dude, she knows everything. She knows everything. And she chose to redact it and support him for president because he said, I will take everything away from you. That is wild. This man uses NDAs as a weapon. All the best words. Yes. And Paul Manafort, his right-hand man, that guy's nephew and me spoke for a while. He was going to do an interview on an old politics podcast I had. But he told me straight up, like, Manafort just owns like construction and garbage companies and literally pimps his business out to exclusively mafia and Trump. Rex Heuermann helped build a couple of Trump's projects. I know for sure one, and I saw two others that he had a name on, but I don't know if he actually worked on it or if it was just his company. But yeah. Fucking wild, huh? No, she was definitely paid off because the court filing said she wasn't supposed to get a house. He was taking everything from her. Time was up. She was supposed to abide by these secret things that were sealed. She didn't. Then an agreement was made by the party's attorneys. And all of a sudden she has more money and she gets to keep her house. But she has to take out that part of the book. It's fucking wild. Yeah. It's really wild. So yeah, that's the story of CeeLo Green. I'm just kidding. It's not the story of CeeLo Green, but you know what I mean. Let me show you the other one because this is also a great picture and it makes me laugh. So you know what I mean? Like, he's evil. He's a piece of shit, but he also makes me laugh because of this. Like, Anyone who always puts their fingertips together, like he does Mr. Burns' hands, like that's hilarious. But also, I just really don't want him to exist. And it would be really awesome if he could go to prison. Like I would laugh so hard. He belongs in jail. He belongs in hell, to be honest. But I do think there are things that he does that are comical because it's just so on brand for a prick. So fragile. His ego is the fragilest. He's fragile like a rock. Yeah, Rex is and Rex does that too. And he talks like him and he sounds like him. Like it's fucking wild. Sometimes Trump comes up with some hilarious insults. Yeah, he comes up with some hilarious insults. And you're like, fuck, I want to use that. But it's Trump. And that's embarrassing. So now I can't. So fuck you for taking that great insult away from me. And also for thinking of it before me. That pisses me off. It is hilarious in a way that, like, watch this evil guy be evil. This is crazy. Oh my God. It's uncomfortable hilarious. I know people, I agree with you. I'm also skeptical of it because people like him, they stay shitty for life and they will do anything to avoid being accountable. He has gotten away with so much egregious shit. He is the Alberts. He is the McCabe. He is Jen McCabe. Trump is Jen McCabe. Would you vote for Jen McCabe for president? Ask yourself that. They're the same person. Yeah, and that guy's fucking nuts. That guy is wild. Holy shit. And you know what's the scariest about Trump? I mean, say what you will about the guy you're talking about. I think he's wild as fuck piece of shit too. But at least he's drunk half the time, so maybe he can blame it on that. Trump is sober from alcohol. Of all the things I could have picked for him, it would have been speed and booze. He has no problem with pills. He'll take all the pills. He hates drinking. He fucking hates it. I think because his brother was an alcoholic and died from it or something. And then he like told there's a book by Mary Trump where she explains how when he was little, they threw he threw mashed potatoes. Someone threw mashed potatoes on his face because they were having like a food fight and he got mad and he said, "One day you'll clean my toilets." And he was like saying like, "I'll be president and I'm going to make," and then, yeah. And then he tortured that guy and fucked over his family and ruined his funeral, his brother. Yeah. It's like, fuck, that's funny, but I fucking hate you. Like, yes, exactly. It's like when Jen says, "There's a man passed down in the snow." Like, it's funny. I want to make a rap of it, but I hate her so much. That's why I have to picture Melanie doing it because it's so much funnier when she does it anyway. I love that. Yeah. Steepling of the hands. It is. It's like, it's a power move, isn't it? I would love, Sarah, I'm very curious. I would love to see you behaviorally analyze Jen McCabe and Trump. That would be amazing. And The Art of the Deal, by the way, was like totally like, there was so much of it that was plagiarized. It's crazy. Yeah, he fucking hates women because nobody wants to suck his fucking old fucking haggard gray dick. Yeah, he's jacked up, dude. Jacked to the moon, dude. Jacked to the moon, you guys. He does? Holy shit. I've never seen that. Really? That's crazy. I didn't know that Trump drank wines. I've never seen that. I would love to see that. I've seen him holding champagne, but I mean, even Walkoff said like he'll just put it down. Like, I'm very curious. Is it grape juice? I bet it's grape juice. Art of the Steal. Fuck yes, he could. Dude, I could talk shit on this dude all day. Like, the second that he made Betsy DeVos the Secretary of Education, I was like, fuck, maybe we deserve this. What did we do? I mean, we did a lot, but we must have pissed off many gods. Something happened for us to be deserving of Betsy. And like, her husband is Eric, or her brother is Eric Prince, right? The guy who runs Blackwater. Like, oh my God. Like, she has so many yachts. She has so many billionaire yachts. And she did not go to a good school. And she has very little education. And she got a lot of money to tank the Department of Education. If you've ever wondered why it's scary to be a teacher, aside from all the bullets flying at your face, it's because you're never going to get reimbursements. You're never going to get your health care card. You're never going to get everything that you deserve because all the progress we made with the U.S. Department of Education over the last 2 decades was set back by a horrific woman who looks like she sold Avon, but just kept it in her garage and pretended she did a good job and told people that she sold it, but she was just hoarding it, letting it melt. She is the face of bad credit. She is Jen McCabe's aunt who taught her how to be crazy. There is nothing scarier on this earth than a woman like Betsy DeVos being in charge of the education of our nation. Education of our nation. She scares the shit out of me. She's a fucking idiot. That was terrifying. I feel like he would put Bev Cannoni in that position if he comes back, and I don't want that for us. I really don't. Hello, everybody. Hello on the mic. Good morning. Yeah, magnet schools. And she's all about like, listen. We don't need Michelle Pfeiffer. We don't even need the school from Dangerous Minds. Let's blow it up and let's give all the money to this Catholic school that my brother's kid goes to. She is the face of nepotism. That's why it's all stretchy. She looks like that dog, Droopy. Yeah, she fucking loves money. On Celeb Apprentice, there was an assistant nicknamed Wet Wipes because he had to clean the dear leader up after he soiled himself from Adderall. Yes. Was that Noel? Are you talking about Noel, the comic? Because that's who I was talking about earlier. That could be Noel. Betsy DeVos looks like she tested MLM cosmetics on children. Yeah, she didn't even fuck over bunnies or animals. She went straight to people's kids. She is a finger reader of comic. Like, she will look at a picture or a cartoon and read that with her finger because she can't be bothered with words. Can you guys did I show you the CeeLo yet? Look, this is CeeLo. This is the other Trump picture with CeeLo. Holy shit. Be honest. Who are you more scared of? CeeLo in gold or the family on the right? Who spooks you in this picture? Because they all scare the shit out of me. I don't like it. Dad's boyfriend, you want to come look at the CeeLo picture? By the way, Barron is so tall. He's like 6'7" now. It's fucking crazy. Your Uncle Michael Priest did not tell me how tall Barron was. And then one day he just bust that out and I was in shock. And it was when he was still a little kid and he's walking next to Trump and he's like 6 inches taller than his dad. And he was like 12. Like they're super tall, by the way. Trump is insanely tall and so is Barron, which is wild because he looks like he'd have little man syndrome. But when you consider Melania is like stretched the fuck out, it makes sense. And by the way, anybody who wants to judge Vicky Hewerman, we could go on the Wayback Machine and look at Melania's mail order bride ads sometimes because they're still there. She was a mail order bride. She came here on an Einstein, what was it, an Einstein grant or some shit, an Einstein visa, which is reserved for scientists and people who cure things like lupus, cancer, all these, they fix problems. Yeah. He gave some money to someone to get her that. And then, yeah, that's how she got her visa. But he had to have found her through that ad because right after the ad was posted, you know, an Epstein visa, Epstein. That's hilarious. I'm not even gonna say Epstein because Epstein rhymes with Einstein and I prefer it. But yeah, an Epstein visa. No, he legit, she's here because basically he bought her on the internet. She was still a model. He brought her here. She couldn't get a visa, but he didn't want to commit to marrying her and he was still going through divorces. And I say divorces because he was also dealing with custody issues with his other wife who he cheated on Ivanka with, right? And then he started cheating with Melania. And then it was like, well, you know, I can't marry you yet, or I don't want to marry you, but I want you to be here and live with me. So he got her parents in on the same thing too, I believe. But yeah, I mean, I could show you if you want to see it. Actually, hold on. Let me pull this up. What was her name? Melania Noose or something. Nouse. It's saved somewhere. Yeah, and they even made a whole thing. He brings prestige to the mail order bride industry. It might take me a moment to find this actually, because I think it kept getting taken down, but your dad has it saved in a folder. And it has the Wayback Machine URL attached to it. Oops, everything just went black. Okay, there we go. Well, whatever, StreamYard, it's fine. It's fine. Please forgive me for this. Give me one moment. Let me fix this. There we go. It's back. Yeah, I'm going to find it in a second. CeeLo is a big fucking bird. You're right. He's a big fucking bird. They all look like Paul O'Keefe. I agree. Oh, don't worry. This channel will never get too big. I will suppress it. I will suppress it and I will remove the children who are not doing a good job. Just kidding. Let me show you. We have to watch a video because your dad needs to get some more coffee. But also, hold on one second. Let me pull this up. I want you to see. Here it is. Well, have you guys seen the Canton Select Board shit? That's pretty good. Where is it? Hold on one second. You know what we're going to do? Here's what we're going to do. We all need, does everybody need a piss or a shit break? I need a piss break. I need to get coffee. I think that, oh, bring him over here to say hi to everyone. Oh, he's hoogened out. Oh, the little baby boy. Sorry, guys. He has to go to bed. Daddy's taking him to bed. Uh-oh. Where am I at? Did I leave the screen? Well, I don't know where I am. I'm not a cat. You guys, I'm frozen. Let it go. Screen sharing was canceled. Make sure you share. Good. Well, that's great. Okay. Can you guys see me? Well, excellent. The screen is frozen, everyone. Let it go. I'm going to, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to restart this somehow. I don't know how to do this. Fuck. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave the studio and then I'm going to come back. Okay? So don't go anywhere. Give me 2 minutes. Let me see if this works. Nope. Stay, I guess. I have to stay. Shit. What do I do? Hold on. Let me try this. Cancel. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh my God, it worked. Excellent. The Russians hacked me. They got me. You guys are right. You're fucking right. Here's what I want to do. Because I want to show you. Sorry about that. I don't know what was going on. I do not know what was going on with that. That was crazy. Here's what we're going to watch. We're going to take a piss break. A pissy shitties break. A shitty titties break. And I think that the best thing we could watch, because we watched Hudson's contribution. We watched Sisters. No. We're going to watch this. Hold on. Here we go. Let's watch this. Don't worry, Adam. This is what you get. You don't like the discussion? Daddy got Russian attacked. Are you Russian? Well, now you have to watch this. This is what you get, Adam. This is what you get. Listen. Young man, this is what happens.
People try the stance, they just can't seem to get it. But not this reporter, huh?
No too left feet for you.
That's
huh?
right. Can you show me that move one more time?
Well, there are no mistakes, just variations.
Okay.
It goes like this. Swivel, swivel, kick, kick.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay. Woo-hoo! Get it? And stay with me because I'm going to do one of these things. Hoo-hoo! 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 Okay, I think I got it. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Did I get it?
Not quite.
Nano says the technique helps people find their natural rhythm and encourages self-expression. The music varies as much as the movements. Students bounce, kick, and jump around to African, Latin, and rock music. They even climb on top of each other. One student says dance kinetics has benefited her more than she could have ever imagined. For an hour and 15 minutes, these students escape from their daily grind and leave feeling rejuvenated. In Northport, Alyssa Coleman, News 12, Long Island.
Listen, you'll slop this trash up, kids, and you'll like it.
That's not.
This could be us. This could be us, but you playing. You understand? Look at this guy. This could be me, your dad. Suck it. Exactly. You guys are by not supporting.
The technique helps people find their natural rhythm.
By not supporting the natural rhythm of these psychopathic rich whites from Northport in the 90s, you're throwing your dad a proverbial suck it, and I don't appreciate it. Yep, you had the DX song in your head. I'm glad you were able to dissociate, Adam. But you take your punishment and you like it. You say, thank you, Dad. That's right. I rewound it. This is what's happening. You're getting waterboarded, all of you. That's what this is.
The music varies as much as the movements. Students bounce, kick, and jump around to African, Latin,
You guys
and
are
rock
so
music.
fucking funny.
They even climb on top of each other.
I love this.
One student says dance kinetics has benefited her more than
I love
she
seeing
could have
Dear
ever
Lord
imagined. For an hour and 15
and the
minutes,
nose.
these students escape from their daily grind and leave feeling rejuvenated. In Northport, Alyssa Coleman, News 12, Long Island.
Oh,
yep.
That's not for everybody.
No, we'll go back. We will go back. We will go back. Yeah. Bob. Oh, yeah. No, we'll find Bob. Don't worry. And by the way, the guy who did Stern News, remember that? Yes, she said calisthenics. And then she said dance kinetics. So there's so many different words. So many different words that they are misappropriating, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's way too sexual. The old lady was throwing a suck it. Yeah. Mike Adam says hello. Mike, what did you think of what we just saw? Do you consider it art? Did you enjoy what you saw? Did you? Okay, here's what we're going to do. Because I have more to tell you about. And I want to get back on track. Actually, we've pretty much been on track because I just put a big thing that says, it's okay if you get off track. Here we go. This is a good palate cleanser after I've tortured you, and I apologize. As you know, some of you know, I used to live in a place called San Antonio, Texas. It's the home of Bexar County. It's where the Savannah Soto case happened. Every once in a while, the 210, aka San Antonio, it does some wild shit. It can get out of pocket, if you will. And sometimes the mugshots are so fucking good. They're so good. And yes, they do post mugshots daily on their website, and they put it in the newspaper so that you can, look around, see what's going on. I'm going to show you a real mugshot from Bexar County Jail. It briefly went viral. Dr. Garofalo was the medical examiner in Bexar County. It's a fucked up place. But every once in a while something happens and you get to see a person like this. I love her. I want to interview her. I want to know everything about her. This is her mugshot. That's her mugshot. That's her mugshot. They posted this. This is the whole. So when you see it online, it starts right about here. So you just see her little forehead. But when you click on the whole mugshot, this is what it looks like. This is this sweet little angel. I don't know what happened to her. I don't know what she did. I'm going to guess murder. I don't know. It's just this is her mugshot. Like, I had this as my phone background for a long time. I absolutely love this. I don't know why. It's just so fucking funny. I think she's 4 foot. I don't know what's going on here. I really don't. It's like on Sex and the City when they left the pop mic, the boom mic, like you can see it hanging from the top. It's like that moment. I don't know what's happening. I don't know who's in charge, but I know that this isn't right. And it makes me laugh so hard. Yes, they do have a thing here called Busted in Austin. Ashley knows what I'm talking about. You can buy it at the gas station for $2 and you can look at everyone's mugshots. And sometimes you find your friends and you keep it and then you laugh at them. Yeah, ours is called Busted in Austin. They have them pretty much at all the gas stations in Texas for the various cities. Yes, her street name is 411, like 411. That's hilarious. We have one called Busted at the old, yeah, same one. Older guy at RBM Food Mart. They have them. They're incredible. She does need a stool and she just needs love, dude. I love her. This woman is so fucking funny to me. I made her a comedy flyer once. Like, she's perfect. I need to find her. I really do. I don't know why I'm showing you this. I just think it's so funny. This is a mugshot. This is what it's like to get arrested in San Antonio. They do this to you. They just catch your head, apparently. Oh my God, I love this. Yeah, it's just a half inch. That's all they need. This is crazy. I cannot believe this exists. It makes me laugh so hard. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why she got arrested either, but it is adorable. I couldn't arrest her. I could only abet her. Yes. Aiding and abetting. Are you a betting man? Okay, let me find. I've got more stuff for you to show you. Oh, what do we have to say? Let's go through some of your statements. I just watched Motorway Patrol and see plenty of my friends. Oh my gosh. I would reach the items she wanted to steal. I would hand her the items too. Like, here, just put this in your bra. I want to know what she did. Can we get her? I'm trying. I need to find. So I did not screenshot her name or anything when I originally found this, when it popped up. I have ran it through Google image search. It's not, I need to find, that day I sent it to someone. I know I can track it down via OSINT. It's going to take a while, but I will find her and we will find out what she did. And maybe we can fund her getting like some platform heels or something. Dude, the leprechaun video that we watched was so fucking lit. I don't know her first name. I don't know anything about her. I just know it was something like Hortensia. It was something like that. She's perfect. I want to put her in a pocket and carry her around for good luck. I love her. I love her. I need to find out more. I'm going to. She's perfect. She is fucking perfect. What an angel. Okay, here's what else I want to show you. This is on our itinerary. I want to show you a couple of things, and then we're going to get to the creepypasta. It's not creepypasta, but is it creepypasta or is it real? It's one of those. Let me pull open the two links that I need now. Okay. One of these links is for a sweet little angel who, when I was watching old Long Island news, I think I told you guys how I was pulling out like news reports and stuff from basically like reports that there was no identifiable information on, any of the New York websites about the case. It hadn't been resolved. Was it even still a case? Things about missing people, cadavers popping up, because sometimes you can find information in the newspaper that you're not going to find elsewhere. And then sometimes you'll find in NamUs, it only has a small percentage of the missing people in it and murdered people. So sometimes they slip through the cracks. There is a case, but know about it, you have to see it in the media, or you just have to know. And sometimes if you don't, you miss it. A lot of people, when they're doing OSINT on anything, any topic, especially when it involves like people in old court cases or old criminal cases, missing persons, murders. They'll use newspaper.com as a primary source. Sometimes they'll use YouTube, but it's not too often you see people use a ton of like archived video and old news reports. A lot of people either forget or they think it's not available or it just requires a ton of searching. So whenever I'm working, I will put it on in the background. If I hear something that catches my ear, I will write it down and I will look it up. And if there's nothing on NamUs, if there's nothing in newspapers.com, if it's not on any LISC maps or any serial killer mapping, and it is a murder that is specifically unsolved, there's no information on what happened to it, then I will then go search for the case. And the way that I do that is I will just search for their name in criminal case records. And if I can't find that, then sometimes I will just call the station and be like, is this case still open? Is it closed? Was it resolved? If it's not, it goes on a list. And at that point, we have someone new to add to the table who either doesn't have anyone fighting for them because, you know, maybe all their families passed away. Maybe they didn't know a lot of people. No one advocating for them. And then we'll see like what, like, especially things like there have been so many home invasions with people who have had their throats slit. They've been tied up and like, you know, aggressively assaulted. And then it just like goes away. Like there's no resolution. Nobody gets caught. It's not even considered an open case. It's just there are no new leads sort of situation. It's not a NamUs. It's not being reported on. It's not followed up on. In those instances, they go on the list. And I'm finding those numbers getting bigger and bigger with New York cases. So I've been watching the Media Stash, who is amazing. They collect so much old news from that area and just kind of trying to find anything that we don't already have. And by we, I mean the collective. Those of us, everybody who is looking at the LISC case. And sometimes I hear news stories like this and I go, holy shit. The one we're about to hear is crazy. It's just about a local hero kid. But I'm just very curious, like, what, like, I hope he's okay now. I want to know what he's doing now. It's a fascinating story. And I'm just very curious, like, what's going on with him? Sorry. Where was the resolution? What's going on here? Let me move these over because I have two that I want to show you today that are on the list. Then we're going to get to the creepy Reddit stuff. Here we go. How long have I been on? Almost 3 hours. I'll do 4 sometimes. I used to work in radio. I'm used to like 8 hours of making liners and stuff. This is no big deal, but I also love to talk. Here's what I'm going to show you. Why is Adam confused? I just saw your message. Or I'm looking through your chats right now. Did you guys have a just, but okay, we already went over that. Yes, looks like your sister. Okay, where are they? Y'all are hilarious. The leprechaun drawing. Yeah, the leprechaun drawing is the best. That's the Alabama leprechaun news segment. We did go over that. That was so fun. Those people are the best. Snoop and Scheme. Bring it, bitches. No bodies in my front yard. You're hilarious, dear. It's 6:10. Yes, it is. But I also woke up like really fucking late. I slept a lot. What? Where's Adam? He's confused. Bring him back. It doesn't. Listen, if he did vote for Trump, that's fine. I don't care. Like, we still love Adam. We're still gonna buy his heads. People are allowed to vote for whoever the fuck they want. For example, if somebody told me tomorrow, guess what? There is evidence that any of the Democrats did whatever fuck shit. Dianne Feinstein, she was fucking Jim Jones, the guy who killed all those people in Jonestown. That was her buddy. She said, you should run for mayor. You should run for president. She gave him money to start his church. She was about to go down there and drink the fucking Kool-Aid with them. Everybody's fucking bad. So I don't care who people vote for. And we're not going to bully them if they did. However, are we going to talk shit about these politicians who do the bad stuff and blame them for their actions? Absolutely we are. You're at work now? Hello. He did not vote and he will not vote for Trump. Good for you, Adam. Good for you. Can we vote for Helen? Is Helen going? I would vote for Helen for the first female president. I would love that for her. We need to get her up and running. Also, are you still selling the hats? And are you doing customs? Did I see custom hats on your Twitter? What's going on? We need to know. The people want to know. Good morning from Kentucky. We were just talking about you. We love Kentucky. The accents can be a bit much sometimes when you're surrounded by them. You've never been around them before, but they are fun. And also, I love a female Kentucky accent. The male one can be too much. The older male Kentucky accent is hard to understand sometimes. The West Virginia mountain men accent, it's a lot, but I kind of love it. I really love it. Yes. Okay. Yes. And I'm painting hats. He's painting hats, you guys. His hats are custom. We're going to have all the links below for everybody. This is going to be a fun one. Don't worry. Listen to this kid. This is baby Michael. He rules. He's from Long Island. He saved his mommy's life. And I was just watching the news and I was like, I don't know why, but I feel like Chad needs to hear the story. I don't think you're going to cry, so don't worry about that. But the old news has a lot of information on it that is fascinating, and I want an update on these, on this family. What's going on here? How are they doing? Are they okay?
Flanked by his mother and NASA officials, tonight 7-year-old Michael Kelly received a special plaque and round of applause for being a hero. Do you think you're a hero?
Yes,
What did you do, Mike?
I saved my mother.
And does that make you feel really proud?
Yes.
On February 16th last year, someone broke into the Kelly Seaford home, stabbed Virginia Kelly in the throat, and tied up her son, Michael. Somehow, Michael pried himself loose and got help for his mother by calling 911. Do you know what a hero is?
Yeah.
What's a hero?
Someone who does things good.
We try not to make a big thing of it to each other because he needs to have a normal life too.
27 heroes were honored this evening, including one dog. Luke woke up its owners at 5 o'clock in the morning one Saturday as flames ripped through their home.
I didn't do it to be proud of myself. I did it because it had to be done, you know? I mean, you know, they were going to die, so, you know.
Robert Tamke received his award for helping 2 officers hit by a drunk driver. Sergeant Richard Peck was one of those victims.
I think that the award is well deserved, and everybody involved is very worthy of getting it.
According to officials, almost all the names submitted for an award were honored here tonight. Authorities add this year's recipients are just a symbol of the hundreds of other Good Samaritans throughout Long Island.
Craig Roselle risked his life on May 12, 1987.
More bad things are noticed than good things, that's what I feel. But it's about time something good was noticed.
Congratulations to all the heroes. In Mineola, Lucy Yang, News 12, Long Island.
Wasn't Michael cute? I want to know that he's okay. I'm very worried about him. Also, by the way, no, but I don't know what's going on. I didn't read up that far because it's I have to skip ahead. But listen, you guys, it's okay if Adam doesn't want to be here for politics. Adam, it's okay. I understand. I go through phases like that too. And some people, they're in the perma phase. They're like, I don't want to know anything about politics. And they hear a buzzword. They'll hear like Trump or Biden. They just turn it the fuck off. And let me tell you something. I support that because I think that we need to look out for our mental health. We need to look out for our anxiety, our aggravation, things that make us sad, things that bother us. There are going to be times on this channel where I'm going to talk about things like stabbing, assault, molestation, things that are going on in crime. Politics, unfortunately, overlaps a lot with crime. There are going to be times when I'm going to talk about the criminal elements of it. I'm never going to tell you what to do. I'm never going to tell you that I don't like you or I don't like something that you believe in unless it is specifically very harmful to you or someone else. Like something like, you know, if you sit here and you're like, I'm going to fucking go do this horrible thing. It's like, hey, please don't do that. I will try to talk you off a ledge. I'm just saying, like, if you're the type of person who doesn't want to listen to this stuff, you're fucking over it. I totally am great with that. And in fact, I've been there. I empathize. I have felt that way. Sometimes I've gone like a year or two, just totally like I will just space out or I'll leave the room. I don't want to hear about it. I am in a new stage now that we're getting closer to an election where I'm starting to bring a lot of old things up. that, you know, people who support or don't support one side or the other might not want to hear, but the things I bring up are going to be facts, and they're going to be things that I think are interesting. And if somebody else doesn't find it interesting, it's okay. We're not going to be mad at them. We're not going to judge them. And I fully support Adam leaving because he thinks that something is tired, old, overplayed, and boring, because I feel the same way about a lot of politics. I feel like the Marjorie Taylor Greene shit is fucking overplayed. I'm tired of being outraged at that bitch. I'm ready to laugh at her. And so all day today, I was going back and forth with one of you guys, with HUD. Just like, ha ha ha, look at this bitch. Like, I'm okay with it. I'm in a place where I can have those conversations and it doesn't bother me. I know other people who will see like, oh, you don't like this thing I like, and then they're just like, fuck this, and they throw a fit. Adam came back, you know, and he's saying good morning. He's being nice. He didn't do anything wrong. I don't think anybody else did anything wrong by having conversation with him about why he left. And I don't mind if he thinks the conversation is boring sometimes. We cannot be entertaining 24/7, even your old dad. Your old dad's going to go on rants. He's going to talk about his days at the Moose Lodge with his friends. And if you've heard the story 1,000 times or you're sick of it, you don't want to hear it, I will never be offended. And I will always support your right to go find a channel that you want to hear temporarily or for a long time. And then if you want to come back, come back. Never going to be offended. I totally get it. There are some people who cannot listen to, you know, I don't like hearing about mass shootings or going in depth on them. And if I'm like on a channel that is my favorite and they start talking about it, I'm just going to leave. And it's not because I hate them. And it's not because I don't want to be a part of this. Fuck this. And it's not because I want to change them and I want to tell them what to talk about. I have a right to not listen. And Adam has that right. So if he gets burnt out from politics or doesn't want to hear it, that's okay. And if you are listening, if you're anybody in the chat or who listens to me and you feel burnt out and you need to go somewhere else for a moment or for a long time, it's okay. You have every right to do that. You have every freedom in the world to, stay here or leave. And I'm never going to be offended ever. And I just want you guys to know that I agree 100% with him. It is fucking tired. It is boring. It is played out. So's like a lot of the Lisk stuff, the Karen Reed stuff, like it feels like, oh, I've heard this 1,000 times from 50 different people. I get that. So I'm not mad at it. I'm like, by all means, take care of your shit. Come back. We'll be on a new subject soon. You know you're dead. He can't stay on track. We're going to talk about something else soon anyway. But yeah, I like everybody. But, I also get the part where people will be like, oh, this person keeps me down. They don't support what I'm about. They actively fight against me as, a minority, a woman, a gay person. I get that. I get the passion of wanting to tell everybody, Yeah, he was just in Discord anyway. He was just fucking around in Discord, getting his room clean for Dad. So Dad doesn't come in and go, why is there shit all over the fucking floor? He's just in there blowing on his Nintendo, trying to get it to work again. But at the same time, I totally get the side that's passionate. I've seen people scream in the face of people who don't believe in the same thing as them. Like, well, if you support this person, then you fucking hate me. And I also think that that's a bit of a mind fuckery. But I also can see how they would think that. I hate to say it, but it really, again, it's situational. It all depends on the context of the person. Read the room, stuff like that. We're in a room where we're all over the fucking place. So if you need to go somewhere you don't like something, it's okay. And we're not going to ever hate on anybody or be like, no, I want to know why. No, we don't. Like, if you guys if you don't like something, that's okay. Not all topics are going to be for everyone. I know people who can't listen to things about kids. So if you underwent some sort of trauma and we're talking about a kid with a trauma and you got to leave, kind of the same in my book. People get fucking PTSD from politics. So I'm never going to fucking be mad. And I agree. It is fucking boring. It's fucking boring like a big fucking bird. However, I do think that it would be fun to show you guys the Melania bride shit. She was when she was what do you call it? You could buy her. When you could buy a person. And her name was Melania. I think that that's kind of important, especially when you're fighting with your family at Thanksgiving. Let's keep going. Way better tips without this. And here's another thing. Yeah, better tips without politics. You can, you can censor yourself and like try to like walk on eggshells. And sometimes it feels like, I don't know, like I'll feel bad if I don't say something that I'm feeling because I don't want to mislead people and let them think I don't give a fuck. Like I really do give a fuck. I give a fuck about the future of our nation, about people getting fucked over. I don't want people to get fucked over. I don't want people to feel oppressed. I really don't want to see a lot of the shit that I've seen the last decade on the news ever again. So like I totally get that. You know what I mean? But I also like, I might say some shit sometimes. And if you're just like, I'm not with you on that, Dad, it's okay. It's okay. You don't always have to be on board with me. I am all about like, I like hearing from people who have different points of views of mine. I like that too. I'm not about being in a bubble necessarily, but I'm also not going to go into a crowd that like hates something and then scream about how I love it. Cause that's just asking for trouble. You feel me? Yeah, some people just won't discuss their own. And I've been there too, where it's like, you know what? I'm just going to be quiet here and listen. Sometimes that's for the best. And sometimes you just want to tell people some crazy shit. I think Russian poisoning and like the Manafort shit and everything that has to do with the mafia in New York is very interesting. And it makes me sad that politics makes it less fascinating somehow because they're so intertwined. I kind of resent them for taking away the Goodfellas mafia mystique and making it nerdy with ties. That's what pisses me off. It really does. It's like, fuck. None of these dudes are cool. Now I work at a post office. We're discussing. Yeah, you can't really. And you know what's weird? I see the problems with it, but when you're a kid, or at least when I was a kid, like it was like, we don't discuss politics. That's rude. It was really rude to ask people who they were voting for. I miss those days. I miss the days where it was rude to be like, who are you going to vote for? And now people are like just asking that shit right out. And it's kind of shocking. It's like, fucking mind your own business. It's not your fucking business. Also, you can kind of tell because people like wear it on their sleeve quite literally. A lot of the time it is 5:27 a.m. Yeah, it's early as fuck. And this is technically, I don't know if all of you know this, but your dad works primarily overnight. So this is technically your dad's lunch. Yeah. And also, what is it like working for the post office? Robert Schulman was a postal worker. There's a lot of serial killers who worked in the post office. Rodney Alcala, Robert Schulman, I believe Cottingham briefly did. There's a shitload. I'm very, very curious about that. What is it about that makes people go crazy? Also, what's the weirdest thing you've ever seen in a letter? I know people mail potatoes now. Maybe we'll mail you kids a potato one day. You can mail a potato. I'm very curious. Grandma Dad loves Grandma. Thank you for having me, Grandma, for having my dad and mom, Grandma. I'm on board with you, Adam. Yeah. Where'd you go? There you are. No, I don't think you're upset. I think that I thought that maybe people were questioning you or giving you shit, and I just wanted to say, no. We support him. Just like we support any of your rights. Any of your rights. No, not Melania. Don't Jesus. She had a lot of ads though for she was trying to get that hubby, dude. It was fucking wild. And also her parents like being on a fucking Einstein grant is insane, but you guys made it really funny with the Epstein grant thing. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, going postal was a real thing. And I am working on a episode about the Noid. You guys requested it. A couple of you were like, I want to hear about the Yo Noid. Okay, we'll talk about him. He was fucking wild. Domino's Noid really wrecked shit. It was bad. I got up early to feed my horses and was shocked you were live. I know. I told you guys I'm going to go. So I'm one of those people, if I have an hour or two or 4 or 5, I'm like, okay, I'll go live. I'll put a couple of things together and we'll just see what we talk about because it's been so fun doing that. And usually it takes me, when I was putting out just full videos, I was doing it like once a month. It takes so long to put them together, edit them, get everything perfect, and then, you know what I mean, plan it out. And I found that this is like a little more freeing. I'm having fun. I'm getting to talk to you guys. I love hearing from you. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll continue to make those videos, like the how-tos and stuff like that, the OSINT stuff, and true crime videos, but I also do lives any opportunity I get. And that's why I don't commit to a schedule, because it's like, I know that the Aussies, I love hearing from the Aussies, the Ned Zutters, the Irish, and the fucking Scottish people. Y'all rule. But y'all are like a whole goddamn, you know, wall of the north away. You're 4 away. And I'm sitting there like, damn, what if they want to wake up in the morning and hear your dad? Hear some good words from your dad. But also there's people who might want to hear them midday. And I'm like, how do we accommodate everyone? So it's like, we'll just go live whenever I can. And sometimes it's right when I wake up, and you can tell when it's like right when I'm about to go to bed. It's like, okay, I got an hour. Let's see what we do. And then your dad's exhausted. Sometimes it's in the middle of the day. I'm a little burnt out. And I find that it's kind of fun, you know, frankly, to try different times, just at any chance we get. You know what I mean? And that is a great point. I've thought about this too, Adam. I have a hard time, like, I guess I have a hard time with figuring out the words to say so that you could still be around people you like or love who might not fucking agree with you or might think your views are crazy, you know? But it's like, they don't really matter, do they? Like, unless it's like actively fucking you over, I don't see how it matters. And so I think people who are like empathetic people have a really hard time letting go of people, even if the person, you know, even if it's someone who maybe is like into something you're not into, if it's something that we're too, I don't know how to say it. Like, if it's something that you're too opinionated about, or like you feel very passionate about, sometimes like people always say, oh, I lost respect for you. I hate that shit. It's like, you respected me? What's fucking wrong with you? But also, like, it's just not worth it. You know, it's not worth getting into that argument because they don't want to change their mind. You're not going to change yours, and neither of you want to change each other's. So it can suck in the end. But I found that if you just do what you did, you know, if you don't want to hear it, walk away, that helps, you know? And some people see that's a fucking cop out. You don't want to confront the issues. It's like, no, bro, it's 5 a.m. and I haven't had my Xenadrin yet. Just kidding. Big fucking birds. They have no tact. It's a crazy place to work for so many reasons. I've had a cremated remains box explode all over me once. Still have nightmares about it. I had a woman throw remains at me in Hawaii in the ocean. I got too close. Had a message saying you need to learn to respect women or some shit. He's a predator. He thought it was a gift. Who? Holy shit. Oh yeah, we needed to talk about the Epstein thing. So the Epstein thing, what I was going to tell you, every time you talk about potato, I think of John Lauren's Lives with his Miss Potato cartoon in the face. Oh my God, I need to see that. I don't know who that is. I have to look. My bro got me into the potato site years ago. What's going on with the potato site? What's the potato site? Oh yeah, evil potato. We called Jen Soto an evil potato. I said she was an evil potato because she's just there, you know? She exists. The problem isn't that she did anything evil. The problem is she didn't do anything. She was just sitting there growing and sprouting and being a potato. Also, she kind of looks like a potato, kind of. She's a potato face. It's hard to remember. She's just there. She just exists. And I love that meme. Everything in life is either a potato or it's not. It's true. It's a fact. I love facts. And yeah. And then it grew from there, like a potato does. And now we've got different kinds of potatoes, because when I called Jen a potato, people were like, oh my God, I love potatoes. So let's not do that to potatoes. And it's like, okay, well, now we need to make new types of potatoes, as you do. So now it's like we have to differentiate the evil potato from just a potato, from scalloped. We have all these different kinds. Twice baked, I guess it's when you are Adam and you're in a van and you're smoking weed. It's fucking twice baked potato. Yeah. Remains. The thing about remains that always bothers me, especially like cremated remain, it's like, I don't know what part is touching me or being thrown at me or whatever I'm inhaling. Am I inhaling the dick part? I don't want to do that. Yeah, I love random schedules. I also hate them. Everything is or isn't a potato, Adam. NZ potatoes are the best. You know, I watched the NZers channel, and when they had yams for Thanksgiving, they were really tiny, and I did not know what was going on. You'll have different fruit and vegetable, and it's wild. Were the receipts in her face? I don't know what you're talking about, but I love that. Yes, it really messes with me sometimes. Like, was that someone's grandma? Yeah. It makes me wonder, like, Did I get grandma tits in my mouth? I'm very disturbed. I just stressed out this morning, fainted 3 times, an ambulance from a restaurant, etc. Days off work, electrolyte. Oh my God. Get some electric lights. We need you to wake up and be okay. It is sort of a put down, but also when you consider how delicious potatoes are, then it's not, right? So it can be both. It's like the word fuck. And remember we said bless her heart. Bless your heart can be bad and it can be good. I can imagine Michelle body parts all over. Yeah, I don't know. Is it the dick part? What's in me? No sleepwalking it. Yeah, dude. I sleepwalk. It's not good. Why? I don't know how to do this. I'm going to have to go figure this out, C. Smith. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I thought it was notifying people. Yeah. We're a Spud family. Now, potato and scrunchy are the words of the channel. Yes, potato, scrunchy, your big fucking bird. That's from Jill Daniels. Send a potato. Oh, yeah. I was just talking about. Is that the website? I didn't know what it was called, but I knew you could send a potato. Yeah, they're millionaires now. And then remember on Halloween, parents were giving potatoes the option. Do you want a potato or do you want a piece of candy? And kids were picking the potato. And it was wild. They ran out of potatoes. Yeah. You never lose it. Don't worry about politics and religion. People will respect you all the time. Was literally asleep, woke up because it's hot as fucking been on with y'all since I'm on Rockstar Fruit Punch and a bit salty. Oh no. How hot is it? Turn your AC on, Adam. We also talked about Joe Pera has a podcast that puts you to sleep. And I'm going to link it below. He's hilarious. You should listen to him when you're ready to get tired because, oh my God, what a voice. I started watching here The Day of the Scrunchy, so I got that reference. Yeah. There's going to be more references. We're creating our own lexicon. It's working. Potatoes are delicious. Potatoes are bad. Just cut that out. What? Oh, no potato. See how you can read things 2 ways? I read it as no, potatoes are bad. But what you're saying is no potatoes are bad. Holy shit. Yeah, she is being called a potato. Yes. But the thing is, she's an evil potato specifically. I forgot Adam's a hairstylist, you guys. Adam can do your hair. Yes, it was Scrunchy Gate. We talked about John Ray. Got all the hydrolytes. Good. Stay hydrated. Yes. My son's name is Adam. Yes. He had AFib. Dude, we had Bun and Jax had AFib this morning, and we cured it with African dance kinetics from white people in Northport. We upset the AFib out of you, Bun and Jax. We were in Monterey. It sucked. Oh, no. We go in PI. Oh, my God. We're going to start talking about potatoes and how delicious they are. I've got work in a few hours. This is ridiculous. Yes. It's ridiculous that any of us have to work. It is so hot. Potatoes are more than candy in Australia. Are worth more than candy. What? Really? Because if you think about it, you can't grow new candy. You can't throw it in there and grow new candy. But you could do that with a potato. It's amazing. It's really amazing. I'm going to chain smoke some cigs and keep this train rolling. Fraggle Rock. I love this. 2 beds. He cooks and he can do your hair. Yes. And he's going to bang Jen McCabe, everybody. Let's support your brother. Question mark. Was it not you, Bun and Jen? Or no, sorry, Jill. Sorry. Remember when we watched the dance kinetics this morning and you talked about your AFib? They did those dances for you to help you. It's just around 70 this week. I'm so fucking jealous. You are now an occult. Cat is your dad. I'm your dad. Hello. Yes, we're going to learn how to investigate true crime. My dog is your god. And we also watch a lot of old news. We're going to talk about cold cases. Yes, Jen McCabe. Adam is going to wife her. He's going to go on the internet and buy her. Port Hope, Ontario. Oh, hell yeah. I'm about to catch up on some, what do you call it? I almost said Sleater Kenny. What am I thinking of? Fucking Squirrely Dan. I'm going to watch some Squirrely Dan later. Wait, who's going to bang Jen? It's a hate bang. Your brother Adam. He's going to hate bang Jen McCabe. He's taking one for the cult, everyone. Why? For science. Duh, Pat. Adam loves science. Adam's homeschooled. And his science fair project is to bang out Jen McCabe and then tell us if he has the devil in him now. Just don't go live when you do, Adam. Yes, don't. Adam, you can go live whenever you want. Yes, LOL. I am your Sleater Kenny. Yes, yes, yes. Letter Kenny. That's what I was thinking, not Sleater Kenny. Yes, 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 yes. It's so great. Squirrely Dan is so funny. And I love the back and forth. It's like a tennis match. They're so good. You'll have to fight Brian Albert for the honor of banging out Jen. Adam, are you ready to fight Brian? If he kills you and leaves you on a lawn, though, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to hire Proctor to investigate? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, next we're going to watch Your God is Back, and he's insisting on going back outside. They do have to pee. But also, this is incredible because I have way more. Oh my God. Wait. Banger and Talk Politics and live stream. I'll watch. Teresa, you're a fucking animal. I love this. You're the best. To the death. Yes, yes, yes. Godspeed. Good luck. She's going to make you bust in a solo cup, though. She's going to keep your DNA and she's going to put it in a fucking shop and save bag. So look out. Make sure she doesn't steal your little swimmers and try to make little baby Helens. Okay? So we're going to watch this. I'm going to show you guys this. This is some more old Long Island news. It is just 4 minutes, but it has a lot in it. And it is just very, here it is. It's very crazy. There's a lot of shit in here that I think you guys are going to be interested in. This is from 2002. I told you guys about the teen that was found in the pool, and he was tied to a table, and at the bottom of the pool, tied to it, and they said, I believe they said suicide. I want to know what happened with this, because no fucking way. No fucking way. Tell me what you think. Here we go.
In a posh suburban town, a teenager's body was found at the bottom of a public swimming pool, and police are trying to figure out how he died. Julia Chavez has the latest.
The calm waters of this town pool could help police solve the mysterious death of a 19-year-old Scarsdale man. At 8:43 this morning, maintenance workers discovered David Friedman's body. He was inside this pool chained to a picnic table. Detectives say Friedman's body was attached to a metal picnic bench, which was also submerged in water. Tonight, many Scarsdale residents were alarmed at hearing the news.
You're just in a state of shock. Didn't expect something like this to happen. And I think just as every other resident here in this community, our hearts go out to the parents right now.
It's shocking. It's hard to imagine in Scarsdale. I feel sorry for the parents and the close friends.
Scarsdale police are continuing to investigate. So far, their findings indicate a possible suicide. In Westchester County, Scarsdale, Julia Chavez, UPN 9 News.
Cops in Long Island say a killer has confessed to a cabbie. They say 20-year-old Leonard Lanza murdered a 43-year-old acquaintance. The victim was found in his home in Merrick with his hands and feet tied. The cabbie called police after dropping Lanza off near the scene of the killing.
The story of a man who walked into a hospital and walked out a medical mistake. Get this. Doctors left a big towel inside of him. That's right, a towel. Matthew Schwartz has this I-Team exclusive report.
How angry were you?
Pretty damn angry. Very angry. I'm still very angry.
You won't believe what Thomas Pepper says nearly killed him. The Islip, Long Island resident has to remain attached to a portable vacuum that removes fluids from an infection in his chest. He says he's very sick because of a huge mistake by a surgeon.
Mr. Pepper, his wife, and their attorney say that this is what's caused his health problems. A surgical towel like this one, more than 2 feet wide, they say was left inside of Mr. Pepper at the end of his surgery for colon cancer. And they claim that it remained inside of him for 80 days.
In 20 years, I've never seen anything.
I just want you guys to stop and think about this. For those of you who know what I'm about to say, if you know, you know. How would you feel if Grant Smith Ellis was inside of you? Because that's what this report is about.
Like this is the grossest.
And by the way, Teresa, no, this is just normal fucking everyday Long Island shit, apparently. Because there are so many stories like this on the old news. It is crazy. And also, oh my God, Pat. Pat, we are on the same fucking wavelength today. Oh my God. I just saw this. That's the best, dude. I had to scroll up to see your comments, and I wish I would have put that up first. That's so funny. Yeah, that ain't no fucking suicide, right? Yeah, it's not the dancing weirdos. That's so funny. You thought I would do that. I would never do that to you. Just kidding. Here it goes. Oh, let's go. I'm going to keep playing it. I do want to go back a little bit to when he shows the towel. Holy shit, dude.
A surgical towel like this one, more than 2 feet wide, they say was left inside of Mr. Pepper at the end of his surgery for colon cancer. And they claim that it remained inside of him for 80 days.
In 20 years, I've never seen anything like this. This is the grossest situation that I've ever run across.
Well, this is a whole long... Mr. Pepper is an...
When someone says gross and they're a doctor or a lawyer, like when you have a person with a professional background
award-winning
saying this is the grossest shit I've ever seen. Like he's not even saying egregious. He's not even saying outstanding. He's saying gross. It's gross. A surgeon's fucking are you talking about The Darkness? I believe in a thing called love. Just listen in the rhythm of my heart. I love them so much. What we were watching last night, the Hammerheads footage when we were talking about, or this morning, technically, late last night, early morning, Tina Foglia. Yeah. Definite Darkness vibes. I don't know how they got to suicide, but this is what I'm talking about, K-Buns. Like, I see stories like this, and I'm like, what happened with that? Did they keep it a suicide? When I see stories like that, I look into them, and I'm like, what? Like, was it? I don't know. I don't think it is. What the fuck? Like, how do you... I don't understand. First of all, a kid. Second of all, a pool. Third of all, a table. It's so much. Nobody does that. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really like, what is that story? And then the towel guy right after, like, give us a second, news, for fuck's sake. Rebecca Zhang, yes, hung from the balcony, and she was dating, was he a doctor? She was dating a guy, a doctor, or she was married to him. Either way, her sister was crying on Dateline saying, like, she would never fucking do this. This is crazy. And then they blamed her husband's brother, which was crazy because that guy does not look like he murdered anybody. But something was weird there. She should not have been hung there in the way she was. And there's just no way she did it herself. It blows my mind. Yeah, it's just normal ass news. Probably dragging the picnic table into the pool, but then also tying yourself down, and then somehow, like, how did it? I wish, like, if you guys can come up with any reason, I kind of want to go back. Let's see the exact words they use again, because I'm very curious. We won't do this often, but I do want to go back on that one story because I do want
to help
see
police solve the mysterious death of a 19-year-old Scarsdale man. At 8:43 this morning, maintenance workers discovered David Friedman's body. He was inside this pool chained to a picnic table. Detectives say Friedman's body was attached to a metal picnic bench, which was also submerged in water.
Also, for you wrestling fans, this is Long Island. Last name Friedman. Does anyone pick up what I'm spitting? Is this MJF? Is this his family? What's going on here?
Tonight, many Scarsdale residents were alarmed at hearing the news.
You're just in a state of shock. Didn't expect something like this to happen. And I think just as every other resident here in this community, our hearts go out to the parents right now.
It's shocking. It's hard to imagine in Scarsdale. I feel sorry for the parents and the close friends.
Scarsdale police are continuing to investigate. So far, their findings indicate a possible suicide. In Westchester County, Scarsdale...
Chained and suicide and table and pool. How? I mean, one could drag it and shackle self to ensure. Sure. In fact, one of the guys that they're always trying to say is a victim of a serial killer here in Austin, the Iranian guy, he him. He was a teacher. He tied duct tape around his head and his hands, but he could scoot to the, like, there was video of him doing it. In this case, like, I feel, because think about it, you're laying on a table, right? How do you get it around you? You know what I mean? Like, it makes no sense. It really doesn't. No, we watched it early. Yes, we did watch it earlier, but like, we're not gonna watch it again. Just kidding, psych. Yeah, that guy must have felt wiped out. I stop it, Teresa. Stop it. Oh my god. What was the one? What was his name who used to have the as seen on TV? What was that shit called? The guy who he ended up beating up a sex worker. The ShamWow. If they drop a ShamWow in you, does it just keep soaking up all your blood? What happens there? I have questions. Yeah, picnic tables are really heavy too. Like I'm genuinely trying to picture it, right? Like it's very hard. Like I don't, because let's say you get it to the edge and you lay on it. How do you get the chain around you? Like, or whatever you're using to tie you down? It just makes no sense. Yeah, no way suicide. It's just wild. I don't understand. Exactly on the mic. And that was happening around here. Remember the Pine Barrens video? Fucking Teresa, you took me out with that. Bitch, you made me laugh too hard. How dare you? Oh man, we'll watch strongman competitions later. They're insane. Braun Strowman's really good at that. Yeah, I would never have thought of that because I don't think I could be able to pull it off. Like I would immediately go, nope, not possible, and then just not do it. I don't understand. Yeah, you got me. Got him. You fucking got me. That was so fun. I was like taking you serious. I was like, well, let's yeah, we gotta ShamWow it. Yeah, it was a simple one. I'm oblivious, you guys. Sometimes I miss obvious shit. Yeah, I'm still fucking going. We're talking about this kid here, Tracy. He fucking, I mean, look, just hear this. Listen to this. It's not long. It's like 30 seconds.
Now, a teenager's body was found at the bottom of a public swimming pool, and police are trying to figure out how he died. Julia Chavez has the latest.
The calm waters of this town pool could help police solve the mysterious death of a 19-year-old Scarsdale man. At 8:43 this morning, maintenance workers discovered David Friedman's body. He was inside this pool chained to a picnic table. Detectives say Friedman's body was attached to a metal picnic bench, which was on.
Okay, let's talk about this. A metal picnic bench. Do you guys remember those? They're fucking heavy. They are fucking heavy. I know it is a wrestling reference, but listen, Maxwell Jacob Friedman is a heel for life. Remember he said in high school, do you remember the story about the blowjob in the car accident? That is a real wrestling promo he did cut. And how his girlfriend died and he switched seats with her. He basically like did the whole Fight Club behind the scenes move for his promo. That's the type of heel who would toss someone in a pool tied to a table. However, that's kayfabe. We're in real life, and I'm very concerned how the fuck do you get a table that big on your own? Let's see. Aussie Mel says, drag table to the edge, chain, then push it. But I'm saying if it was a suicide, how does he push himself in if he's chained down to the top? You feel me? It does sound like it sounds like hazing. Duh, he dropped. Jesus Christ. You're so funny. Yeah, it's very calm. Also, like, it's a public pool. Obviously, open to the public. You don't think they're heavy? Those were heavy. Well, I was a kid. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely not as heavy as wood. That's true. And you know how we respect wood on this channel. We've talked about this. How do you have access to the pool after? That's why I'm thinking like there had to be people with him because I don't know. Like, it feels like a community pool is where you would sneak with friends. You know what I mean? To go for a dip. Yeah, not as heavy as wood. We've agreed. We respect wood. We respect wood. We respect wood. Thank you, Pat. However, they are fucking heavy. They are the they are the aluminum ones. I said metal. I meant aluminum. Whatever they're made out of. They're the fucking shiny ones. The poles are what are heavy. Now, look, it's no wrestling table. We're not going through it ECW style, so it's not that weak. It's no YMCA table, you know. The chain adds the element for assured drowning. Yes, but you have to chain yourself. And then you have to get the table in the water. We have them groups in England, but more about having a big old Without mail, they also boil hot water and put a special tea bag in and hover over the tea to cleanse the lady. But I have no idea what you're saying, but I am fascinated with this, and I'm going to read it 9 times to myself later and try to figure it out. You get each other. Good morning. Good morning, KK405. KKKKK. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I'm just so confused by this table situation. I've never been one on here when you're just talking. Yeah, I'm just talking. He was chained. Yeah, to the top, apparently. I was looking at news stories about it, and it indicates that he was chained to either the top or the bench part. What the fuck? That's crazy. They are heavy. Probably need a couple of people. They're saying suicide. Yeah, the Goodwood. No cameras. This is old. This is from 2002. So not as many. Yeah, exactly, Ozzy. It is lighter, but see, the thing is, the metal part of the poles, that's what's heavy. That's why we don't see aluminum tables flying everywhere in a good wind. We respect wind. We also respect wind. Yeah, 2002 would have been a fence to climb over, no CCTV. Yeah, they probably just, it just looks like there's a bush back there. We don't respect bush. Just kidding. They are the ones who burn the heck out of you when you yes. See, that's what I'm talking about. They're the ones in the shitty parks. He could have chained himself in the pool. Oh. But like, have you ever tried, so you think that he swam down, he put the table in, he swam down. Oh. God damn, that's actually pretty brilliant. So he dives down, he puts the chain around it, puts it around his waist. Well, then the table would have to be super heavy. But I guess if you try, I don't know. I don't think a teen could swim and pull the table back up. Daisy, you may have figured this out. Damn. Yes, Chelsea Green took the most insane bump. It was insane. And simultaneously, she's totally fine. I've seen her do some crazy shit when she came as the angry bride, the crazy bride for Russell Circus. I love the Twitter joke she has going where she's like, I fell 50 feet, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's like Jericho when he went with Moxley and got all the thumbtacks in his back, and then it went from 69 thumbtacks to 100, and then it just kept getting bigger and bigger. It's so funny. Yeah, you think it's all doable. Okay, I think Daisy just, fuck, that's pretty brilliant. I didn't think of it that way. That makes sense. Daisy, why do you know that? How do you know that? How did your head think of that? That's amazing. That actually makes sense. Oh, you can't get into why? In Australia? Did they make it really hard? In America, you can fucking get in anywhere, dude. If you got a credit card and you like to sneak into places, you could just use that to unlock a door. It's fucking nuts here. He pushed the table in for, yeah, that's what she was saying. I think that's pretty smart. I think that could be what happened. I read it like he was chained to it and then pushed in, which is why I think they were confused. But then they said it looks like it could be suicide. You said it too. Okay, so both of you. Okay. Short self-chain and then push into pool. Yeah, I guess. He was creative. He's very creative. Yes, you did say it. Okay, so you both had that idea. That is brilliant. Interesting. I'm thinking about requesting public records on this guy. I'm thinking about making a FOIL request just to find out. I need to know because they made it sound in the newspapers like he was chained flat, laying back on the top. But the way you're saying it is the only logical way I've heard. That's the only way it would make sense, right? Does anybody have any other options? I'm willing to add to them. I also think it could have been maybe somebody did. Actually, this falls pretty in line with what we're about to talk about next, a Reddit thing. Doable, but also it's NYC in the 70s. So no, this is 2002. But also it may as well be the fucking 70s. Sorry, I have the hiccups. Man of 5 million holds now, yes. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's the water. Things that make you go, because he knew he would panic. Yeah. And see, that's why the first guy who everybody says is the victim of a serial killer, the first body that was found on everybody's list, in the people who have been washing up in Austin, the people who off themselves in the lake, the people who are dead. Because he had tape around his head and his hands and his feet, people will not accept that it was a suicide. However, they have him on camera taping himself loosely. And then he jumps in, and he did it so that he couldn't swim out. Right? I see what you're saying. That could make sense. We don't know. The way they describe it versus how it is described in newspapers and from other sources I've found, it's all over the map. I'm very interested, though. I wonder. In The Handmaid's Tale, they tied them to bowling balls. Huh. Well, we need to get rid of the bowling balls, ladies, because I'm very worried about that happening to us. Fuck. What if it was a magic trick gone wrong? I don't know. If it was, they didn't do it right. And was it a young David Blaine? We don't know. I don't think they would be that heavy. Think about a trampoline. I don't know. Think about a trampoline in water. That sounds fun. Yeah, definitely something in the god damn it, Mike. I need 30 seconds alone. Mike, what the fuck is wrong with you? That is one of the funny. Between you and Teresa with the towel comments, Jesus Christ. That is so. Yes, there is something in the water, Mike. Oh, God, that's so fucking funny. You guys are ridiculous, and I love you. And I'm so glad that I bore you all from my loins. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just dealing with how fucking crazy, creative, and funny your brothers and sisters are being. Do you get it? Granny, look, definitely something in the water around there. This motherfucker, that is fucking brilliant and also evil. You evil potato, Mike. God damn it. That's so funny. How dare you? But also, Jesus, that's funny. But also, how dare you? How crippling, sad, and how funny at the same time. Yeah. This is great. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm dealing with really the cleverness of you kids. It's really crazy how funny that was. Oh, fuck. Good morning, hot messy queens. Get them the pizza too. Boom, Teresa says. You're all just dropping mics and potatoes around here. Let's keep going with this.
Also submerged in water. Tonight, many Scarsdale residents were alarmed at hearing the news.
You're just in a state of shock. Didn't expect something like this to happen, and I think just as every other resident here in this community,
Kind of looks like Christopher Maloney. This guy.
It's shocking. It's hard.
Go back. Was that Casey Jones? I was just talking about you, Stabler.
Right now.
It's shocking. It's hard to imagine in Scarsdale. I feel sorry for the parents and the close friends.
Scarsdale police are continuing to investigate. So far, their findings indicate a possible suicide. In Westchester County, Scarsdale, Judia Chavez, UPN 9 News.
Cops on Long Island say a killer has confessed to a cabbie. They say 20-year-old Leonard Lanza murdered a 43-year-old acquaintance. The victim was found in his home in Merrick with his hands and feet tied. The cabbie called police after dropping Lanza off.
What is with the Lanzas? Lanzas, get your shit together.
Near the scene of the killing.
The story of a man who walked into a hospital and walked out a medical mistake. Get this. Doctors left a big towel inside of him.
How dare you, ma'am? He is not a mistake. We planned for him. I'm sorry.
Tried a towel. Matthew Schwartz has this I-Team exclusive report.
How angry were you?
Pretty damn angry. Very angry. I'm still very angry.
You won't believe what Thomas Pepper says nearly killed him. The Islip, Long Island resident has remained attached to a portable vacuum that removes fluids from an infection in his chest. He says he's very sick because of a huge mistake by a surgeon.
Mr. Pepper, his wife, and their attorney say that this is what's caused his health problems. A surgical towel like
I know,
this
he
one,
looked like Elliot.
more than 2 feet wide, they say was left inside of Mr. Pepper at the end of his surgery for
I know, it's
colon
hard to
cancer,
believe, huh,
and they
Caitlin?
claim that it remained inside of him for 80 days.
In 20 years, I've never seen anything like this. This is the grossest situation that I've ever run across.
Well, this is a whole one.
Mr. Pepper is an award-winning illustrator of architectural drawings. He used to keep in
Uh-oh.
shape by walking 2 miles a day.
Architect.
He says that soon after the colon cancer surgery at Winthrop University Hospital, he began feeling horrible, and nobody could figure out why.
It's been
I
horrendous.
have to say, I hope that's not the same towel. I hope that they have one that looks like it. I would never want to touch that thing. Don't keep the towel. Please get rid of the towel, Tom Pepper, please. I wonder how Tom Pepper's doing. Did he live? Kids, someone in the chat, go do an OSINT mystery tour run for your dad. Go do a OSINT errand for your dad and find out how Tom Pepper, the architect from Long Island, is doing. If he's still having medical problems from the towel, please let me know so we can have a fundraiser for him on live one night. I will, whatever we make this live, whatever we do, I will personally match it from my own bank account. And if he is still alive, we will donate to Tom Pepper and his towel bowels. Okay?
I used to be a healthy guy.
The Peppers say that 96 x-rays were taken, but the pictures didn't show any.
96. I did not catch that the first million times I watched this. 96 x-rays? That cannot be. That's a lot of radiation, right? That can't be good for you.
Anything wrong because the towel didn't have a special strip in it that would show up in an x-ray, like the strip in a surgical lap sponge.
Nurses, doctors in the chat, do they still have those tabs at the end of towels? Second of all, let's hear that again. What did he say?
The towel didn't have a special strip in it that would.
Is Grant Smith Ellis missing the strip? Is that what's wrong with him?
Show up in an x-ray, like the strip in a surgical lap sponge. Finally, after 2.5 months of pain, a doctor at another hospital operated and gave Mrs. Pepper the shocking news.
He said, I made a small incision, and he said, I pulled out a towel about this size. And I said, excuse me? I said, I thought I was hearing, it felt like a surreal kind of thing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
What kinds of health problems did the towel cause?
Oh,
Big problems. It caused me, I have infection throughout my system.
That's a good point.
It caused me, I couldn't walk for about.
Also, we need to clip that. Don't forget to tell me later. Remind me to clip that. What kind of medical problems did this towel cause you? And then I want to put all of Grant Smith Ellis's victims in order after that.
A month when I got to the hospital. I came home in a wheelchair.
Mr. Pepper says the towel in his abdomen also caused a stroke and a bowel obstruction. He's suing Winthrop University Hospital and the surgeon, Dr. Victor Gallo.
This is a classic case of he did it.
Don't go to Dr. Victor Gallo.
You've got both the doctor blaming the nurses in the operating room for not performing a correct count. You've got the nurses blaming the doctor for using a towel that was not intended to be used.
Fuck. This is just like when we found the dog mare and Scrubs the cat, and then it turns out they're all dead. This is very unfortunate. I hope Tom Pepper did not die from the towel in his bowels. But I think maybe. God, that's sad. I love Tom Pepper. I want him to live. I like his architecture. Fuck.
In the abdomen.
Well, yeah, it's 2002, but that means 22 years later. How old is Tom Pepper? I don't know how long people live anymore. He could be alive. Some people live for fucking ever. Fuck. Poor Tom Pepper and his towel bowl.
During surgery.
We wanted to ask someone at Winthrop University Hospital about what happened here, but a spokesman told me it's hospital policy not to talk about pending litigation, and Dr. Gallo's lawyer didn't return my calls.
I hope this is over soon, that's all.
The trial starts next week. Matthew Schwartz, UPN 9.
The trial, dude. The trial, dude. That's crazy, huh? I don't know. I just thought, like, I was watching that sitting there like, how is this like, the situation with the table blew my mind. I was like, how is this a thing? How is this a suicide? I was like, I have to show people this. The towel bowl, I wasn't planning on showing you. Doggies had the walkies. So I showed you. I think that mistakenly ended up being one of the most fascinating things because Daisy and Teresa solved it. Teresa God damn it. You're hilarious. He's milking it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, fuck humans, dude. We suck. And there was a sponge in him, not the cause of death. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, first of all. Second of all, don't worry. I'm here. I'm your other dad. I have no sponges in me that I know of. Third of all, I guess you just try to shit it out, right? Or does it just stay in there? Fuck. He died at 85? He lived so long. Oh, good for Tom. At least we know, that he had a good life. Well, I mean, the end of it kind of sucked. He had a towel in his asshole. But other than that, he's milking it. God damn it, Teresa. So funny. His obituary is on Newsday, but it's behind a paywall. Adam, were you here, by the way? I mean, we're not going to do it today, but do you know about the JavaScript switcher? If you get a JavaScript switcher for your extensions and you add it in there, just get the most popular one, especially if you have Chrome. When you turn it off, you can get past all those paywalls. It's incredible. My birth giver is 72, and her mom, my grandma, is now 94. How? I don't know, but my great-grandma was alive until a few years ago, and she was in her 90s. My great-great-grandma, sorry, and my great-grandma. Like, they're dead now, but, like, it's crazy. Like, my family lives a very long time. It's really crazy how long they live. Yeah, I bet it happens all the time. Maybe, shit, that's crazy. I do not want to get anything stuck in my asshole. Hey, what's up, lady in Boston? We're just talking about towels stuck in our assholes. Yeah, it would have to be in the intestines to poop it out. Well, I don't know what our body is. Okay? I don't know what this is. What's connected to that? Yeah, it wasn't a sham wow, but that's hilarious you bring that up because I also brought that up. It would be great if it was. Then it would at least just keep soaking it up. Yes, good info. Good info. Go just get a JavaScript switcher, and then every time you switch it off, you don't have to sign up for the New York Times. You don't have to have a paywall. You could just see the shit. You feel me? So any of those pop-ups that come up and block the script, and then it's like you have to sign up or accept night. No more of that bullshit. Dad is 92. His mom lived till 100. The guy we got the Mookies from, the Hugin, my dog, your god, he's 90. That's one of the reasons why we adopted him from him because, he can't like play with him or walk him anymore. And it just got to be too much. But we're taking him this evening to visit his people. But he's 90 and his sister's alive. Like a bunch of his family members are alive. And he's like, my son is 72. I'm like, Jesus. Right? Yes. You're all my favorites. Yeah, body cavity fest. Also, body cavity sounds like a bad tooth. I don't know why it bothers me. Okay. Which one was this? Is that Melba lady? Hold on. Nope, we don't want to see that. I had another crazy news one I was going to show you. Let me pull up the next thing since we are on track. Okay. I did pull up. Shit, we have a couple of things. Ooh, Marie the Klepto. Shit. No, we're not going to watch that. We already watched the pious confession. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to close this out with two things. Well, I'm going to show you the Rifkin stuff. Hold on. Because we're talking about news still. Nope, pause it. How's it? Okay, because we're still talking about news. We're talking about Lisk. Talking about all kinds of stuff. Talbell. So, we were talking about serial killers that overlap with Rex on Melanie's channel. And I've been talking about it all week. About Lisk, Rifkin, Schulman, all of them. How they have so much in common. They're so similar. Shawcross, Alcala, they were all in the same neighborhood, same area, around the same time. Similar victim profiles, similar ways they treated them, similar disposal, similar dumping ground, MO, SIGs, all of it. Behavioral profiles, I would love to see Sarah's take on this, but vastly different. There's the Rexes, and then there's the dirty room ones, which would be Rifkin and Schulman. And this is a really old report back in the Melba Tolliver and Bill Zimmerman days, where they discuss Rifkin. This was when he was first caught. So imagine when Rex was caught, and then we were all watching the news like, what is this fucking guy like? Oh my God, there's the pizza crust. This is the moment they found that out from, or in regards to Rifkin. And I wanted to show you this so that you could kind of see the similarities and the differences. So here we go. Oh, wait, let me put it so you can see it. That would be helpful.
County. Rifkin has admitted killing 17 women in the New York area. Police believe he might have buried one of his victims in Nyack. State troopers spent today digging but found nothing. They will resume their search tomorrow.
A New Jersey man is in critical but stable condition tonight after a violent stabbing. 17-year-old Halim Cassigas of East Patchogue was arraigned today on attempted murder charges. Police last Friday say the teen attacked the victim and stole his car. The victim, Steve Dalton, was slashed in the throat and stomach. The prosecutor says he has a taped confession from the suspect, but the defense attorney wants to know why his client was held since last Friday.
He's been in custody for over 30 hours, and now all of a sudden they have a video confession.
I know I'm letting it keep going.
Confession and all the
that's because
icing on the cake that they.
This is a collection of news stories from that night, and there are some pretty fascinating ones that pop up. But I just want to see if it's this one right after this one. I was thinking
the question is, why wasn't he, pursuant to statute, brought to arraignment as quickly as possible?
Cassigas is being held on $500,000 cash bail.
No charges are being filed in a tragic accident that took the life of an 18-month-old girl in Jamesport. Police say the child, Maggie Murphy, was killed when her father, Brandon Murphy, accidentally ran over her with the family van. It happened in the Murphys' driveway Saturday. Maggie Murphy was pronounced dead at an area hospital. A young girl from
not what I thought.
Springs who fought a courageous battle against cancer.
Oh God, this is so sad. Nope, that's not what I thought. There was another one with a girl who was kidnapped. And then there was another news report right after that. I think it's another link. I will use that later and show it to you. But basically, there was a string of incidents that happened in the mid 90s until the early 2000s that involved women in Long Island being attacked in their homes, tied up, and having their throat slit. In one case, a child survived and was there. In another case, the woman was a backyard tenant who died, and they never figured out who did it. And she is a group of 4 that died in that same time span that were considered cold case victims. They had wildly different situations with their crime scene, but it was one of the women in there that was very interesting. Like, the whole thing just reeked of, this is not normal. This could potentially be another victim of, I'm not saying Rex, but it could be any of that cluster that was around at the time. Just very fascinating stuff. And I was hoping that this was it, but I'll show it to you next time because we have to get on with the best part. Why we're here. It is, let me close this. We have 2 Reddit mysteries. One of them, I'm just going to show it to you. I'm going to link it below in the description of this video so that if you want to check it out, follow up, do your own OSINT, that's up to you. The best that I could do is just read to you this little blurb and show it to you, or I could just summarize it and show it to you. I think for this one, I kind of want to, let me pull up the actual picture. Hold on. Oh, good. They got rid of it. Excellent. Let me find the photo. Here it is. Here it is. I think this is it. Yes. Nope. They took that one down. It got taken down off the internet for a while, and I saved it somewhere. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Okay, here it is. I'm just going to pull up the photo and make it large for you so that you could see it. Why isn't it? Oh, wow. Okay. They really deleted all the cache for it too? Well, fucking fair enough then. Hold on one second. Cleared up version. Okay, there. Nope, that's broken too. What the fuck? Hold on, guys. I promise. I have another backup of it, but it just pisses me off that this is what's happening now. We're just going to open it in a new tab. You don't have to. I guess I'm just going to enlarge it because this is not working out for your dad. All right, we're just going to have to enlarge it and just. Oh, yeah, fuck. I wish there was I'm going to send you a link and I'm going to upload my own so that you guys can all see it. This was an RBI also. Maybe that one will work. I don't know if you guys, I'll just explain it while I'm showing you. Okay. So someone posted on Reddit a link to a Facebook. And a long time ago, somebody posted this picture in Facebook in a group, and then someone else reposted it on Reddit. And it was a photo that they found in a photo album at Goodwill. And what's interesting is, hold on, let me see if I could just save it and then open it and make it bigger so you guys can see it well. Yeah, that's good. Put it on Dad's fridge there for you. This photo made the rounds because it still had it was in a photo album. It makes no fucking sense. It is kind of upsetting, to be honest with you. And if I could, I wish I could make it fucking bigger. I thought it worked yesterday. Well, I'm going to put it in a link below. I wish you could see it way bigger. It is not for some reason letting me enlarge it. But basically, this is a photo that was found and it really freaked everybody out because when it was posted, people were like, oh my God, is that a body? As in, are these guys tied up inside a puddle of water? And yeah, I will keep trying. Let me, because it's very important to show you the exact one, which this is it. But for some reason, it is not fucking enlarging. There we go. Finally. Hey, you know what? LA, thank you. Because you pushed on and it happened. Hello, lady in Boston. Thank you for being a new member. Let me freak you out a bit. Here we go. So this is a mystery, an internet mystery. I'm going to be honest with you. I have not looked into it in the last few days. I did look into it when it came out. Kind of freaked me out. I side tabled it. I remembered it last week. I was like, this seems like something that the group would be interested in. I'm curious what you get out of it. Dillhole, you're hilarious. How dare you? Yes, I slept for a long time for your dad. Usually I sleep 4 to 6 hours. Sometimes I do like long bursts of sleep when I have days off because I'm lazy. But your dad got a lot of extra sleep. I got a full 8 hours. So I woke up very late. And here we are. This is, I guess, my afternoon right now. Your dad likes to work at night when it's super hot in Texas because it's like 110 degrees. And I have psoriasis and I can't handle it. Here we go. Let me show you this. Do you see the picture? So what we're looking at here, it's kind of hard to tell without the cleaned up version, which I'm going to try to provide for you. This woman found this in a photo album she bought at Goodwill. And she posted it and was like, yo, what's going on in this photo? Because what we see right here, let's make it bigger. What we see right here is someone with their hands tied up, face down in some water. This guy, hands tied behind him, looking in some water at this person. And if you look at the shadow, it looks like someone holding what could be a weapon. I don't know if it's a gun. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that is. But this photo has the internet fucking shook. And it has for a while. There are people who try to debunk it and say it's bullshit. There are other people who say, you know, it could be from a movie set. There are people who say this could be, you know, people purposefully trolling, which is kind of weird because it's an old photo. It's a picture of the old photo. See how it's bent right there? The person provided pictures in the group. I was in the group that they posted in. And I naturally was like, let's go do an image search and see if this has been around the internet before. When it came out, it was not. Simultaneously, people were arguing about what movie it could be from. Nobody could find it. No, at the time, even up to a couple months ago, like nobody was like, yeah, it's this movie. Like it just didn't make any sense. She ended up having to take it down because so many people were giving her shit for it, and they were asking questions, and they were like emailing her, and they were yelling at her to tell the cops. They were calling her a troll. She just got doxxed. So people preserved the post, put it in Reddit. People started cleaning it up. They started going, okay, let's look at this in RBI, which is Reddit Bureau of Investigations. It's literally everyone into web sleuthery, all sorts of different people in there, different professions, people who were into botany, horticulture, the environment. They looked at this and they said, this type of grass is only available in these parts of the South. And this could be Southern California. I don't see that that's a body on the left. Am I looking at it wrong? So these are hands. Let me try to make it bigger. Okay, is that better? So there's a hand tied with another hand, and they're behind this guy's back. Head down here into the water. That's the back. Duct tape around the feet, shoes crossed. Okay. This guy is sitting up, looking. He's got water dripping from his face. He's got his hands behind his back tied up. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. So hands right here behind his back. He's face down in the water. Feet crossed. His booty would be right there. His leg, his feet are facing downward. Hands tied. This guy is sitting up, staring. Over here we have a shadow. Let's pull this person out so you guys can. Oh, well, it's not letting me move that. Let's just. I want you to see the shadow because it's interesting. Do you see that? So people are arguing. They're like, what is this that they're carrying? You know what I mean? What is going on here? Is that a gun? Is it a chainsaw? Is it a weapon? Yeah. I want to see what you guys think. Here, let me go up to the top. I don't see it. Yeah. So do you see it now though? The hands and the feet? The cleaned up version, like the brighter intensified version, is much easier to see it all. Arms tied, but yeah, exactly. It's very interesting. It's not a good look. You know what I mean? This does not look like a good situation, whatever's going on here. It is tiny, K-Buns. I'm sorry. I'm going to post links to this so that you guys can see. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Guy in the red shirt could be a partner who tied to and panicking. Yeah, they're both tied. So this guy right here has his hands tied behind his back. He's sitting in the water. You're seeing him from like a little bit under the chest up. He's looking down at this guy while he's sitting trapped in the water, tied up too. And this guy is face down in the water, upside down. Or girl, we don't know. Shadow of this person looks like this could maybe be, I don't know if it's a vehicle, what's going on here. It looks like there's a head of another person right here in this shadow. So, yeah, it is very creepy. Naturally, a lot of the internet was like, it's a fake. And that's why she took the pictures to prove, like, no, she took the pictures of the pictures from the photo album and was like, no, it's not. What the fuck is it? You guys help me, you know? And then the internet went nuts. It was like the blue and white shirt. Is this gold? Is this yellow? Is this white? You remember all that? Is it blue or is it gray? Whatever. It's really crazy. I spent a lot of time analyzing this photo. I spent a lot of time looking at forums where people who are specialists in everything analyzing the photo. I've seen some people talk about how, you know, this could be from this indie movie, and then someone else proves it's not. But so far, I mean, I haven't gone this week to see if there's an update. I just kind of wanted to show it to you and see what you think. But as far as we know, yes, it's real. It's a real photo. So far, no resolution that I know. I am going to be spending some time today trying to find out what happened. If anybody found anything about it, yeah, we don't. It's still the jury's out, you know? Karen Reed style. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to see. First, I see it. Yeah, looks like a real photo of me. Me too. Looks just like one. Where's the bottom half of the man and that he's sitting in the water? This is water. So this is like a puddle. Part of me wondered, is it Australia? Like, it's just crazy. Like the area looks different. It looks like either a creek or something, but the way his head is up, I think that this is like a little watering hole type of situation. And this guy is waist deep sitting. Yeah, this was the only one in the photo album. Yeah, it is a bad deal. It looks like a real bad deal. Hard luck, Chucky. What's up? What do you think of this? Like, what do you guys think is going on here? People argue about that. I know there's going to be dirty jokes. You're going to want to say it's a penis. We get that, but it's not. What is that? What the fuck is that? Why is it bent? People were saying it's a chainsaw, and then people were like, no, it's not. It's bent. And someone's like, they could have been holding it XYZ way. It's very interesting. Was it the only photo in the album? Yes. Red shirt, seems on his knees. He could be on his knees or he could be sitting on his butt. We don't know, but he's in the water. It's up to his waist. It does look like Australia. I don't know why, but it kind of does to me. We should go make a bunch of strange photos with the disposal. I know. That's the thing. That's what people are saying that these people could have done. But here's the issue is the people who did look at it and like zoomed in a lot, they noticed a couple of things. These are the most relevant things that I found out about this that I can confirm. I was able to see similarities in it. This is as far as I got. It broke my brain. I had to put it away. If you zoom in on the shoes, you can see that these are some older shoes. They're vintage. You can match them to a specific pair. I don't remember what the fuck they're called. I don't think it was Adidas. It might have been BK9. I don't remember. But anyway, there was a specific pair. Somebody else did the work and they also found it and matched up. It was like, okay, so we know that these are vintage shoes from a specific year. But the problem is they made different iterations of it. Simultaneously, I ended up getting into an argument about Daewoo's because it's a popular car in Australia, I guess, but not so much here. And my friend drove one and I ended up just getting angry and dipping out because this person was being insane about how long Daewoo, it doesn't matter. The point is, I remember somebody got the shoes right and it kind of proved like they're not around anymore, but they were around for many years. So it could be a pretty wide window, but it is a vintage old photo based on that. Like you wouldn't see someone with those shoes right now. They just, unless you spent a lot of money buying them on the internet. The other weird thing is the haircut of this guy. People were like, oh yeah, that was a popular hairstyle in the early 80s. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I can't, it's just wet. You can't even see it. On the enhanced version, you can kind of see it a little better. It makes sense. So yeah, it could be Dunlops. That sounds very familiar. It does look like they both could have the same top on. People had pointed that out too. Like, were these a uniform? Were these uniforms? Were these pizza guys? Like, what is this? What's going on here? I looked at Google and found a picture of someone pointed out what they think it was in the photo. What did they say? Because there were all these different people with different theories that they were like, I know for a fact it's this. And then people were disproving it. So it's like, I'm just very curious where we ended on this. I couldn't find much. And then I was like, well, let's throw it to the group and see what they think about this mystery. Great idea, and throw it out in no man's land, Oklahoma, but only 1 to 2 pictures on it. Exactly. The problem is people have done that and it's hindered missing persons investigation. So I would never say do that. And here's why. There were a couple of pictures of kids tied up in a van a while back that got dropped at a Florida convenience store. And supposedly it was these 2 kids pulling a prank, like fucking with someone. And then the story became it was kids that were working on an art project or an indie movie. But either way, for many years, people thought the family of this one missing girl thought that was their kid. And a missing kid in like Arizona or New Mexico who had been a cold case for 20 years, his family thought the same thing. And then when they found out, you know, oh, that's not our kid. They were so let down. And also the investigators focused so much time and resources on it, and then they found out it wasn't real. So like, while it seems fun, you know, I just wouldn't do that. Just a little advice, because that also pissed them off a lot. That pisses off Ellie. They don't want to do that. I was thinking the same thing. Ivan Milat comes to my head every time I see some crazy fucking out in the bush type of shit. It does seem very Ivan Milat-y. Yeah, the one about the kids in the van. It's crazy. And then there are a few others with like Tara Colicchio. Like that was a whole thing. There was an argument that she could be in this one picture, and then her family had all this hope and got let down, you know. It also looks like Washington State, Oregon. It could be South Carolina. It could be Tennessee. There's just so many. It could be New Orleans. It's very swampy. People get into so many arguments online about this photo. You guys, they fight over the grass. They fight over the region. They fight over, like, basically the foliage in general is a big fight. The clothes are a big fight. It does look goddamn real. It does not look comfortable. People fight over whether this guy's dead. The guy in the red shirt is sitting in the water. It looks like his knees are taped together. Duct tape. The area looks like it could be California. I've lived in, yep. A lot of people pointed that out too. People thought California. People thought Texas. It's a lot. So it's very weird, you know? 2 cheetahs in the back. There's just, you know, people argue about what is this in the shadow. People think that this could be a barbecue. They think that this could be equipment, the shadow. Yeah, anywhere in Ontario. Like, it's really hard to narrow this down and figure it out. There's shadow, yep, and it looks like, well, see, that's the thing is, people are saying it's 2 people torturing 2 people, because how would you control 2 grown men? And then other people are saying, and also there's a fucking shadow of a head. Yeah, they did report it to police. That's another reason why she took it offline, because it caused so much of a kerfuffle and people were doxing her. And yeah, you gotta take this to police. She was like, fucking fine already. And then she did. But I don't know what happened with it. Anyway. What are you guys' thoughts? It's pretty creepy, huh? There are 2 cats in the background. Oh, shit. I already took it down. I wanted to see the kitties. Well, damn. It's very weird, right? I'm going to link info below so you can see it, so that you can follow up with it. Yeah, I've seen the 2023 article. There are so many missing and murdered people who's not so, like, there's a lot though, like their pictures have been found years later and they're really creepy. I think one of the scariest is Robert Ben Rhodes photos with Regina Walters. This kind of is like, this is really spooky to me because we don't know what's going on here. I would love to see some of you take this challenge on and see if you can figure it out. If you're from Aussie, if you recognize a piece of grass, a flower, if you're somebody with a background in foliage, botany, all that shit, if you're somebody who is really great at telling direction or the compass based on the sunlight, what direction we're in, where, what time range it is, this is your kind of OSINT mystery. I am very interested to see what you guys think. So yeah, I just want to put that out there. I'm going to put a link below. I'm glad you are into this. I thought that it would pique some of your interest. I'm still very concerned about, I know he did it solo, but I don't know. Like, there's some things in it that are like, fuck, like, did he? Are we sure? It's just wild, dude. I just want to go through some of these. Was I bugging? Cats were above his right shoulder. Oh. I have to check again on the touched up one. I'm going to provide you guys the touched up version too. I'll upload it. It's not Ivan 100%. No, not these people, but the shadow person. I guess you could probably tell. That's another thing. The shape of this dude's face in the shadow. Interesting. You know what I was just thinking of right now that I've thought of before, but I don't know what it's called, and I'm very curious. I wonder if Duty Ed would be able to answer this question, but you know how there's people who do facial reconstruction and stuff based on, you know, sketch artists and stuff, but they also do forensic facial reconstruction based on face shapes and the bones, and they, you know, will sculpt the person. They usually look pretty bad, but some people, it's dead ass. Parabon Nanolabs does a biometrics based facial reconstruction with DNA. It's just insane what they're able to do. I wonder if there are people who specialize in looking at shadows and then figuring out what they look like based on their shadow. And if so, what is that called and how do we hire them? My nightmares, but last night's nightmare for me was a weird one. I need to post my channel all about my nightmares. Yes, I want to hear about your nightmares. I want to hear about your dreams. Tell me about your nightmares. Wait, maybe the cats are grass. It could be grass. I don't know. Good morning, Tech Bird. We're trying to figure out this picture. Ivan's area is very different. I've been out there playing. Oh, Jesus, be careful. T-minus work at 8 a.m. Yeah, I need to get out of here. This is probably one of the longest ones I've ever done, but I had a lot of time off this morning, or I guess technically my evening. So, you know, I figured I'd talk to you kids, and I have a lot of content to show you. I would really, really, really... Oops, did I delete the thing I needed? No. I really wanted to specifically show you this last thing mainly, and I was like, I'll put this at the end. Because what I'm going to show you, this is a weird one. This is about as weird as the photo, in my opinion. I'm going to warn you. Yes, I agree. It does kind of look like, or a sawed-off. I don't know. You're welcome. You're welcome. I like to try to hit at all hours for those who can't make it to other ones. Have fun at work. You're going to be great till whole. I want to end it on this. This is a weird mystery. A weird Reddit mystery. It's going to fuck you up. It's going to fuck your head up. It's going to make you think too much. You're going to run into posts from know-it-alls who say, I know for a fact this can't be because this, that, the other. And then you're going to run into people who say it's fake. It's creepypasta. Leave it be. There's one person on Reddit who could not let it be because the way this situation was described was very familiar to them personally. They took it very far and they repost it pretty constantly under various accounts to keep it all alive so that people will look into it and take it seriously. Again, don't know if it's 100% real, but there are things in the statement that was posted, the specific post, that make it seem real. I am 50-50 on it, but it just depends. I mean, people are fucking weird. They can make shit up. This is, if you guys ever go to Ask Reddit, Ask Reddit is a place that you can go and you can ask questions, and people can give their honest answer. The idea is just be honest. Don't lie. Just ask, and then people give their feedback. And the questions can be really risky, kind of gritty. Sometimes they're a little edgy, you know? Sometimes people like to troll it and lie and come up with crazy shit because they want to freak everyone out. I personally felt like this was kind of genuine, but I was also like, how stupid of you to post this now? Like, I could find out who you are, and I did. And it kind of made me a little more... I mean, the person matches the area. Let's just say that. They live in the area that the responder lives in. Let me just... It will make sense after we read it. So I'm going to show this to you. It's going to fuck you guys up. I'm sorry. Like, by that, I mean, it's going to bother you all day. You're going to want to look into it. It's going to take a lot of time out of your week. And I'm sorry, but it's fucking wild. And then we're going to go. So this is Ask Reddit. This post, excuse me, was taken down. It was archived, but simultaneously they removed it because of the amount of traction it picked up from this specific response. Okay. Excuse me. Let me get a drink of dry mouth. So I'm going to read this to you. if you haven't already began, let me make it a little bigger. So the question, to those who have accidentally killed someone, what went wrong? Very intense question. Okay. Undisputed Gold, who, by the way, has not commented in 8 years. They stopped after someone responded. This still haunts me to this day. As kids, we had a hideout in this dirt cliff and cove. This is the best approximation I could find on Google. Only 3 times taller and possibly 10 times as wide. What he did was he linked to a picture, and let me show you the picture that he linked to so that you can see it. By the way, all of this is only available on the Wayback Machine pretty much. There's one original post that, because he dual posted when they took it down. The second one is up, but he left some things out. The first OG one, that one you have to use Wayback for. Let me show you what. This is what he referenced when he says it looks like an area. This is the area he's talking about. He says it looks like this, but 10 feet wider and 3 feet taller. Okay, so see what this looks like? This is his description of the area, which is why I go, this seems pretty real, right? He's giving a picture to show off what the area looked like. Makes sense. So let's go back to the story and reread it now that you've seen that. Okay. This still haunts me to this day. As kids, we had a hideout in this dirt cliff / cove. This is the best approximation I can find on Google. You guys saw the picture. There was a neighborhood kid who, in hindsight, was probably mentally handicapped in some way. But to us, he was just the weird, creepy kid. This was the 80s. Remember that. This was the 80s. And we weren't exactly raised PC. Fair enough, me neither. 3 of us were headed to our base and found creepy kid sitting at the top of our guard chair. We yelled at him to get out, and he said something like, "Make me," and started lobbing dirt clods and sticks down at us. We all ran around the side to make our way up. It gets pretty fuzzy from here, but all I remember is he fell. I still remember the sound. When we got back to check on him, he was in a very awkward position with blood coming out of his mouth. We all just freaked out and ran home. And as far as I know, no one has spoken a word of this to anyone. So media wasn't like today. Chances are it got a small article in the newspaper B section. Missing mentally disabled child found dead after fall or something like that. Well, I didn't expect to wake up to this. I have no idea why we collectively did it. So right here, remember, this is the repost. So this was his whole original post, but he also left out a couple of little details that we'll talk about later. But after this, people started hounding him. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? They were like, did you tell the police? What do you mean you never spoke about it again? Did you tell your parents? What happened to the kid? Like, people were outraged, okay? So keep that in mind. Well, I didn't expect to wake up to this. I have no idea why we didn't collectively tell our parents. We all just booked it for our respective homes without saying a word. I think it was mainly because he was the weird kid, and we all thought that he would get us in trouble somehow. No, I don't think we were directly responsible. Indirectly, maybe. Again, it's fuzzy, and all I remember is us throwing sticks at each other. I've tried to find any record of him to no avail. I remember the neighborhood kids from those days' first names, but not the last. I've since moved a few hundred miles away and didn't keep in touch. I don't even remember the creepy kid's first name. I've looked blindly for any record of the kid and have spent hours on Facebook trying to find my old friends, but haven't found anything yet. No, I don't know if he actually died or not that day. All I have to go off of is my mom mentioning him missing and us not seeing him around after that. When we finally went back to our base over a month later, there was nothing out of the ordinary. No police tape or anything like that. I don't remember the cops canvassing the area or asking about him. Okay, here's why this is important. Let me take this down. Let's talk about this. First of all, this user, when this post came out many years ago, one of the first posts I saw, because it bumps it up to the top so that you can see what the top posts are in Reddit. Those are what my options, my settings are. So this pops up, and it was initially posted in Unresolved Mysteries and then reposted. It was posted in RBI because the groups kept taking it down, the mods, and then they'd say, go post it here. It's more appropriate for this, or don't do that. This person had someone respond to them. And here's what you need to know. In the original thread, when this person, Undisputed Gold, makes this post, someone responds to them, and then the next day, Undisputed Gold stops responding. They had been communicating throughout the thread. They'd been communicating all over Reddit, but they stopped communicating the second the response was posted, and then they deleted it. So this story, they typed it, someone responded with something I'm going to show you. And then not only did they never use this account again, they deleted this post, their response to the main question, which again was, to those of you who have accidentally killed someone, what went wrong? Keep in mind, he's saying, we see this kid, we think he's weird. He's throwing sticks at us. He's in our guard post up on the, remember he said that big thing that we saw, the hill, he said it was 10 foot wider, 3 foot tall. That's huge. He describes his age in the original post. There are conclusions you can draw. Let me show you this response that made him go silent and disappear and abandon this account. It's going to blow your mind. Hold on, let me pull this up. Is this, yeah. Okay. So people are responding with all kinds of shit, right? He posts that. He says, you know, listen, this happened. I ran away. I never talked to them again. I don't remember any of them. The original account, because that was the repost, the one that he stopped responding from was this one. Barkology. You might see that it says 6 hours ago, right? This is a post from January 2016. This is through the Wayback Machine. You feel me? So when you go to the Wayback Machine, you can see the little bit that he forgot to take down before he got bullied. He got bullied for not reporting it. This was his excuse. See how it says who and when did they find his body, right? It sounds like Lord of the Flies. Okay, enough hate for the day. He was getting pissed off. Everybody was hating on him, right? So here's where it gets wild. He's even responding. He's like, and by the way, see how the original post is gone? So he deleted it. And this, he forgot to delete all his responses. Then somebody responds, and here, this is an important part. He says, they asked if he ever found, I remember them asking like questions like this one, who and when did they find his body? Do you not remember his name? Stuff like that, like really grilling him. And he doesn't remember some things, but he said, we were kids, we were maybe 10 to 12. So see, he's giving an age range. Keep in mind, this is 2016 when he posted this. He's talking about it being in the 80s. You do the math. There's a very simple age range he would have had to be. So we didn't exactly watch the news or read the paper. Even if our parents knew, I don't think they would have mentioned it to us at that age. Even though he was fairly well known around the neighborhood, he went to a different school, so he was never brought up here. I did ask my parents maybe 10 years ago if they remembered him, and they said something along the lines of, yes, didn't he go missing? And that's about as far as I would push it. So, with that said, this is the response that blew up the internet. Was it Scott Kleschult? He went missing in 1988 in St. Charles, Missouri. Let me stop you right here. The user who originally put that response about seeing the kid, about this whole thing happening, Simple OSINT, some screen name tracing, even back in 2016. And then looking at his comment history, which he went on to delete because it was very identifiable. And even this person, ad33DVF9, even after the guy took all his shit down, this person still refused to give information that would dox him out of ethics, you know? But if you go back and you look at Barkology's comments, the ones that are available through Wayback Machine, it is very easy to see that this person lived in St. Charles, Missouri in the 80s and now lives in California. What's crazy about that is this is just a random user who happens to know a lot about this case. And they talk about it later. And we can't read all their history, but I'm telling you, this person knows everything about the case. Their response was it Scott Kleesholt? He went missing in 1988 in St. Charles, Missouri, near where you grow up and currently reside, correct? Now, the reason they said that is because this person did move. They moved to Lake Cali, but their permanent residence on White Pages at the time was showing St. Charles, and that's the person who originally posted it. That would make you around 10 to 11 at the time he went missing. He would have been 9. They go on to post articles. Scott was last seen not far from his home on the 3300 block of Leverance Drive, walking near a wooded area known as the Trails. It was just before a fierce thunderstorm swept through the area. Do you see where I'm going here? As long as 6 weeks after his disappearance, police conducted large-scale searches of the area near Scott's home. The searches involved digging at a labyrinth of caves in the wooded hillside where Scott was known to play with other neighborhood children. I don't know if it is this kid. If it were him and the story is what you said, it seems like his body would have been found. A corpse of a 9-year-old at the bottom of some land formation can get washed away pretty easily in a storm, however. If it is or isn't him, you need to talk to your local PD. Of course, you've got your holy shit, right? Okay. And yes, you're absolutely right, Kelt. That could have happened. That absolutely could have happened. So, before we go, let's talk about this. I'm curious what you think. The internet is torn for a couple of reasons. First, people ask, is this creepypasta? Second, people say this person could have gotten this information, just off of the stories that were on the internet, right? The defense that I often see says that, but what's weird about it is, do you know how cold cases don't put all the info out right away? Because, we don't want the killer to see, and it'll help us in the long run by withholding so that if it's only something the killer knows, we can narrow down who did it. You know how that goes? So, just like any old cold case, that's kind of what happened with this one. If you follow the news articles on Scott, the information, oh my God. Sorry, guys, let me quiet my phone. I don't know what's going on. The information on Scott was released, trickled out a little at a time. They withheld a lot. Post 2016, it actually picked up because Nancy Grace had people on, and she also had people on to talk about him before, but there were certain things that they couldn't say. What's interesting is some of the things that this poster said line up perfectly with Scott, but what's odd is they are not things that were released until after the post was made. And they still match up. Things like the area that Scott was found in, very close to areas that were referenced in this user's history that he went to take down. There are a lot of things that indicate that this person is telling the truth, especially because they didn't use an alt account for the original post. They used their personal account like a fucking idiot. Simultaneously, there are people in the responses who also took their responses down because they got a lot of shit. Because they're like, holy shit, I knew Scott. I know who you and your friends are, and you guys used to bully him. And at that point, the mod stepped in and they're like, yoink. People deleted their accounts. All of a sudden, Scott's case starts getting more and more exposure after all those years. I think it's because people like the person I went through as the years went on after this post was made. You can see this person who comments about it. They go on to repost it in several forums because they're advocating for Scott. Part of me thought, well, maybe this is an advocation tool. But again, how would they know secrets only the police know? I go on to find the people who are making, there's two, and they're making these posts trying to bring this to everyone's light. They are people from the area. They are not related to Scott. And there is a lot that you can tell from someone's Reddit history. So be careful with what you post. But at the same time, it seems very legit. The people who responded that I know who you are and your friends, and you used to bully this kid. There were specific things that they said that line up perfectly with the history of the Reddit user who originally posted that they were. Also, another thing is he's like, we don't know if he died, but what was the question? Anyone who accidentally killed someone. Well, if you don't know if he died, why are you fucking responding? That's what's weird. It seems like they were getting it off their chest. They didn't think anyone would remember him because they likely thought so little of him. Obviously, they bullied the shit out of him. I'm now going to show you. I know I never wanted to bring Nancy into our safety bubble. I never wanted to bring her into it, but here we fucking are. Because she talked about him to the family. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up. I have a link to show you so that you can hear more about this actual kid's case. You know what I mean? And then you can decide on your own. Let me just pull this open real quick. Scott Short. Also, there used to be this thing called undelete and set it and unread it, where you could go back and see all the posts that have been taken down and deleted. People didn't like that, so they got rid of it. Someone also said it was ripped. There was a big thing. That confession was ripped straight from this other thing. But the thing is, that thing came way after the original confession. So that ended up being bullshit. But it did bring the trolls and it kind of kept people from taking it seriously for a while. But then you find out, oh, that was actually written after the fact. So it is relevant. It is possible. Let's take a look at Scott real quick. And then we're going to unfortunately have to watch little Nancy Grace. I'm sorry. Okay. Scott Allen Cleashel was a boy who disappeared from Missouri in 1988. His age progression depicts him as a 32-year-old. This is what he looked like back then. In the original post, the thing that they focused on was they were talking about the different ways they would bully him. It went more in depth from the original poster about we would make fun of his teeth. He said things like that. And then when you look at the kid, it just kind of makes sense. And the age range, everything. Scott was last seen around 4:30 p.m. on June 8th, 1988, walking down Ken Drive towards West Adams in St. Louis, Missouri. This is a little confusing because the names of the roads have changed since. And what was once the area that was full of hills and trails and the exact area they were playing on is now custom homes. So very difficult to get an idea of what was going on. But if that's so, and if there was a huge storm and it was really bad and it washed away this poor kid's body or God forbid his bones, and they build custom homes on that site, it really worries me. Are they ever going to be able to find him? Okay, here we go. Toward West Adams in St. Louis, Missouri. It was his last day of first grade at Coverdell? I don't know how that's pronounced. Cedell Elementary School. There was a heavy thunderstorm followed by a flash flood. There were sightings of him both before and after the storm. What's interesting is there's arguments about the sighting after, but we'll get into that later. There was an extensive search for Scott after his disappearance. His scent was followed for about 5 miles northeast, but the trail was lost on Fox Hill Road. Multiple caves, tunnels, and bodies of water were searched, along with the woods where Scott was known to play. Nothing was ever found. The authorities now believe Scott was abducted. Now, here's where it gets weird. Michael J. Devlin was a suspect in Scott's case, as well as the disappearance of Charles Arlen Henderson and Bianca Piper. Devlin had abducted Sean Hornbeck, remember that? And Ben Ownby in 2002 and 2007, respectively. They were both found alive in his home in 2007. Authorities suspected he could be involved in other disappearances, and a task force was formed after his arrest to investigate this possibility. It disbanded in October 2007, and they did not find any evidence. Devlin was sentenced to life in prison in the cases of Hornbeck and Ownby, but has not been charged in any other cases. Very, very, very interesting. The reason it's very interesting, also K-Buns, yes, the kid was mentally ill. He was what do you call it? He's got I don't remember what it's called, but he's mentally ill. He's developmentally disabled or whatever. Like he has learning disabilities. And remember, they made fun of him for it. That's what they were saying. They called him slow, stuff like that. So this guy, Michael Devlin, when he abducted Sean Hornbeck and Ben Ownby, and they were found, it's very interesting to me that they probably, so they're going to have a search warrant for his house. They're going to have access to the kids that he abducted and those who he tried to abduct. They obviously have his DNA, but they don't have the body of this other kid, of Scotty. So it's very strange because if they had no proof whatsoever, but he was a suspect, why? Was it because he was in the area? Because last I checked, he wasn't really in the area. It makes me wonder if there's something to this Redditor's post. He had a black t-shirt with Rude Dog written on it, khaki pants, and red and black high-top sneakers. So, what I'd like to do is I'm going to play for you a little interview. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but it's his brother, I believe. And I'm sorry that it's sad. I know it is. But I do want us to all keep Scotty in mind. And if you have time and this is something that interests you, I would love to get people to just kind of talk more about this case and make considerations for it. Because I think that post could have something. I don't know for sure. But I think that there's something there. It's very weird that guy deleted it all right at and then abandoned the account after having it for so long. Like it was his number one account, you don't throw away your real account. You throw away a throwaway. He didn't use a throwaway, I think, because he just didn't think anyone would notice. I don't know. Now there are all sorts of channels talking about this, but they're mainly doing it on the top 5 creepy Reddit confess. I'm more interested in, can we figure out if this is real now that we have more OSINT tools at our disposal? Time has gone on. Very curious. So here's what I'm going to do. Ooh, we don't even have to do Nancy Grace. Yes. Cool. We're going to do KSDK news. I'm going to play you out on that. I know it's heartbreaking, but if we can figure it out, if there's anybody here who can think of an angle, who wants to get balls deep in this thing and figure out what's going on, I encourage you to actually look into this, take your time and see if there's anything you notice. And I will put resources for you below to do that. Links to the Wayback Machine, the original post. We're not Reddit. We're not going to take something down because it becomes controversial. We're going to leave it up so that you can examine it and make your own decisions. Maybe we'll do another live where we talk about this and see what you guys come up with. Some of you might read it all, go through everything you can and decide this is fake. This is creepypasta. I want to hear that. I absolutely want to hear that. I want to hear what your thoughts are, whether they're good or bad, whether you think it's fake or real. I want to know. I want to know if you found anything new. Maybe you find out that it's already been disproven. Good. Help me so I can sleep at night. Tell me what's going on here. I am about to dive deep into it again. And I figured if I'm going to dive deep into something that you guys might be able to contribute to or might have questions about or might find interesting, I'm going to tell you about it first so that we can do it together. So I'm going to play us out on this. Let me pause this. Hi, Amy. It's just a 2-minute video. I'm going to play us out on this. I'm going to say my bye-byes right now. And then, yeah, no, I'm not going to do Nancy to you. I'm sorry. I tried to I found something else, so we're going to be good. It's going to be fine. I am not a cat. I'm sorry, we're not going to watch any more calisthenics or African dance kinetics videos, whatever they call it. Not today. Today, we're going to go out on some serious shit. But don't worry, I'll fuck with you more tomorrow, and I'll show you weird videos tomorrow. For now, let's watch this. This is the 30-year update of Scotty Kleschult. Still a mystery. Do you think that Reddit thread is real? Do you think that poster is real? Do you think it should be investigated? Has it been investigated? And I missed that. I didn't see that update. I don't know. You tell me. But I want to tell you guys, thank you so much for being here. I enjoy you. This has been officially the longest one. We're almost at 5 hours. I absolutely love that for us. I'm so fucking tired now. I came into it with all the energy. Now I'm done. I'm fucking spent. You guys stuck with it. You put up with a lot of my bullshit. We talked about every single topic on the list today. I didn't think we'd get there, and we did. And we added more. And we got to see Car-Jitzu. We got to look at some old cases. I'm still also, what do you think about that fucking Long Island pool case? That's crazy. I want to know what you guys think. Mainly, I want you to know, I hope you have a great day. I hope it's not too hot where you are. I hope that you never have to see Nancy unsolicited. I'm not going to make you. I'm not a cat. But I love you guys. I'm going to play out on this. Good night. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting my channel. If you want to be a member, there should be a link below. If you want to like, you should. If you want to subscribe, you should. If you don't like me, hit thumbs down. Tell me to go fuck myself. Tell me I look like a big fucking bird. Okay? You're the best. Here we go. I love you, my SnoopyDupas. Be safe.
Anthony, thank you. A somber anniversary is being marked this morning. 30 years ago today, 9-year-old Scotty Kleschult vanished without a trace. He hasn't been seen since, but his mother is not giving up hope.
Our Abby Larico joins us live from St. Charles with more on her search for answers. Abby, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Allie and Jen. It is a heartbreaking story. Can you even imagine leaving for work today and then when you get home later this afternoon, never seeing your child again? That's the reality for the St. Charles family and why the police department here is still accepting any kind of tips and leads they can get even 30 years later. Now, this is Scotty Kleschult. He went missing on this day in 1988. Remember, that's back before they had things like Amber Alerts to help find missing children. But a family friend who I talked to ahead of this anniversary says they are not giving up hope that someone out there still knows something. Now, take a look here at this picture. This is what investigators say Scotty would look like today. His mother, who never got the chance to see him grow up, says thinking about that day 30 years ago is still painful.
My worst time is when, I'm by myself or driving or something. I'll catch myself, start thinking about things and thinking what I could have did. You just have to keep going. There's no choice.
Now, Peggy Kleschult last saw her 9-year-old before leaving for work the morning of June 8th, 1988, and she couldn't find him when she got home just a little bit later from work that day than usual. With heavy rains coming down that day, search crews scoured storm drains and sewers, but authorities suspect he might have been abducted. Despite knowing what could have happened, and it could have been the worst for her son, Peggy says she's not giving up hope.
Yeah, I still am that we'll hear something one way or the other. After all these years, you kind of think, well, something probably did happen, but you never know. It could be a miracle out there.
Now, even if you don't have any answers for police or for this family to get them to that miracle, Peggy asks that you mark today by praying for Scotty. Reporting live from St. Charles this morning, Abby Larico, 5 on your side.
I can't imagine.